Go start stream. Actually, okay. Boom, we're live. And then let's see, share the stream. Copy video link. Did I put a thumbnail on? I did not put a thumbnail on. Boom, there we go. Now we got a thumbnail. All right, yo, Max, what's up, bro? All right, video link, boom. And now we go here. Let's go to announcements. At everyone, we are live for the first time ever on the ALGS channel for the ALGS regional finals watch party. Come pull up. There we go. Boom. All right. There we go. All right, now let's see what's up with chat. Yo, whoa, 10 viewers already. Jeez, I'm kind of surprised. What's up, Jack Vernon, Anime Girl, Max Crossover, Pseudonymous. Did I say that right? That'd be the first time I got a name correct. Giovanni Cruz, the man, the myth, the legend. What's up? Hodge, what's up? Justin Clare, hey brother, how you doing? Max, what's up? Andrew Butler, I love how Hal was making fun of yo, let me make sure my stream UI looks cool. Yo, what you guys think of the stream UI? Kind of just put it together last second. I hope it looks like presentable. Yo, 18 viewers already. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting like maybe 5 people or something, like for the first time. I know viewership is a little wild for the first time. What's good? See you, money. Punchy, how you doing? Light Horizon, what's up? What's up? You got the name correct? Am I like one of the only ones who ever get your name correct? Because I feel like that's a tough one. What's up, Ellie? What is up? What is up? How we doing? Let's unmute the stream. Let's get ready to play. We're rooting for TSM. Chat, we're rooting for TSM. Well, I don't really like want NRG to win because I don't really love NRG, but I do like them. But I do want them to be at the LAN because they bring viewers, right? I want the viewers to be happy to see an NRG in there. So we're rooting for TSM today. We're rooting for NRG to just qualify. We're rooting for, so here are the teams that they've locked in. Dark Zero, Furia, Optic Gaming, and Exit have locked in. Glitch Energy is almost locked in. So we obviously want FaZe to lock in. Glitch, NRG, TSM. Those are really the big ones. I think everybody else, I don't care. Like I just kind of want to see the action, right? Dang, chat, 37 viewers. I was not expecting this on our first stream over here. Aldrin, what is up? Top part of the webcam's kind of, yo, I thought the same thing. Good call. I might have to zoom in. I didn't want it to be where I have to stay center of screen, so maybe I should point the camera down, but the monitor's in the way. A little better. I just hate to be like not be able to move around. I guess this works. Except for the win, bro. Except is annoyingly good. I don't like how good they are. It aggravates me because I'm not a fan of Exet. I don't hate them, but they feel like I don't know. I feel like our rivals to an extent, so I want to root against them, and I hate how consistently good they are. That's what aggravates me. Now, Optic Gaming, on the other hand, I'm loving it whenever they're consistent because it's pretty cool to see. Chat, do we see any surprises today? Hey, it looks good, Jay. If you want Jay artistic ability stuff like Tim. Oh yeah, trust me, this is not artistic at all. I threw this little thing together last second. Not gonna lie. Matter of fact, I noticed that this A is off center. Let's move that. Whoops. Let's move that over a little bit, like maybe here. Is that a little bit more centered? It's not perfect, chat. It's not perfect, but it's something. So, predictions. Let's talk predictions. If I'm gonna be honest, I think TSM plays mediocre today, but I think they qualify.
Chills
but
in the air for
I think the winner
for one team in just a little while to have that moment
I'm gonna go Furious second place. I got a feeling NRG will get top 5 today. And I'm gonna say XZ wins tonight. I just got a feeling XZ's got to win tonight. XZ is just so good, but I want TSM. I want TSM to do really good, but I think TSM, I got a feeling they'll play mediocre and just barely get by.
But 10 teams.
Exactly, Andrew. Yeah, Furious playing.
Find out who here in North America today, because it is our
ALGS regional. Wait, let me get you. Let me get your voice on here.
What our esport has to offer. It's
hold on, chat. You're about to see a weird little camera. I got to get his mic on here. This is my jmeyels channel. There we go. Boom. Discord.
And all of you
now you can talk. Say testing. There you go. Yeah, they can hear you. Yeah, you're good.
Who's going to be involved today? I certainly am excited after Amia's show. My name is Randy.
Chat, what's your predictions? What's your predictions, chat?
Two talented,
optics are playing out of their mind.
Incredible guys right here. Let's introduce one right here who happens to, be.
I mean,
C Money. The winner was a PS5 winner. Yes, I posted a video 2 days ago on my jmeyels channel of a picture of him holding the PS5.
Absolute charmer. Absolute charmer. You are. You're a special guy.
Chat, what's the predictions?
What a day we got though. I mean, Amia, if you were watching it a little bit earlier, we went 9.
Yo, let's go.
The bald guy. You didn't know. Yeah,
I know.
And finally called themselves a champion. It was a chaotic day. It was a crazy day. But if that's any way to start the day, North America is going to be just as fun. And the good news for everyone.
What is up, Focus? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Glitch Energy has been doing nice.
So we're going to find out who's going to land.
Everybody's rooting for TSM. I feel like we all want TSM to make it. We all want TSM to make it, I'm sure.
Your compatriot here. It's hard to
we want meat. Yo, Loki, I want meat lovers to make it because they deserve it after the crap they've gone through with Dark Zero, man. Chat, 60 viewers. I was not expecting this. Thank you guys for showing out. I appreciate that.
Dan Gaskin joining us yet again, the man with the math and numbers, and of course the incredible analysis for us. How you feeling going into our North America match point day, baby?
This man looks like he hasn't slept in years.
Behind the scenes, who give me all the numbers so that I can.
Like he's ready to go to bed.
It makes me look smart.
Which he must be if they're in they're EU, aren't they? Yeah, they're sleepy, bro.
North America, there's always that something.
What time is it in EU right now, chat? 12.
We've got teams that are fighting for land placements and also teams who are fighting to try and prove they are #1, not just in the region.
I know EU fans hate this.
Great day.
Well, gentlemen, we've had 9 days of broadcast.
To be fair, you EU people get land. You get land.
There's
so
interesting stories that have followed along both regions, specifically in North America. Some of the
you get better time zones for land. We have to wake up at like 4 a.m. just to watch the games.
Small roster changes. We want to make sure everyone online who's watching is aware of that have adjusted.
What's up, Sneaky? How you doing, bro? I'm pumped too. Hoping TSM has a nice little day. NRG needs it more, but
speaking of maybe the most
according to crossover, TSM only has to get 14th. Maybe we'll see.
Or picking up a new player. That, of course, was Zainu, who ended up joining this roster just a few days ago. Mark, this is a player who has had an incredible season and is looking to do something special with Dark Zero.
I mean, there's so many like roster swaps. Isn't there a roster lock?
The roster lock's already happened. It's already happened. They picked. So Meat Lovers made their roster change after Dark Zero did within 8 hours of the roster lock. So it happened right after that day was over, like a couple days ago. NRG has to place, I think, like top 8 or so, give or take. It depends on how the other teams do. It's kind of hard to tell, but I would say maybe top 8
from the sidelines
to a degree.
And we wish him all the best. What a great guy. But it also made Meat Lovers have to make a selection of their own to replace the player that had gone to
yeah, look at this. The Meat Lovers.
He released this
their nice little roster swap. Bro, honestly, this graphic went hard though.
Dan, but I think maybe some of these
they did a great job on his announcement video.
I was thinking that you were going to give me our new third. I thought that was what you were going to offer us then, and it was going to be one of those moments. But yeah, Luxford being added into the equation for Meat Lovers. Very excited to see what he can do on this roster. And you know, Meat Lovers, I think that Tech gets a lot of flack online, but he gives as good as he gets.
I'm rooting for Tech, bro. Tech deserves some respect.
I believe they can really
I know he gets flack, but he deserves respect
on the international stage as well.
Fighting
YouTube tells me
yes, we got it.
YouTube tells me it would be a good place to drop some ads here, J-Mouse. No, we're watching ALGS YouTube.
Putting minus tempo into there, most likely for a
roster changes, TSM new player minus tempo.
Bigger story.
Why did they even mention that?
overrunning the entire
What is this, bro? ALGS, what are you doing? We all know Tempo's not here to really play. Like,
here and expect that things will all work out.
Yeah,
So
I'm
still
gonna clip that.
And these are the rosters
what was that, bro?
right now.
Why did they even put this on here?
Final. Turning our focus back to today, though, because yes, that is a big.
No, Roman Rambo got kicked from DZ.
And we'll
they got replaced.
Individual stories in a moment. Right now, we have a new format that these teams are going to have to play. Some teams together in this way in this league have not played a match point format tournament with each other, and that is going to be very exciting to see how they take on that challenge. Of course, if you're new to Apex Legends Esports, it's 50 points. You got to get past that threshold in terms of your performances throughout the games. Once you do, and then if you win,
might have to turn your sensitivity
crowned as our champion of the regional
on your mic on your Discord.
You will be going to land
like picks up every keyboard click
for any team, even if you haven't done well.
Yo, what's up, Bell? How you doing, bro? So much. Yes, a lot has happened. A lot has happened. Good to see you, Bell.
What a moment that will be, and of course we'll be seeing who will do it, and that all starts.
No, Rambo. Yeah, Rambo got.
So let's take a look, Mark.
Quote kick.
We got top 10 view over 20 teams competing today.
Basically, they made a change to pick up Meat Lover's teammate, and so Meat Lovers had to pick up Lux. So Rambo's not even here. Rambo got screwed over.
A couple of teams to keep an eye on that are currently in the qualification positions that might surprise
a little bit, but it's a little bit quieter. Might have to turn it up even more, a little bit. I hear you just fine.
Wow, these guys are looking insane. But just slowed down a little bit, and they're not, very careful today. Then they might be in for some very, very nervy games. But an amazing looking lobby, complexity.
It's super quiet. You're good.
Into those qualification spots, luminosity in here as well. I mean,
what's good, Mark? How you doing? Chat, I can't believe we've got 70 people on our very first stream here. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It's gonna be a fun night.
Even though we've considered that
it's gonna be a fun night.
Playing our regular season standings, they're gonna show the story of how well they performed. And you really aren't worried unless you come to a full stop. A little bit of movement is okay, especially throughout a season. You'll have ebbs and flows. Kind of like when you're working out, Mark.
Yeah, if Lanimals just comes out big and has a big night, that would be a shocker. If you guys are looking for an underdog, I would say Lanimals is a good one because it's going to be a hard fought battle for them to make it tonight. But if they make it, it would be unexpected for sure.
We were this close to seeing the 18th place team in EMEA V2.
If you see anybody past complexity win tonight, I would say, or like make land, it would be a nice little
you get 25 points, but second place
shocker.
gets 21.
What's up, Greg? How you doing, man?
Oxygen, for example, if they
Player, I'm surprised there's this many people watching the stream. I didn't think we'd have this many people on our first one.
The cutoff point was
appreciate you guys showing up.
And that's where TSM resides.
Appreciate you guys showing up.
Of course, it can be different in this region, but that gives us.
So my plan for this channel is to do.
Aiming for, and of course, we'll try and keep you updated of whereabouts.
My plan for this channel is to do like ALGS watch parties and stuff. I just went through and made all membership badges, made the Apex ranks, all the membership ranks. And so I'm planning on doing like ALGS related stuff, like watch parties and such. And our other channel, the Lounge channel, we got approved for $100 weekly battle royale tournaments. So what we're going to do is we're going to try a solo queue tournament schedule. Every week we're going to host $100 solo queue tournament. You don't have to have a team. It's battle royale trios. It'll be first come first serve, like of signups, but it'll be a solo queue thing. That's my plan.
Our regular season standings.
We'll see how it works.
They get a nice little prize. Plus, of course,
I'm excited. I'm excited for all the streams though.
Land. This kind of leads us into a big conversation where stories aplenty across.
It won't be solos. It'll be trios, but it'll be solo queues. Kind of like Realm.
When they all come together. But before that, it's been a story in North America, specifically from the drama of Dark Zero to the great performances and the terrible performances.
Thinking about it, Greg. Thinking about it.
To narrow it down, heading into this specific day.
Drug-free needs some questionable substances in their diet to crack the laws.
I always feel like a little bit special.
Louis.
I'm going to talk about complexity because they are a team looking up. They're trying to find their way into one of those qualification positions. At the moment, they're not quite there. They're 13th overall, but they're just 2 points behind going into today's matches. Now they have a match day.
Bro, if complexity doesn't qualify for LAN again,
they can win games. They've shown that they can be consistent in lobbies, but it's the up and down nature of their split so far.
Monsoon has been like, it's weird because because he's a good individual player, like, but when it comes to ALGS, I don't know.
Their weakest performance.
It just doesn't get it done.
Are complexity starting to feel the pressure? Is it just a case of lobbies not playing out the way they wanted, or is there something here for complexity to take home and force their way into these qualification spots? Dan Gaskin, who you got, my friend?
I always feel less special when I have to go after Mark, but here we are. I'm going to talk about Furia, and that's for one reason: they like to get the W's.
I kind of would be happy if Furia did good today too, just because
it's the most in North America, even topped that of Vermeer as well. 4 across World
I hate that they didn't qualify last time,
team who know how to get
and I know that Furia is better than their split one performance.
Not just for the fact they know how to win, but they are a team who just absolutely
also chat something you guys need to look out for
the amount of kills they can get. We can see them get 20 plus.
I need to make sure, let me verify this before I say for sure.
Match point after 2 if not 3 matches. I think if anyone's going to be rattling,
bro, can we get these games started?
How quickly match point is done, Furia might just be.
Why don't we do
team.
all this chit chat and let's watch the games, bro?
For Furia and how well they progressed as this season.
All right, chat, something you guys need to look out for.
Like the Furia of last season,
so
the Furia that
there's 2 teams. I know they're not as well known. If you're not a super watcher of the ALGS, you may not know who these teams are. But if you watch ALGS, obviously you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. But Native and CLG, or like former like CLG, still kind of being called CLG, they have had some of the funniest contests on World's Edge. Like, it's unbelievable. And like last time I talked about it, Native had lost a contest 12 games in a row, and like there's been all this beef and drama on Twitter about, you know, them being horrible at the contest, and Native only got like 1 point in scrims one day because it was 12 straight games in ALGS scrims. So we've got to watch these contests and see if it goes just as bad as scrims was going, or if they can break the curse when it comes time for ALGS.
Plus, they're playing Loba, Rampart, and Valkyrie at times.
And Native is in like 19th, I think, so they're not looking good.
We'll see which one of those teams can perform and which other teams might end up stealing the spotlight heading into our final match day of our ALGS split.
See, Money, I actually watched a little bit of that.
Playoffs. The games will start on Storm Point, and for those who are curious, it does end up switching, but this time not at 3, at 2. So for differences in our regular season, this is another one. You will have to get good and get good.
Wait, who is it?
As we switch onto these maps, and it's going to make sure that you are not only a strong team on one, but a diversified team.
My fault. Although I don't know if y'all it's all good if I chill in here. I'm just gonna solo with Apex right now.
They're a little bit like the words.
Oh, we just watched party in the ALGS stuff on stream.
In terms of the structure, the plot, where this thing is really going, and what's the setup, it usually is where these teams land and where they end up having to contest. And that's where I leave it over to Dan to talk a little bit about the POIs and where these
Punchy, those are actually kind of nice.
Energy, barometer. No, I'm not going to do that. We've got now some of the best teams, of course, and where they're going to be dropping. Glitch Energy.
Yo, that's a good clip crossover.
7.4% win rate from
Tempo now, or TSM adds a player to their roster or something. That'd be a good title.
For Luminosity, we've already seen throughout the regions that Fish Farms has not been the ideal place to land. The southern side in general.
Yo, Zufi, I'm doing good. How are you, bro?
Ideal place to land.
I like these graphics. Yeah, look at this chat. CLG and Native Gaming at Stormcatcher for contest.
It's what all the talk's been about in this region.
See, this is exactly what they're talking about, bro. All these contests have gone CLG's favor. Native have not won any of them. This is going to be so funny to watch.
Success rates we've seen of a POI throughout every region. It's 11.1%.
Yeah, that's a good clip to upload.
America. As for
TSM adds a new player to the roster.
To find a victory so far this season on either map. We'll have to see whether that changes today. The same could be said for Lanimals at Northpad. It's not been the best POI to drop at. Optic Gaming, though,
yeah, I like this little
lot of success from Down Beast, and I'm expecting more of the same.
What are you gonna do?
Today.
What kind of clip are you gonna do with that?
A massive shout out to Longshot, our APAC South broadcast partners who helped put that together.
So honestly, what's your
incredible visual from
opinion?
Like, educate our audience.
What's your team that you want to win ALGS so far? Like, what team are you really rooting for?
Especially on
to win, like, of course, like being that I'm a part of Glitch Energy, I would love for Glitch to win.
for some of these Southern teams. Keep it on it, Dan and Mark.
I will say, obviously, I've got some bias because
you probably already know who it is.
You know, like I didn't previously root for that roster, and then now I do root for that roster. So, like, if you had to ask, like, where, like, I've always, like, the team I've always just kind of wanted to see succeed, it's, I mean, I would just say it's got to be. I don't know if I want TSM to go back to back. I mean, like, is that fun to watch? Maybe, but I wouldn't mind seeing TSM win today in the regional finals. That would be pretty cool. But as far as Split 2 LAN, it would be cool to see it happen again. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know if I really want them to win. If that makes sense. It's weird.
So stay.
I would like to see NRG win or something, or maybe like a Fire Beavers or something, or Alliance.
Catching up with all of those.
I'd like to see like either a top EU team win, a top APAC South team win, or either NRG. Like I feel like the competition needs to be for the viewer's sake. I feel like an NRG needs to win or something like that.
Well, it's a beautiful setup, and it's a beautiful day
Yeah.
to cast some more Apex Legends, and it's our first
as much as I love TSM and
NRG,
I really would like to see
North America. Gaskin, you
like an
talked through the
underdog
POIs
team kinda
beautifully,
come
I
out
must say.
and
By the way,
you know,
lots
one
of
of
good
those
vibes
teams
on the
that-
show.
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool
Off on the
too.
right foot here. Lots of compliments,
Somebody that
lots
isn't
of,
really
you know, I don't know
signed to,
about
like,
you,
a
but I'm
huge
feeling
team.
good. But also,
All right, Max, have a good one, bro.
I don't know why, but I am.
Yeah, that's the trouble. When
Yeah,
he starts
Justin.
off that well, I think I'm going to get flack from you now, and you're going to bring us back down to earth. And I'm gonna get
No, you would
insulted
know
in some
Moist
way.
Esports,
But I'll wait
that's
for
the
that
big
to
one.
happen. Maybe that's
It's all about
They won
match
again.
3 or
Dude, that
4.
would be pretty
One thing
cool.
I didn't really get to
wait, they
focus
did.
on during the POIs.
They
we
won
didn't get to
their
see the likes of
regionals.
Furia, where they land over at Lightning Rod, one of the higher percentage win rates as well. The Wall for TSM, another incredible win rate for some of these teams that have been featuring and landing at those locations.
Yeah, Greg, you're correct.
In
You have to be
general,
top 11
the
for
north
NA.
side of Storm Point has about a 66% win rate over the southern side. It's a bit different
you say?
in North America compared to EMEA. So those teams who are on the northern side should statistically have
Watson
more
stream?
chances of winning games. But of course, right now it's not about winning. It's about getting those points. And we have seen teams on the southern side have big point games where they're
For
slaying through the
CLG?
lobby, where they are picking up kills. And then who knows? Maybe you move over to World's Edge where you have a
Luminosity.
better drop spot, or you could get a victory.
Gonna be a very
All right, chat. So
interesting
we
day
are
of
loading
Apex
into the
Legends.
game.
Like
You can
we say,
see
we
Hal is
won
already
games
loading in
last
right
time.
now. We've
We
got
had
Hal's
that point
perspective.
before that, and of course,
We've got
in North
9
America,
streams up.
it was a little bit of
So
an
we've got
upset.
Hal
Surprise to
specifically.
someone. We
We've got
finished in
Albrelelli.
5
Snipe
games.
Down
I
is
guess
not
they took home
streaming, so I'm
that
going to need to
win. So
remove
we're gonna
him.
have to see today if there's going to be any more surprises down. But you kind
Let's
of
see.
talked through
Manage
the teams to watch,
streams.
but
Let's get rid of
who do you
Snipe
think are
Down,
gonna
and
be
we'll
the
pull
teams?
up
I'm gonna
his
put you on
Watson,
the
I
spot
guess, if
here
his
early.
Watson's streaming.
Yeah, he's live.
All right, so we've got Albrelelli, Hal, his Watson, the Apex stream. This is pretty sick. I've never done this before. Let's just keep it up with Apex for now.
So far today, but so far this season, but I think they can get the job done here at match point.
Interesting pick, interesting story to talk about as well while we wait to get into our first game, which is
All right,
loaded in the
chat.
background.
Let me know in the
right
comments
now.
who we rooting for.
NRG,
TSM and
dropping over a
NRG are
checkpoint. And
obviously
like you
your
say,
big names of the
probably
night.
most
We've got
shocking
to see
statistic
how
that you
they
brought up was
perform, considering
they haven't
NRG is
won
on
a
the
game
brink of not
yet
making
in
it.
this split, which for a
TSM,
team
on the
like
other
NRG
hand,
is,
looking like they will
I
make
think
it from
unacceptable
what
is
we
fair
hear. Like
to not win
maybe
a single game.
14th place is all they need.
I think
being too
so,
harsh.
but we'll see.
I think at a team of that standard,
Who we
you'd
rooting for,
expect them to
chat?
win a game, even though it's not about the
I
wins
appreciate that,
necessarily
C
throughout
Money. Thank
regular
you, bro.
season. If you can still pick
Wild
up the
cards.
points,
Why are you
you know, they
rooting for
still find
wild
themselves
cards?
within a shout of top
I mean,
10.
like, no disrespect,
NRG are
like,
a team who pride themselves
good team
on
and all, but,
being
like,
able to play for zone,
not
being
a-
able to
not a
win
big
those
fan base.
late game drama-filled
Not a big
circles. They
fan
just
base
haven't
team.
been able to find that success this season, but they are still there.
Yo,
They
can we
are
watch
still
this
within
contest?
touching
I
distance
should
of
pull up
LAN.
somebody-
It wouldn't feel like a LAN without them, so we'll have to keep a
we've
keen
gotta
eye
watch
on
this
how they
contest.
do today
Please.
and whether they can push
Yes,
themselves
yes,
in.
but they're
It
watching
is
the
all
contest.
about native
Let's go.
gaming and the contest that we're going to be seeing over
So
here.
chat, native.
Well, CLG have been
Last I
winning
remember
this
was 0-12.
pretty much
They've
convincingly
never
so
won this
far.
contest, but
However,
they
when it
started
comes
off
to the
with a
regional
dub.
finals, who cares
See,
about
Nano
scrims?
goes down.
It's all about getting the job done yourselves. And Native
Native has not won a contest in forever against this team.
From the triple
12-0, literally getting
During the pre-game
smacked.
chat, everyone was talking about this contest, and they were saying, well, let's put bets on CLG
No
versus
way.
Native. How's it going to go down? Because we're going to be seeing plenty
They
of
lose
this
in all
fight
the
today.
scrims, and
As you
then
mentioned, though,
finally
CLG have already
ALGS
lost
regional
one, so
finals come and
advantage to
they
Native,
turn
but
up.
doesn't mean it's over yet. When you have these early fights just with white armors, there's always the chance you can come back into things.
That's a triple take
Oh,
again.
this
I
is
tell you
done.
what, that
Yeah,
thing
he's
is doing
done.
some work right now. He's gonna fly
He's done.
in. He's gonna finish things off with a triple take and
No
claim.
way, Native's
He's going
broke the
to
curse.
eliminate Counter Logic Gaming. Native
What a way to
win
start
the
it off.
contest, and that is something that they haven't done too many times until it really matters.
And of course, Native and CLG in a similar enough
Native
spot. They're
has
both low enough in the table
12
where
to
they're going to
0
have
in
big
contest
days today if they are going to find themselves
Congratulations,
on LAN
Native.
and performing in a point
Very
where they
nicely
can actually
done.
be competing
Why is his
against the
Watson
biggest and
running
the best
ass?
teams in
No
the world.
shot.
But Native Gaming will win the initial, and you can see where that ring
It's
is
me
going
Lemons. Is that
as
you?
well, over towards Native
I
after their
appreciate
victory.
it, bro.
But it looks like there's going to be another
first
team having a little
donation
sniff
on the
of Native
ALGS
right
channel
now and
ever.
popping
Thank
over
you very
to
much.
Stormcatcher.
Yeah.
$2. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, this is my first stream on this channel. I've never been live on it
there might
before.
be some bones to pick away at, and you can see there's actually going to be a team just rotating underneath them instead of taking the fight. So that fight is kind of slowed down a rotation, as we know it will, and it's Drug Free who have managed to scarper on past here, but they're going to have to be very, very careful. You can already see a CQ coming out from the high ground.
I know Drug Free's probably not going to do good, but I would like for them to have a good night tonight, just because I know these guys.
So it looks like this is going to be a zone-heavy lobby with everybody trying to get priority.
Yeah, 7 teams already within that circle that you can see on your screen, and there's 4 teams I can count that are currently moving their way over towards it. And then you're going to have the edge teams. You're going to have those who recognize they are going to be late to the party. They're not going to be able to beat those teams who are dropping close to the POI. Really cool. So instead, they're going to have to bide their time, loot up, and then think about their rotation and how they're going to break through. So the teams that are going to be fighting from the north, you've got TSM, Furia, and NR.
I have 65 crafting.
What's the comms like, Hal? Give it to us.
I need energy attachments there.
I guess.
Craft at 3x and bats.
Oh, they're just crafting.
Western side between a couple of the teams if they all decide to try and rotate through the likes of Cascade, for example.
Well, while the teams are making their rotations, it looks like there's not going to be too much action for a few moments at least. Gives us a little bit of a chance to kind of highlight some of the form of the teams, how they've been playing in the last 3 match days that we've seen, and some surprising names actually down at the bottom of those statistics, Dan. I mean, this is the average points from the last 3 games. It's been worked out off. You've got DF down at the bottom, CLG underneath them, but after E8, you've got FaZe and NRG right next to each other in that bottom 5. 2 teams
like 14th, I think.
I talked about FaZe at the top of the show. Amazing, electric start to the season, but then really fallen off. And NRG, if they perform like that today, they won't be a LAN. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and I think that's the scary factor that if you look at on form, there are a few teams that probably won't make it to land, but at the same time, match point format does sometimes bring the best out of these squads when you know you're playing in a certain way, and it's not a case of, oh, I'm going to have to be a little bit more consistent across the board. It's like, no, okay, we need 2 big games, we need to get to 50 points, and once we're at 50 points, we know what we're trying to achieve, rather than maybe things getting thrown apart from squads who are doing things a little bit risky.
So 4 people have locked in.
There are going to be teams who are going to try maybe different tactics, because they said, okay, well, week 1 didn't really work out, let's go for a composition, let's rotate a little bit differently here. It was a little bit all over the place and sporadic at times. Now we have the best lobby possible, right? We have the 20 best teams from the region, and we know teams like NRG perform best when they are amongst the best.
I can't remember.
So we'll have to see whether that changes now that we're not going to see it shaken up every week, and it might be a bit more consistent.
Right on the line.
Such an interesting conversation to have. I think
today is do or die for them.
Like NRG play better in better lobbies.
They are not looking too
I think
hot.
they deal with it extremely well. But
like if it ended today, I think they would make it. I'm pretty sure they're like top 11 right now.
You can prepare
but
for
like obviously you're gonna have teams who are good today, so they're gonna need to go off today. You're not gonna have a team
who maybe has fought their way into these lobbies through Challenger Circuit, who might kind of catch you off guard a little bit, who might be a little bit more aggressive.
And Lanimals are in 14th right now, so they need a good day today.
Of navigating that high quality traffic, so we'll have to see if they can do that today. Optic are going to be around checkpoint at the moment, making their way down. NRG have just left the armory, as you can see, right at the top of your zone on the right hand.
All right, chat. So I'm gonna go through my top. I'm gonna go through my top 11 right now. The people I think will make it.
They don't have priority to this zone as well.
I'm gonna go exit. We know for sure they're gonna make it.
And TSM, those 3 teams
we know
on the
that
northwestern side of our
Optic is
zone,
making it.
they're all going to be pretty much armored up and looted up.
We know phases. No, I'm not phased.
Yeah,
we
loot
know
is everything. When you get into that
it.
initial fight, if you do get armor checked and you just have
made it.
a grey or a blue, likelihood is their team's probably going to take full advantage and may even push you. Optic are finally making their move. The best performing Stormpoint team we have in the region, by the way. They've been very impressive when it comes to their consistency across not just kill points, but also their placement points. And it's why they've been able to find so much success and be at the place they are, second overall in these leaderboards.
6, 7.
Interesting to point out as well, they are the team who have put up the most points per game, or per game day, I should say, over the last 3 days. They are averaging just under 20
I think Wildcard will make
which
it.
is absolutely
I really do.
incredible for Optic Gaming, and Drop certainly has been the tonic that they've needed after he was picked up and obviously joined this
I worry
roster.
about the
Certainly
meat
has
lovers,
added
man. I don't know if they're going to make it.
maybe back to the roster to really direct them in the right direction. And as I say, they've been playing incredibly well ever since. Sentinels, one of the teams who was certainly involved in some of the biggest drama that we've had as far as team changes are concerned in recent times with the whole Rambo situation, but now they find themselves in a position where they will need to have maybe say a win today, Dan. They would have to take match point if they want to force their way into LAN.
Yeah, I think the kids say nowadays that it's getting some tea. Now, as a British man, I always want tea so I can get it downstairs and I can log on to social media and apparently get the tea as well. And it was the drama of, you know, Sentinels losing Rambo, then picking up Zenial, and then what was going to happen? Were we going to see, you know, Rambo go back afterwards? Well, of course not. And I do think that, you know, you're going to lose friendships potentially through games like this, and I hope it doesn't happen because everyone seems like it's nice and have gone about it the right way, or some might say the wrong way. But I do think Sentinels will still come out quite healthy because you've got some incredible players on that roster, and I'm sure they can do some real damage here today in the regional finals.
See, I need to pick some people.
Looking at where
for
the
some
zone is
mods
going at the
real quick.
moment, it's going to be somewhat of a rough zone for people to try and play, especially the fact that everybody is kind of set up in and around the staircases and the zip line just to the south of Stormcatcher. And I think
I don't know.
when we saw this zone, I think it was in match point scrims the other day. Yes, scrims. Pinch of salt, everybody. We know that. But it was WC who managed to come through and take that win. And like I mentioned, they have been playing very, very
winning.
well.
Oh yeah, Cloud9's looking strong today, man. 4
or 5 wins in those scrims themselves. So certainly a team to watch, a team who's trying to force qualification as well. But NRG, as they make their way forward, we turn our attentions back to the POI I was just mentioning, where Native won that contest, but now they've got to deal with Furia.
But what a time to win the contest as well, when the circle is pulling towards you. You can see with their scan, they know the circle is going to be pulling a little bit further south now, so the building they reside on is not going to be within that next circle. For Furia, they've already lost Pandas, but they are going to be able to at least get him back up. And that's why Watson's making his way back over to try and find a beacon to do so.
1 minute or so left until that zone starts to shift, and it's certainly going to do a lot of damage to teams. Beacon in front of them will be safe to play. There's nobody at all in and around
I've got 8 teams in chat. I need 3 more teams that I think are going to make it.
Be impactful in this lobby once he does get back in and maybe find a little bit of loot on his way. Optic Gaming with their second Valcolt for us to catch.
I don't think Sentinels
this one's
going to
take him a little bit deeper into zone.
Well, let's see if we can get an indication of why Optic Gaming is so good at Stormpoint. This is a zone that wasn't particularly good for them. It pulled quite far away from them, and they've had to Valcolt twice now. So decision making's everything. This is all on where do you land, how are you going to fight, what gaps are available, and where are you going to move to. And I think one of the main things to have in mind when you are ulting into a zone that is going to be heavily contested, what's your backup plan? It's all well and good trying to point out the best possible area, but there's going to be times where there's no areas whatsoever and you have to go for plan B. And plan B quite often for teams just ends up being all right, screw it, let's just jump on this team. And that, I don't like that strategy at times. I like there to be a little bit more of a solid decision factor behind it rather than just a fight. I'd say plan C should be, let's just jump and fight on this team.
I need one more
Dark
team.
Zero trying to put pressure onto Optic Gaming at the moment, but 2 of them get hit by the CQ, so they're going to back out for now.
Will make it.
And like I mentioned, Optic in a position that we saw in EMEA, Pioneers tried to hold down on a couple of occasions, and it can be one where you can kind of get stuck
I got my 11. I'll see how close I get.
Give away pretty easy high ground angles, but using a catalyst wall is going to allow them to walk up onto the building that was being held by Dark Zero. They are
pretty good.
And you have to think, are Dark Zero about to regret not making that push themselves?
Not indeed. I think that sometimes when you're beaten to the punch on some of these areas, it can be a little bit frustrating that you have to accept second best, but at times you might just have to take the fight.
Optic Gaming in a fight. Not that they need it. They're already locked in.
Time to pop a battery. Nox is going to try and jump down and just deny that exit from the window, but with Zainu and Jin Burn to deal with, you can see that Optic Gaming kind of stuck in a little bit of a horrible situation here, taking too much damage for what they would want to exchange. Skillcakes now has to take his turn to pop a shield battery, and at the moment, Dark Zero, even though they haven't managed to get that first knock, certainly exchanging more damage.
But look, I think they're going to force Optic to retreat off this one. It was just the amount of pressure that Dark Zero were putting on Optic, the constant peaks, the bravery to be poking out from those windows and taking the fight over and over, means that Optic said, look, we've had enough, we've taken too much damage. They need to be thinking about the resources long term here as well. And for Dark Zero, are they in a position now where they can heal up and potentially drop down on them? They're not going to want to give up this position right now, but they are going to have to move in a little while, because you can see in 2 minutes, that circle's going to move away from this building.
Yeah, Dark Zero now know that Optic are below them, and if they do try and rotate, And they're going to have to probably use that catalyst wall to cut off the LOS, or maybe to take the fight against Optic, try and split one away from the other, because both teams will be forced to move in just a few moments time. Zero trying to do a little bit of scouting here as to where they want to play next, but the difficulty for Dark Zero here is even if they manage to rotate into zone, and I'm pretty sure that's Optic who have just managed to rotate in front of them with that catalyst wall, then you have to fight all the way uphill to that cannon where this zone is going to end. I mentioned WC and how they've been playing this zone incredibly well, but they're in a great spot on our map overhead as we jump into Optic Gaming, who have run into a little bit more trouble now.
Yo,
yeah, I
look
think
at
Optic
this
are going to run
high
into
ground from
constant trouble the further they
yo.
get, as there are teams that are going to be waiting. I will say, though, as the further this circle gets inward towards the northwest side, the less teams that have actually found themselves within it.
Native is getting
it's going to be a lot of teams
bro.
contesting the northern side. By the way, Native have just lost one. Pandas has got revenge, it seemed, after being picked back up. And after winning that early fight and holding
100 Thieves
the area for so long.
Wait a second, 100 Thieves getting contested. Let's take a look at his Watson. His Watson is down. 100 Thieves is just third partied.
I'm gonna go where we just were. Inside.
I don't think they're in an immediate fight though.
All fighting for that high ground. It's going to be one of the lobbies that's going to halve itself with just the amount of traffic that finds itself in one area. So for someone like Jaguares here, if he stays alive and gets a res onto Yanya and they can just escape, being on the south side of the zone could actually guarantee them some placement points. It's about buying time here for LG. The res got cancelled though by the CQ, and now you can see that I think Jaguares
if you guys had to say like
everything for me.
The least cringe legend meta, like
Zero here. Sentinel's now joining a little bit late, but have been able to find somewhere to call home for now.
The best skilled
I think that's what's important for all these teams that are arriving late. You just need to find somewhere that you can survive for the meantime, as the charge rifle does hit, but Skill Cake can't quite get enough damage to finish off the kill. 19 squads still remaining as round 3 about to close here.
Group plays
Looks like we might lose our 19th, as Jaguares is going to have to take this fight, but as I say that, Complexity also losing a player as well.
Monsoon has gone down, and Sheila introduces herself to the lobby as well as Xset, who are going to be running alongside them to try and finish off that kill for now. But Sentinels holding all of this platform area, but it's a very, very difficult position to have to hold down for the long game. Like I mentioned,
Luminosity, Complexity both out now.
Complexity fall as well. 17 squads now remaining, as TSM also hit a Valcult and are going to be rotating down the staircase a little bit further north. But
Sentinels
Optic also
running
get the knock
Watson.
onto
You love to see it.
And it looks like that fight that we were kind of watching for quite some time is starting to conclude itself as Optic and DZ continue to fight.
We spoke about Wildcard. They get eliminated by TSM in the end, but TSM did lose a couple of players, but they'll be able to get them back up. That remains to be seen. NRG have lost Gilderson as well. Nathan's gone down. Sentinels, by the way, this position they currently hold, it looks good right now, but the circle is pulling away more northwest yet again, and they will have to keep going. On the northern side, it's been a bloodbath. Everyone seems to be losing someone. Dark Zero now get eliminated as 15 squads remain.
Dark Zero probably looking back on that moment when they were holding out Optic, had to take advantage of the damage they did, because it was Optic who came back to really put the pain onto them as the zone started to become a little bit more busy. But you're quite right, you can see that zone is pulling to the north, and all these teams you can see in front of you right now, including E8, who are now walking up on Optic, are going to have to make their way north. Sentinels holding down one of the sides of that platform. Glitch Energy, who had an amazing performance last time we saw him on a match day.
If NRG doesn't make it, I think, yes, I do think that maybe roster changes will take place.
Sweet, and that will be a bad start for NRG fans.
Yeah, not the start that they would have hoped for, that's for sure, and maybe does go by the stats you were putting down there. Haven't had the best of times in recent weeks, but Optic Gaming, they've got to move north, as you were alluding to. 45 seconds until that zone closes. Let's have a listen in with Optic Gaming and see just what they're going to do.
Us, but it's fine. We kind of have to do this.
Oh, we got an Optic Gaming listen in. Let's go.
Just need to go for whatever. I don't even think. Someone's all the way here in front. There's a guy right in front of us. Yeah.
Oh no! The beams.
Hit him. I cracked him.
The beams.
100.
The beams.
His teammate's so far ahead. His
literally one shot.
Like an HP.
Both of them are one. I'm pushing.
Everybody's
I'm on the right.
piecing up meat lovers right now, bro. TSM got a kill for that. Glitch Energy got a kill for that. Wild card. Taking out Glitch. Glitch Energy's out as well now.
I think they're rezzing in front of us.
On the tree. They were on the tree.
I think Glitch got some KP though.
Yeah, he's on that tree. He's on that tree.
in this corner here. He's knocked. No, the crypto's knocked. Push up.
Yeah,
I'm walking
I
up.
love the edge that Optic is playing. I think Optic's looking good.
I'm playing with you, drop. I'm right with you.
He's got it on top.
When you play the edge like this, you don't have to worry too much about third parties.
We're gonna wall to that. Wall to that.
You can take every like fight 3v3 a lot of times.
We don't need a wall. We don't need a wall. Just walk up to it. I have to grab loot. I don't know if walk up to it and then look left.
Yes, we're safe on that rock. There's a guy. Never mind.
Go on the left. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm not kidding. You need to look with them, Skittle.
We need to watch our back. They're queuing me.
Yeah, I'm
fine. They shouldn't push.
Car on the left. Bubble car.
What is Oxygen doing?
I'm not kidding.
What is Oxygen doing, bro? What is this? They just rolled up with the Gibby Trident on top of Hunter Thieves.
Yeah, I'm looking at him.
And E8 stuck in the middle.
Careful, I'm batting.
We're good.
What is this? Lanimal's out as well.
Batting.
And they got punished for it too. Hunter Thieves is just taking them out.
Yep, they have. When their wall goes down.
That's a clip right there. Just in case you missed the worst play. That we could call that the worst play in ALGS history. Just in case you missed the worst play in ALGS history. That's what you need to title that one.
Queuing them?
Yeah. I think they're on our rock here.
No, they're not. They backed up, I think.
Yeah, and what was that play, bro? Oxygen is actually brain dead.
They swung them. I'm swinging left.
Yeah, we should wrap this.
Oxygen's out. What was that play? Who made that call? The worst play in ALGS history. That's horrible.
Rift one.
You're like solidified in or?
I have no idea. No, they need a good game. They needed the game there. TSM with a third party. Optic Gaming is out. TSM with a nice little pickup. TSM needed that. Good stuff from TSM.
Black, and very impressive attempt on set, but unfortunately they will fall to their demise after some bubble shenanigans that went down on that Trident again.
That was one of the strangest things I've ever watched in Apex Legends, by the way. Like the bubble car just driving into 100
even the
Thieves.
casters know that that's the worst play, bro. What was Oxygen thinking?
To watch, to be honest with you, especially for
exactly, Focus. Why would you make that kind of a play in a regional final?
Why is a car driving straight at us? But TSM have been in a great spot for this end zone for quite some time. We've got to be careful here as Imperial How loses all those shields.
I don't know what they were thinking.
We saw everyone on that southern side get obliterated at the same time as they all just tried to force the same kind of area, and it's not going to work out. Round 5's about to close, and a couple of these squads are going to have to fight. Exit, by the way, playing Pathfinder, really enjoying themselves today.
Good work.
Looking to continue their amazing form of this split so far. But they're going to have to keep working their way up, and something you've seen on your screens right now
a little
is
cam
how
on
they've
TSM real quick?
Back into their
Let's watch TSM in a fight.
They're pulling up on me. Pulling on me, Wraith. On my rock. 95 on Wraith.
One shot.
Hey, I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
He's so
coming back.
They took one on the rock.
I think he popped the bat.
Focus together.
Native eliminated.
One's on here.
I need a loot. There's a solo still above us. There's a solo still above us, by the way. Be careful.
That Wraith is low. I got a bat.
We got catwalk on.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
And they almost had Fury knocked.
Is there ammo on that?
No, no energy.
But TSM still looking good. I like it.
I got one. I got a solo. The solo's still on height.
Drug-free now out.
Right here, grapple.
Yo, TSM might win this game.
Okay.
It's 2, I think.
We're gonna start the night off with a TSM.
Be careful. There's a solo still height. There's a solo still height.
He's not a solo. There's 2 up there at least.
Statistically, yeah. That's why the way it goes.
Okay.
I have no energy ammo. Only
I don't have any either. I have 17.
Any ultic cells?
No. We gotta hold our side here.
Should we watch the official streaming chat, or should we just watch TSM?
I don't have any heavy. I only have light right now.
We're not the kill this team in front of us.
I feel like we should just watch TSM right here.
We cannot let them take our height. We have to stop them from taking our height, okay?
Full 3-man in front of us.
These are good comms, too.
Okay. I'm running double fucking R9.
Is there another box for me to swap?
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, there's not. I have no nades. I only have
I have 0 nades too. I have 0 nades too. We cannot let them have this plateau. They're killing the duo.
TSM has a ton of cover, though.
No. I killed the
solo. Yeah. This is huge.
Don't let them get the plateau. Don't let them get the plateau.
Whole team on height. They're looking over us. We gotta kill this team.
We have to get second here.
Okay, go ahead. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah, because I think TSM's gonna get focused when they come out. They get one knock. Yeah, they have to take a fight. That's just sucky.
We can win this.
But they got raped. Oh, no, they're getting 8.
On height.
Yeah, that's game.
All right.
Hal's got a 1v3, not gonna happen. Dang.
fine. It's fine.
We need
good game though.
That was good job. Good job. That was great.
Yeah.
Great game.
Down POV.
Very good
usually
game.
means a win, and FaZe
starts it off with a dub.
Save it.
TSM in second place. Snipe down
FaZe get their first win on Stormpoint, and TSM lose their 100% record of winning from top 3. But the fact we had Furia, Xset, TSM all in that final 4, and then of course FaZe as well, who are 5th at the moment, 6th, 7th. No, they dropped down to 8th. Never mind.
I'm surprised
still,
more teams
one of the
aren't
top
running
teams
Rampart.
at the start of the season. We're seeing the big dogs making sure they show up here in the first game.
I love that your stats went out the window. I mean, that just sums up the regional final, though, in that final moment, right? TSM 100% record, that's gone. FaZe haven't won a game as
TSM
that's
second,
gone as well.
Furia
I think it just sums
third.
up how a different lobby with 20 of
That
the
was a
best
crazy
teams in the
game
world
one.
can all of a sudden change how these teams perform. We'll bring Rain Day back in to talk about what we just saw, because
Who you
like I
talking about,
mentioned,
Bill? Who
FaZe
got
has been
good
slow
kills
in
but not
recent
good
weeks,
plays?
but that is a hot start for them.
Hot start indeed. I had to unmute myself. I was screaming, looking at Pathfinder for the very first time in competitive since what, season 2? Since Poland.
I'm glad to
What the
see
heck
that
is
he's
going
running
on?
Path in comp,
Notably,
though.
it is a legend that is very, very popular in terms of
Chat, I'm about to
overall
come
play. So
sub
a
to
lot of you
myself
probably
on the
watching
JMeyels
say,
channel.
hey, I know that guy. It's me. Yes, it is.
Yo,
And
watch this
it's
chat.
me here,
JMeyels
Rain Day,
about to pull
back
up in
on it. I'm going to
chat.
give Mark and Dan a bit of a break, but that means I need someone else to join me in breaking down this final fight of our game 1. I think I know who to do it.
Jmeyels
you know
in
her,
chat.
you love her.
What's up,
She's
Jay?
got red hair. She's from Miami. Vicky Kitty. Welcome back to the broadcast.
You already know it's not just the Pathfinder, but we also saw Nocturnal coming in with the Sheila hitting them with a you already know. But man, what an ending to that game. I also love it when the stats get thrown into the trash, because FaZe, they're here to eat. They're eating in other games right here, so that's a Spargo, but they're
What
also
is Vicky
eating
talking
after that
about, bro?
first game. And I'm all in it for the FaZe
What is
out
Vicky
here, because
talking
I'm
about?
so excited to see how so many of these teams do, Rain Day.
Yeah, let's watch this final circle again. Walk me through this, what you're seeing here, because FaZe,
lemons, what the heck
look
is that?
like they've got a lot to deal with. They've got Furia over to the left. It's a bit pesky, but they do have high ground, and it ends up working out for them.
Yeah, and that's the position that they're holding that really helped them out here too. Furia also just landing right in front of FaZe, allowing them to also clean up some of that KP in front of them, and then actually get some breathing room here too. Look at that, over to the other side. Nocturnal had gotten that huge Kraber shot over to left field, and then how just cleaned up whatever was left
Vicky is
of
herself,
Furia.
though.
So Furia getting eliminated in that 4th place spot, but then FaZe holding this high ground with the Rampart is also a big deal, because we saw the same thing happen with Xset, but they were at the positional disadvantage right underneath them, where you saw what happened between themselves and TSM, and they fully sent it here.
Sick.
TSM understanding that this was going to be the green light for FaZe to take control over this
minus
fight.
tempo, or
yeah, and TSM and some of these teams too, in such a good position, you can understand why maybe playing a little bit more passively. The fact that FaZe have to go out, risk it all, ends up working in their favor to win. But my
all right, chat, match 1, FaZe first place, TSM
they
second.
will not come out
but
in
TSM
first
got
place
more
when
points
it's all
though.
said and done with the standings, Vicky. TSM
got
certainly
13
show
kills.
up in game 1.
God.
The questions,
Bro, they were
it
pub
feels like
stomping.
many people
TSM
still
was
maybe
pub
out
stomping
of
that
there with
game.
their
So first place is actually TSM, FaZe, Xset, Furia,
E8.
E8 with 10.
To kick off the day. I mean, TSM needs to just stick within that top 12, and they will be completely fine out here. But that's a great start here for
actually a really good thumbnail, I
TSM.
think.
FaZe
Good job on
obviously
that.
walking away with 15 points. Xset, another team that was able to get a good
Glitch
amount of
died
KP
at
on their way uphill. Also with 9 KP, so 16 points in total.
I can't remember, like 11th or 12th or
just
something.
a little bit to who I thought was maybe the best team overall in terms of the split. I think you can name a lot of different
How with
teams.
6 kills?
You can look at EMEA, you can look at Alliance.
Yo,
and
How
maybe
dropped
Firebeavers, you can look over here in
2,500
terms of
damage.
Optic. My thought went to Xset, and How responded to me with the emoji.
How
and
dropped.
I feel like they've kind of got something to prove. They are our recent land winners.
That
They
man
have found
is
a way to
already
get back
probably
to the
maxed out his
conversation
salary, but he
seemingly
still
going
needs
to
a
land.
raise.
And these are the performances that give people so much confidence on
Golly.
them, and then inspire this kind of
2,500 damage in an
around
ALGS match.
TSM. Vicky,
That
it's
man-
like they've got
that
plot
man's
armor,
crazy,
but for
bro.
real, they do have plot armor. It's a great start in a tough day that Xset, FaZe, Optic, they're coming for you. On this
All right, chat.
Yeah, for every comment in the chat that says
J
where
Miles is about
TSM,
to
where
subscribe.
how they get stronger and stronger per comment.
J Miles is about to become a member of the ALGS channel.
Out here, and with a pretty strong start, they're looking fantastic.
I
alone
worked
in
hard
that
on these
game,
badges.
you can see it right here. He was able to get 6 KP. Each
I'm
and
actually
every one
excited
of these
about
players
this.
really shining through for that
pretty
first
sick.
game, showing how much they wanted. But Hal specifically had called out that end circle from the very beginning. He was put into that position for a while, and sometimes when you rotate there early, it could be a little risky because you are out in the open uphill, but you could use the rocks and then the tree line to try to get out of line of sight of the other squads that are trying to go for hard rotates, specifically talking out of the direction that Exit was rotating from.
Great point there. And those teams we highlighted just now, the teams that performed.
Is the Noti gonna pop
team
up?
I highlighted, Lanimals, sitting in 11th, didn't really get much done.
J-Miles, welcome to the Silver League.
Points. Sentinels also not getting
J-Miles,
much
you
done,
need to
but
step
3
it up
points off 2
and
kills.
buy
Meat Lovers
yourself
as well.
into
We know the
gold
roster
or
swaps.
platinum
And
or
Glitch Energy,
diamond
a team
or
that has been,
masters or
phenomenal.
Apex
They put
Predator.
themselves in a
If
position
you want to
make
be a
land.
super supporter,
Not a lot of
J-Miles,
people
you
would have
need to be
expected
spending
that coming into it.
$100 for
They don't
Apex
have a great
Predator.
start alongside NRG.
You're
Dark
only
Zero,
silver,
and the
J-Miles?
rest
Seriously?
Of our
I'm
20.
just playing. J-Miles, thank you so much, bro.
However, I do want to mention that for those teams that are not
Let's
performing
go.
now, there's a
I don't know
chance
why
for
the
them
Noti
to
didn't play,
continue
chat.
performing, especially off
Look,
the
you
back
see
of
my
some
level
great
1
individual
badge?
play. And just like in EMEA,
Watch when I
today
type,
in North
chat. It
America,
shows a level
you
1
as
badge.
a viewer, as a
Yo.
fan of the ALGS,
See
will
my
have a
level
chance
1
to
badge?
vote for your Monster
And then when you
Energy
get,
MVP.
then it goes
And
from
will be
level
decided
1
by
to
the end
level
of today's
100 and
broadcast.
then
So tweet us with a
200,
hashtag
300,
and the player's
and
name right
400,
after
and
it
then
you think should earn it, or
500
in the push
badge,
chat
and then
right
it
now.
goes
Go ahead,
to
type
a
it. We'll
Masters badge, I
tabulate
think,
all
and then
of
an
those and
Apex
make sure
Predator
that you
badge, I'm pretty
have,
sure.
your moment of whether this Monster Energy MVP
I don't know
is
why the
going to be
Noti
the one you
didn't
choose
show,
for,
though.
or if someone else steals the show. Game 1, it is just underway, just finished. Game 2 is about to get
Does it have-
underway.
I don't know.
I believe
Did you
we're
guys see it
going
on
to go
screen? I
to
didn't.
a
I had
quick
it covered.
break, but before we do, we have an interview that Mark set up talking a little bit about something that I know a lot of you are very, very keen on, and that's ranked in Season 17.
Oh. They're about to give us a ranked update?
Monster Energy, the
Let's hear
official
it.
energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Let's hear it.
It's time these worlds remembered the name August
There you go.
Brinkman. To me, allies.
Oh. This is just what we've already seen, I'm pretty sure,
This
huh?
is my favorite part. I hoped for more. Did you forget who I am? I will not fall today.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about the skins.
It's time these worlds remembered the name.
Oh, this is the new update they just put on their Twitter. I put this on my video
August
today, chat.
Brinkman.
And let's talk about some ranked updates, because this is something the community's been, clambering for quite a while. We want to see things changing. It sounds like there's going to be some more changes coming to ranked. Can you talk us through what those changes are going to look like?
So yeah, this season,
Here we
we're
go.
putting probably the biggest refactor to our ranked system since Ranked Reloaded. Most notably, we've completely rebuilt the matchmaker. So now we are going to be creating matches on a hidden MMR. And we've refactored the entire scoring system about climbing the ladder.
J-Miles with a $5. Thank you, Jay.
Points to kind of indicate
Noties don't
where
work,
you are
though.
in your progression of your climb.
Oh, there it goes. Noti works.
the
Thank you,
main-
Jay,
the
for the
main goal here is to kind
$5.
of, as often as possible, give
Texas speech
extremely
didn't work.
close
What the heck?
competitive matches for the duration of your climb. In addition, we are adding provisional matches for placements. So you will, when the season starts, your first 10 matches of ranked, you will see your placement start to calibrate a little bit, and then after your 10th match, you'll be dropped on your starting point for the season. We also are
Nothing new
removing
so far. We've
splits
already heard
for
all of
ranked.
this.
So the ranked season will start and run for the full duration of the entire season.
Oh, that sounds exciting. That's the reason to grind. I got to jump in. That sounds awesome. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, with the provisional matches, what it really does is it opens up. Trying to find a good time to start ranked was always like right at the season reset or right at that split reset, and that's everyone's like, you felt like if you missed that window, it felt like maybe it wasn't worth your time. But now that we've slowed it down and we've given provisional matches to find you a placement, you can kind of start to play ranked at any time, and it still feels rewarding.
Nice.
WD Black,
Pretty
the
big
official
W.
storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Okay. game number 1 in the books. We are moving on to game number 2. But can we talk about the frying that was getting put down by TSM, ending that in second with 13 KP?
Nothing nice
feeling pretty comfy with their 3 KP, taking that dub on Stormpoint.
I'm mad that my text-to-speech didn't work. Oh, you know why? I didn't select the voice
in this entire split
speak it in. That's why.
Which is kind of nutty and the best time to do it, I'd say, when you get into match point and you have to be able to win on both maps. FaZe putting themselves in the equation of saying, you know what? We can win on both, and maybe we can win this entire match day. I'd say both teams looking as good as Onset did in that interview. Good to hear about the rank changes as well. Very excited for any rank changes that are going to come and make games a bit more competitive, because I have seen games that have been a little bit one-sided, especially when Onset's involved, because, you know, he's... Oh, I was going to insult him, but he's actually quite good at the game, Vicky. Honestly, I have to try and give him some credit. He's the duo after all. But excited for game number 2.
It almost worries me like
so honest,
that he's going to retire,
I have to give you so much credit. You're so honest. I
almost feel like
you got to give Onset the credit, but how does he keep sneaking his way into these cool meetings
I worry that he's just going to pull up and say, guys,
you know what?
I'm not into it anymore.
Game number 2. We got to ask him later. I got to figure out what strings he's got to pull so that we can have a meeting like this, because I want to find out even more information. I'm so excited for the new season, but before we even get there, we got to look down at the action that's happening today in this NA regional final.
I'm just excited to see what happens in round 2 of Native versus CLG. Native take the first win, and CLG, even though they have been winning it in scrims, they go down in the first one. Stormcatcher is actually going to be a hotspot as well, so maybe some extra loot to fight over, and I wonder whether we're going to see the likes of 100 Thieves push over quickly to try and pick up the pieces of this contest.
All right, here we go, another contest chat.
And they're already on the high ground right now here too. Klain, incredibly low already. We also talk about CLG rocking the Mad Maggie, the Bloodhound, and the
CLG looks like they're winning this one a little bit more. The information that you have with Seer isn't
enough. I mean, you want to double dip, I guess, even with those Bloodhound changes that we saw in this season. CLG, though, did pick up the purple Evo off of Rip, so Nano is eating after this fight.
Certainly a composition that is ready for a contest, that's for sure, as CLG want to get involved. They have the shield advantage. But of course, we're going up against a Rampart. It's always going to be a little bit of an awkward one. And the longer this fight goes on, the more likely we are to see a third party, because the whole lobby knows this is happening. It's been talked about in scrims. It's been talked about and spoke about in leading up to this game, just in the pre-game chatter. But it looks like both teams backing off at the moment, and that will just allow for a potential third party to happen.
Interesting for these elongated fights, like you said. Mama landing those wingman shots, but the longer this fight goes, the more welcoming it is for these teams around the area to try to get involved in the third party. We'll have to start moving soon, in less than 30 seconds, into that next circle. Luckily for them, it's not too far away, but still, you can imagine like 100 Thieves trying to contest them by command center in the rotation. Mamba taking a nice cheeky angle with the PK, and even has that gold extended shotgun mag right here, rather the barrel to try to control us.
I think because the circle is going to be moving to the northwest, maybe these teams both get away with a lack of a third party, because I don't think anyone's going to really bother rotating down towards Stormcatcher before then moving across to the western side. So this should be an isolated fight. Some good damage now coming from CLG, and they're looking to take advantage of it.
I think Native's about to get
with the Wrecking Ball coming in here too, playing around the wall here. Shiny falling low, but Mambo with these
Native
angles.
lost it this time.
I love, I mean, we've all seen those hot nines, but the follow-up between the rest of CLG taking the different angle right underneath Mamba was fantastic to clean up what was left of Native here now. As we take a look at the side-by-side and where we're going to be moving, we are going to be expecting this 50-50 contention to continue here between CLG and Native, but with them now coming out on top and seeing where this next circle
and NRG are pretty close to each other.
Look how quick some of our squads are with their rotation. I'm talking about TSM, I'm talking about NRG already.
NRG and TSM are like right on top of each other.
It's also the fact that this contest happens.
Can we get a buddy dash?
Yeah, look, this is
someone close. Yeah,
they hear NRG right in front of them. I'm watching Hal right now.
We're going for the north pad building, I think.
They're shooting NRG. No, NRG, don't go down like this.
I don't know. I think we stay. They have cat. Stay inside. Watch our back. High point was behind us.
So bad for me.
Nothing on scan, so we're chilling.
I'm gonna be back. 22 points already for TSM. Remember, if you're new to watching match point format, it is 50 points that you require to get onto the match point threshold, and then after that, you have to win a game to win the regional finals here today. We have seen teams get onto match point in 2 or 3 games historically, but then it's about actually finding that victory afterwards, which is what sometimes eludes them.
All right, Ellie, she just left, but I'll tell her when she's back.
You can see us trying to go to potentially what happened in EMEA, going all the way to game number 9.
NRG
but you know what?
needs
all the
a good
Apex
game
all
here,
the way
man.
around. I love close competition out here. NRG wanting to
chat. So match point is 50 points. CSM's already almost halfway there.
Line here. 19 squads left after what we saw happen with Native Gaming. They're going to be taking their time on this replicator. It's nice to note, as you can see on the top left side, shout out to our prod, with the mobile respawn beacon making its way today, swapping over the weekly rotation. That's something to note, and a 3-time scope that you can see Guild rocking with one of my favorite weapons.
I feel like it would be too much. What?
Also, do you remember the bingo card that was put out
I feel like they should just make it
social
smaller.
media?
I feel like
I definitely realized that in the previous game I hit like
you don't
3
need
of them with a caster curse. I think I had some
smaller.
sort of stupid British comment as well that hit the bingo card. Shout out to the whole community, by the way, for being amazing on socials and just enjoying today's action. I think everyone comes together when match point format arrives, and the excitement around the community has been great to see on socials today. So it's amazing, and well, I think we could be set for an even better region here, as North America might just go even further. Who knows? We got 9 matches earlier in EMEA. We'll have to see whether NA can do the same.
Good to see you, man.
Man, don't forget to tweet at us too. Hashtag ALGS and talk about your favorite players, Frex. What, in the middle of the open while Phony's on the other side of the rock and Snipe Down is hugging the side of the building?
Oxygen finally making not bad decisions after last game.
They're literally getting
a knock on FaZe.
Actually,
Lanimals may have got that knock. I'm not sure.
He's still right though. As long as there's no quick push or a denial from the queue, it looks like should be okay. But Phonyhead's got good angles here. At least he was able to cover the area so that there wasn't going to be an easy push. And FaZe, after winning that previous game, want to make sure they find some consistency here so they can push closer to match point. Looks like they've been able to get out of dodge. They can reset. The rampart walls can go up, and now FaZe can just breathe after that initial knock. Always terrifying times when one of your teammates goes down, because you always assume there's going to be a team barreling towards you afterwards.
And I have to ask you here too, especially seeing the uprise of the Rampart. What are your thoughts here with these composition changes coming into play? I know we originally started seeing it a lot to try to deal with the Catalyst wall and in trying to stop the rotation with some of these teams, but it also allows a lot of these teams to bunker down where they feel comfortable. They feel like they don't have the best rotation in front of a lot of other squads.
I know there's some who don't really like the Rampart pick. For me, I like being able to generate extra cover when you are out in the open. I mean, back in the day, it was Gibby, but because Gibby kind of fell out of favor, mainly because of how countered he could be by the likes of Seer, and then Maggie came into the equation as well with a drill charge.
I think
that being able to create cover out of nowhere is very important, and that's why Newcastle can come into a really big factor here, and why Rampart can do similar things as well. Or you can just go and be Oxygen and have a Gibby anyway, and you can have a bubble available to you, and you can jump on a Trident and go across the map. Oxygen like to do Oxygen things, you know, and I'm here for it. I'm here for different legend selection. I'm here for people just picking what they think is going to be comfort picks for them. And I will say the diversity of legend selection in North America is wildly different to that of EMEA.
There's just things you just can't control.
About 12 legends being selected in this game alone. Yes, Exeter are kind of ruining those numbers by playing a Pathfinder, but you know what? Why not? Pathfinder's still good.
I think it makes the RNG a little bit less.
I love seeing it. I like seeing the change up there.
I would rather see Rampart meta than Seer Cat meta.
We have 2 Gibbies in the lobby, 2 Raids. Love seeing the mix-up, and I can only imagine what we're going to be expecting on World's Edge to make that swap after this game here.
Bro.
But first off, seeing where all the other
stuff is there for like Patreon, people that want to support like the expenses of the channel.
That northeast area, so many
Don't you
teams
ever feel
are
obligated
already
to do something like
through that choke point that we can
Appreciate
expect
you being here, bro.
teams like EA, Wildcards have to eventually get through to the right.
Shooby
the crack already with the R301. That's all it is. The 2-time scope entry with that light blue mag.
There are a lot of teams over towards checkpoint at the moment, and they are all going to have to move north, but I think they recognize how awkward it's going to be to move through those chokes over towards the trenches that I was speaking of at the start. So it might be about just trying to pick up some KP here in this second game.
Yeah, I'll turn it down.
Try and get yourself closer to that match point threshold. Wildcard didn't necessarily have the first game that was expected. Onset was telling us that in scrims,
what I was saying is I think
and finding victories at the same time.
I think that the RNG and Battle Royale is so much in general that I think players like Rampart help the RNG versus Seer Catalyst kind of stuff.
They don't necessarily know that it is going to be heading up towards those trenches, whereas other teams have the ring console info.
Wildcard in a fight right now with E8. E8's actually not looking too bad.
That's all yours. You could take that high ground real quick.
But they dropped.
Oh, looks like they're actually going to try to chase some.
Designful. What is this? Designful, what are you doing?
In the line of sight of his other teammates here. See,
what are you doing, Design? What are you doing?
Off angles to provide him some sort of cover fire. Forced it back away in time. So Rolling Thunder is called in from Wildcard, but I love how you highlighted this team.
NRG's in a fight right now?
I have my eyes on when it comes to the
Oh shoot, Glitch Energy's out, by the way, chat. TSM just took out Glitch Energy. NRG's fighting.
TSM versus NRG.
Oh no. NRG's about to get wiped by TSM, bro. Guild is already out. Oh no. Oh, we missed. Oh no, he got this one.
Another team is coming. I'm running into gas right now.
Oh shoot, bro. Oh, Sweet is not happy. Gosh, Sweet is not happy.
Yeah, I have one medkit as well. We need to hope these get all these legs were unlooted, so there's probably syringes I missed.
They can still do this though.
There's no syringes on this side.
Yeah, I have one medi. I'm looking for syringes right now. I just got another medkit.
I can probably go back down and loot that guy's
They're
body.
crafting in gas. They're crafting in gas.
That's not good.
I'll leave eventually.
That's tough to watch, man.
Yeah, I have no heals. I'm out of white heals, so I need some. I got 2 syringes and a medkit actually.
Okay, that's huge. I'm grabbing this syringes on the ground here.
Bro, they're talking so quiet compared to the casters. I feel like I have to keep switching this audio. Oh, that was probably why I had it pulled down.
Oh, they're just sitting on the roof right there. Walking in with gas. We can't do anything. We need to play this game out, duo. They're balculting. That's good.
All right, chat. When the casters come back, tell me if it's like a perfect ratio of my voice versus the caster's voice. I don't want us to be overlapping.
Let's go. Yep. Get a sear scan on something.
Oh, yo, Optics knocking TSM. NRG's going for the third.
Nice. This hard ape.
This is huge. They need this.
Hard ape, Nate. Play it off.
They're weak though. They got TSM.
Start healing. They're not gonna.
Does he have the medi? No, he's dead.
I was sitting behind the wall.
You were not behind the wall.
Oh, that was TSM that pushed us? Oh, they're just horrible. Oh, no. That was TSM that was in the gas stuff.
They were already underneath.
Oh, no, Nate, you should have sat inside, bro.
Oh, no. I was healing on the wall. I just had to heal because I...
No, Nate, you did swing.
The room.
Yeah, I know. I zip bounce and I hit him mid.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah, he shouldn't have done that, bro.
The Optic just licking their lips, watching the fight between TSM and NRG happen inside of that building. The timing and of course the charge rifle.
Are the casters too loud? Am I too loud?
These Valkyrie compositions. I'm pretty sure that was in the bingo card.
Is this better now?
Content coming out of that.
I think this might be better now.
Now Optic Gaming get to walk away with some extra KP in their pockets. Complexity on the other side. Not trying to get involved in that while holding this position here on the north side of that circle.
Oh, that circle is going to be an awkward one as well that you speak of. I mean, I can see it on my map overhead. XA are actually in one of the best positions for it right now. It's going to be going even further north. Half of it's going to be covered by the water. There is going to be a few bits of land that you can play.
All right, so a little bit of a... Is this perfect now? Like, I'm talking over the casters. How does this sound? Are they too loud? Am I too loud? Are we good to go?
For quite some time, and maybe pick up some big KP because of that as well. 16 squads left, not much room to play with when we do get to that circle, so it's going to be very tough for those who are currently outside of it. 100 Thieves are going to have to move from the eastern side, and they'll have to push their way through the likes of Sentinels, who are going to be watching from that nut. And then from the southern side, everyone's going to have to try and push through the likes of Complexity, who are already going to be there waiting as well. So, you know, this is an awkward one for anyone who hasn't found themselves in one of the priority positions.
And even the teams that have to take their time because they were getting a res, thinking about Furia when they got his Watson back in too. Do you try to rotate through the wall?
So TSM and NRG are both out now.
Then you are going to inevitably meet up with 100 Thieves and only have that.
Dang, I hate that for NRG, bro.
Wall building, those bunker
Nate should not have swung that. If he would have stayed inside and popped that med kit, I think he would have got it.
Different choke points that we're about to witness as Furia take to the skies right over the wall. They're about to be greeted by 3 to 4 different teams that are inside those same nut buildings that you were mentioning.
I'll have to see whether I can cast a cuss Furia as well when they get to a top 3. They've got incredible conversion rates, similar to what TSM have. In fact, Furia and TSM have been the 2 best teams when it comes to finding victories. But
Lanimal's getting some free KP on on Furia.
Now they're gonna have to fight 2 versus 3, or maybe 2 versus 7, because there's
oh my gosh, and a third party. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, right inside
DZ
of the
comes for the third party.
Zero that are playing outside.
This is ugly.
From Furia.
That's game.
Acting as a double-edged sword here, and they finally clean up that last member's Watson going
Yeah,
down.
and
Here they
DZ
get
too.
eliminated, but this is the risk that comes in when you go for these late rotates for circles like this. That's why, Dan, you were highlighting how tricky it's going to be for this next circle rotation for the squads that haven't been able to find their place into that next circle.
Yeah, it's just been do or die rotations, and sometimes that's what these circles can do to you, where they're a little bit more predictable. You are going to get far more teams who are rotating early to get into the priority positions. The team that's rotating a little bit later is going to be Optic Gaming. They had success doing it in the previous game, and as I alluded to in the first game, they are one of the best Storm Point teams that we have. And at the moment, they still just have to slowly work their way into this next zone. But they do have the rockets cover, but drop goes down because Dark 0-0 is going to be behind them.
Gosh, I hate this zone, bro.
Nemesis,
Looks like
man,
no
that
cover.
Makes your eyes water. Look how fast Zero shooting after already getting that gun shooting at its max range here too. E8 also in the middle trying to rotate on the other side. Designful trying to use this little hill to just LOS the other team here. Skittlecake's out here, so is dropped. They finally finish off Skittlecake. They're just trying to get Zach deeper inside by this rock so they can get some X right in front of them. Inside of that Zero are fighting and distracted.
So E8 back on their feet. But in a minute and 20, this is where things go from bad to worse for all of these teams. There's actually only one team that are within the next circle, and that's going to be XSET. They've poised themselves perfectly to try and take a victory in this game. They've called
Gosh, look at all these teams on top of each other, bro. E8 wildcard,
between
Oxygen.
two teams, and one of them being Oxygen, who are above them at the moment, but don't want to give away their position just yet, because if they do push out, they're going to be so vulnerable to the other team that was watching.
And they've been here for quite some time too. Hill falling low. Sunnox trying to take a different angle with the Mastiff before having to retreat all over again. But we talked about this team comp earlier before, and playing inside these buildings worked for them, but in less than 40 seconds, you're going to have to start moving soon while denying the opportunity for these squads to their south that they're trying to contest from rotating and getting ahead of them. Here is enemy has to be careful. A smoke grenade coming out from the Bangalore that's right outside their doors.
And a lot of these teams down here are going to realize that they have to go for KP.
Oh, Shuby's out.
Trying to find a victory is going to be unlikely. With
Look at
Lanimals. FaZe being one of them.
With the Sheila.
They did manage to get
taking down
knock
Snipe.
on one of the other squads. It's just about surviving at this point, trying to see if you can pick off the pieces of these squads that are going to be weak as they come out of these buildings, and maybe there's even an opportunity of getting a res as Oxygen having a little scrap with E8 here as the Mastiff hits
Synox. There you go. Oxygen finally turning up, taking down E8, got 2 knocks.
Especially if they can make land Oxygen Esports inside of the building. They're able to clear out the rest of what we see from E8 for right now. Just playing patiently. You hear fighting going on the outside too. This is going to be so chaotic. The circle is closing right behind Oxygen's back. If they can try to inch their way forward and get involved in this third party.
Do you think FaZe were able to get sniped down back up as well? They were, but not for very long, as now will be taken down as you can see Snipedown just trying to desperately stay alive as he's got such little health. As
LG getting some nice KP here. FaZe looks like they're going to be out. Optics out. E8's out. Jeez.
As well as Oxygen. And
Oxygen goes down.
To 9 squads, and it's not done
Dark
yet,
Zero takes out LG.
They'll be shredded by Dark
Everybody's
Zero.
dropping.
It's 8 squads, but it's going to be even less than that, Vicky, because
Dark Zero's out.
within this circle is just picking
Who's
up the
looking like they're
pieces.
going to win? Complexity looking nice. Top 6.
With all the squads that had to rotate outside.
Lanimal's getting a nice game here.
Now Complexity.
Lanimals needed this. If Albert Lely was going to make it to land, bro, they need it now.
Those teams
Complexity just got bodied by XSET. Oh my gosh.
As they get fully dove on here, Nocturnal finding some of these picks.
Complexity's done, bro. It's kind of crazy how, like, when you watch XSET child teams, it's kind of crazy how, like, much they look like they're really better than, like, almost everybody. I don't know if it's how they just challenge teams together or if they're gun skill or what, but like when they challenge teams, XSET just feels like they always have the advantage.
Side, whereas 3 of the other teams are on the
I
eastern
love that
side,
they're
and then
rocking
they've got
Pathfinder.
Lanimals just below them on that southern side. So at least XSET are away from the majority.
Take a look at this. Meat Lovers on the left side, not looking good. Getting chowed by Sentinels. 100 Thieves is just third partying.
100 Thieves, they're doing some damage.
Meat Lovers are struggling,
you can't
man.
push your advantage here. There's too many teams in that nut.
Yo, what's up, Nocturnal? How does your name look familiar?
You're gonna find RKN. C-State not
You play ALGS?
on here too.
Or YouTube or something?
Up what is left. Lanimals having a great game. 7 KP.
No, not that Nocturne.
Alberlady's going crazy on
Nocturne
this game,
Owl.
putting down that dome, tossing out the thermite, controlling
Nocturne
some of that extra
Owl.
space. We also saw earlier that Sentinels was still able to get their third back up with RKN.
Top 5 for Lanimals. Good stuff.
Playing around the
Sentinels. See, Keon's out.
Is able to also get the shields off just in case. But a huge fight coming out on top for Lanimals, but it's not over yet with 100 Thieves right next to them.
Well, I
Xset is in such a good spot.
This is going to be an Xset win. There's no way they throw this away.
Yeah, this is definitely an Xset win. They've got Nocturne on the Rampart. They've got Zone. Oh my gosh, bro. It's over.
The Dark Veil there, you can just spray on through. As soon as you get the tick damage, as soon as you get that hit marker, things are going to be so difficult for any team that's trying to make that rotation. As now Xset will start to shred through. Lanimals go down.
This is done.
It's 100 Thieves. Let's see who wins this one.
Xset has got this game in the bag. Oh my.
Puts the Sheila down just for real quick because he has the Nemesis out. Puts down another deployable barrier here.
What is this zone, bro? Just in a wide open, no cover at all. That's game. Easy win for Xset.
They're at a number disadvantage. Xset's going to try to fully send it, and they take game number 2 here on Storm Point.
I was that confident Xset were going to win. I almost said I would shave my head. That's something I did once, and I got it wrong.
I thought you were, okay.
I'd never do it again. But honestly,
I thought you were. Your name looked familiar.
No way Xset were going to be able to throw that one away.
Look
They
you
had
up.
that position
Nocturne
for
Owl.
so long. They predicted that zone so well, and they fought for it, and they showed why. They are
60K
one of the, if
subs.
not the most dominant team in this
Also,
region, and at the moment, probably the world as well.
That boy
Vicky,
gets some
incredible performance from them.
viewers on them streams.
Number 1 for a reason. They're our most consistent squad for a reason. I know Hotsick is eating in the back. Nocturnal just having the time of his life with that Sheila. He picked up like 5 KP there and cleaned up the rest at the very end there too. Even with the Nemesis.
Bro,
But man,
I need my wife to come back with a drink. I need a drink.
On board after having a great game number 2 to their name with what 7 KP there too.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, a Sheila coming out at the end, that must feel good
Chat,
for anyone holding it.
I think Rampart needs to be
action is Rain Day. Evan, what do you think of that game?
Permanent meta. Rain Day, we can't hear you, brother.
Talking about Xset,
there he goes.
But they've still got a lot to prove for me. Great call, Dan, and of course, Vicky. I want to keep you, Vicky, and talk a little bit about this. Dan, take a break.
Yeah,
because
for real.
this is one of those moments where you do start to see maybe the game and the lobby tilt a little bit. This is 2 times now Xset has been in the final 3 or 4. So with winning this game and with doing it with a Pathfinder,
Tower.
I want to know if this feels like they're taking it. I wouldn't say easy. I don't think any of these guys take it easy, but they're giving themselves.
Yeah, Valk's gonna need something. That doesn't seem fair.
Learn something, right? And or is this just how good Xset are, and are they kind of like Alliance, to where they might bring out a Newcastle, they might bring out a Nash, they might bring out a Rampart.
Pre-plan it or just
they
something,
still
bro,
are probably
but
going
it's
to
just
be
ridiculous.
a top 3 team that might win the match.
Just adding
I
more
think they're
stuff
enjoying
to
themselves while
do what
also
she
trying to
does,
play for
just better.
positioning because they predict end circles amazingly. You can hear it in their comms too. They have so much synergy. This team has been together for literally forever in my mind. And with them settling for 35 points after just the first 2 games, Rain.
Yeah.
You need 50 points to be sitting at match point, and they're looking to take the entire lobby home already. Even if they're having fun, this is a team that you could definitely expect to be looking for that dub for the regional final today, even if they're already in first.
Averaging 17.5 points a game so far. If they did the same thing again, just playing to their averages, they would be at 52 or so points in game 3, meaning they would be on match point. But look at this Sheila. One of the benefits of Sheila, why has this character come out? Well, partially it's because of the passive Sheila has to destroy piercing spikes and destroy barricaded walls that counters Catalyst. But part of it is just the damage and the spray and pray, the ability to not waste ammo, the ability to have this kind of very wide open range to do this. And Vicky, they're just shooting.
That Sheila was impressive, bro. Like, that is so good. Gives you a guaranteed win right there against 100 Thieves.
Man, Nocturnal having so much fun. Saying, go get
Chat, you know what I would say about 100 Thieves? I called for there to be a roster change at the beginning of the season, or the split for them. And yes, they're doing good. Like, second place, great performance. But I'm gonna say something that I know people probably disagree with me, and a lot of you might disagree with me. That's fine. I'm gonna say it anyways.
And I do. Like
I think
this.
100
I
Thieves
like to see 100 Thieves getting in the mix. This is a team
will
that
not
kind of been
like.
in and out. I think they've had a nice resurgence.
They're not a team that like strikes me as someone who will win. They'll just keep getting top 5. Like they're consistent, and that's great. But they're top 5, top 7 team. They don't ever like hardly win. I feel like
that turns into maybe a
I feel like they're just gonna be stuck like that without having a. And here's why I think. When you don't have a controller player on your team, you're going to lose most fights up close in the end game. So it's really hard to win a game. And that's why I think that happens consistently. And that's why I think 100 Thieves don't win end games very often. Like they're consistent in their placings, but winning a match, obviously with match point format, you have to be able to win. And I feel like without a fragger on their team, without a controller player fragger, it's just hard.
Make it to land. I mean, it's in their name out here.
They need a controller player, in my opinion.
So much work with that Rampart introduced into this lineup originally.
You are what you think, you know. I think there's a level of focus that just having the name
TSM only got
does
2
kind of orient yourself
2 points,
focusing on getting to the big show. These teams here, nothing to worry about for FaZe and Optic. They had a good game 1, couple of points in game 2. They'll be looking to bounce back.
No, TSM normally does it like Edge, which is TSM either has a slow start and a huge night like towards the end, or a really good start and a horrible rest of the night.
Win that one with CLG this time around, and CLG, they only have 3 kills to show for it. Here is how it looks after 2. Xset, TSM, FaZe, Lanimals, and 100 Thieves rounding out your top 5. E8 notably in that V2 position, Vicky, which is where you have an 18th place team having an opportunity.
Yeah, Mark, I thought 100 Thieves was going to make a roster change after Split 1 playoffs, honestly.
And that would change everything.
And I will say I was wrong. Like I doubted him, saying like, oh, I think this team's done. But they are consistently good. And I think it's because they normally play. Their play style's always been different. Like, you know, we saw them in champs and what, you know, rocking the Newcastle meta. They play really slow. They get early positioning, and they're really good at that. Like 100 Thieves is super talented.
And after those first 2 games, Rain, I'm excited to see how World's Edge is going to change things up in terms of how
I just feel like whenever I watch, I never see, and to be fair, like, you know, I'm pretty busy. I don't watch as much as I should. I watch the big matches, and I'm trying to watch more and become more educated on it so that I don't talk like an idiot like I always do. But I just feel like I never see 100 Thieves win. Like I see them top 3 all the time, winning, you know, winning the night or something, but I don't see them consistently like roll up on a squad and just assert their dominance like Xset does. What was this trailer, by the way, chat? Why were we watching like some Olympics acrobats? Like, what was that?
I feel like the trailers have been kind of like going in a weird direction.
They have been very weird. ALGS trivia. Prior to today's match day, how many kills did Frexes have in the Split 2 regular season? Frexes had 44 kills in the regular season. 37. Dang, I was wrong. Dang, that's prior to today. How many assisted Skittle Cakes have in the Split 2 regular season? Has to be a high number. I'm gonna go 83 because you figure his 2 teammates kills combined, more than likely got to be 83. 55, bro. Effect had like 113 kills or something. In the stat they showed earlier. Is Effect just that good in the European scene? Prior today, how many assisted Sykes have in the regular 2 season? 54, man. Somebody's got to have more. Jeez, what's up with all these low numbers? 36. How did Effect have 113 kills for Split 2? Unless they did that graph wrong.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for us to head into map number 3.
Effect has like more kills than all these guys combined.
Dan has a smile on his face because he's excited because we're changing over to World's Edge now. And you've got a cheeky look about you. I said I was feeling a little bit mischievous, but you're looking a little bit cheeky. Like, what's happening? What's going on?
It's just a normal smile. It's also because we had, we had the trivia on the screen and you didn't go with your gut feeling. It meant you got it wrong. And,
yes,
sometimes it just makes me have a little bit of a giggle. But yeah, we move over to World's Edge, which means we have teams who are a little bit better on this map, or teams that maybe are picking up big points totals on World's Edge as well. So we'll have to see who is going to be able to do that and whether it's going to be some of our favorites.
I think you will see more Rampart, honestly.
Let's see where the teams are going to be dropping, or where we certainly expect them to be dropping here on World's Edge. Dan, talk us through some of the POIs and some of the stats that you've got.
Here we go, chat. World's Edge.
It's similar to Stormpoint in that actually World's Edge has been dominated by the northern side here in North America. It's been pretty even across the majority of other
regions,
watching
World's Edge more than
Stormpoint.
Noticed
a big struggle on the southern side. Mainly SkyWest Trials has been one of the biggest locations to be landing.
Sleeper for me.
Climatizer has had the highest win
the
rate
infamous
as well. We are going to have another
contest here, Native and CLG again.
At Harvester. However, Harvester has only got a
those were assists,
7.4% win
not
rate
actual
across
kills.
this region.
Yeah, I know, but assist.
Overlook, we've not seen
you would figure assist is more likely to be both of your teammates' kills combined.
That has an
give or take.
1% win rate.
Like your assist should be higher than your kills. I would assume.
Of that. But really, it's about Skyhook. It's been Skyhook.
Is it not right to assume that assist is more likely to be higher than your kills?
Teams in this region.
I feel like rank,
down towards Fragment West with a
like
really
Apex ranks, I feel like you would definitely have more assist than kills.
Zone. And you can see now we move over to
the
exactly. Western side. Meat Lovers at Countdown. We've not seen a win from Countdown yet, and we need to see something from Meat Lovers today if they are going to find themselves in LAN and with the chance to compete with the biggest and the best. But now this is where the action happens. Xset, 100 Thieves, Skyhook.
Any bets on who's winning the contest this time?
All the wins happening on set, and I'm not really surprised.
Gotta be
anywhere
CLG.
that Xset's dropping, they've been finding the W's.
I was like, hey, what a surprise. The team who's doing the best is where our most wins are coming from on the POIs. But, Trials...
The other guys will have more assists and less kills.
It's such a tough zone to fight your way into, especially the Trials one.
True, yeah. So your top fragger will have less assists.
So
your bottom fraggers will have more assists.
That performance, obviously winning on Stormpoint in our previous game. And I'm interested to see
team-wise,
what's happening at the other end of the standings right now. The teams who we're looking at
what's up,
some of our bubble teams coming into today. We're probably thinking we need to perform well to qualify. Well, one of them, NRG, at the moment, quite simply has had 2 games to forget. They have not put the points on the board they're going to need if they want to go to LAN, which is crazy to say with a team like NRG and the history they do have. Some of the other teams we were looking at, Meat Lovers, they're a danger team coming into today. They've had a couple of good games, well, at least one good game so far. WCLG, still not that pop-off performance, but Lanimals, that last game might be one they look back at as a momentum builder for them, Dan. They could be that team who sneaks one of those spots away if they continue with that form.
Yeah, even though we've only had 2 games, of course, and as it stands, it's still very important because as we get closer to match point, we'll know the teams who are there or thereabouts. But for now, it's still the maps.
Yeah, CLG dominating Native in the contest again, bro.
And of course, it's the contest.
Native is just throwing by continuously trying.
The first pop.
Well, this is going to happen every game, by the way, everybody. There's no backing down from this. We are also seeing, in my opinion, definitely comps being built for contests because, with all due respect to CLG, Revenant has not been prevalent, but Revenant to silence people in a contest is a pretty good thing to have on your side. So, for now, CLG looking to continue what has been a little bit of a stomp for them over
This is kind of weird for Native. I don't know why they're doing this.
Historically, anyway.
Like, why don't they just give it up?
And won the last one on Stormpoint as well, so... For now, it's looking like Native are going to give this one up, run away. And, I mean, it's...
If I was CLG, I'd banner camp that, bro. Assert your dominance.
We had a similar situation with Ascend and Bitfix Gaming in the EMEA region. We've known about it for the entirety of the ALGS. If you are contested, the likelihood of you succeeding goes down statistically tenfold. You are not going to have the same sort of looting scenario. You're not going to have the same.
But I realized too, chat, affects 113 kill thing they're talking about. I'm pretty sure that included the regional finals today, and you got to figure EMEA went 9 games.
So it's going to be a tough
watch. But that was a lot of extra games that he had. So that, I guess it kind of makes sense.
Making Native retreat very quickly certainly gives them the opportunity, but then you look at their composition. It's not really built for the rest of the game. It's been built so heavily around the contest that are they going to be able to find success as the game goes on?
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure, and we'll have to keep our eyes on it because, trust me, we will see it again. We will see it at least, I'd say at least twice more. Someone might get to match point and kind of put both teams out of their misery a little bit. But for now, CLG stand tallest, and they're going to be able to craft and make sure that they're going to leave with the majority of that loot. Looking at the zone, though, on the right-hand side, that's what we should be talking about.
But yeah, very
like
impressive.
Moving to the north
I hate he didn't get to play at LAN.
Probably around the Beacon House. So for Sentinels, who have already made their way.
I'm glad he's going to be able to go this time, though.
Around that zone, 100 Thieves just trying to beat them to the priority position.
I'm glad Firebeaver's going to go to in Aurora.
This is a really good zone for them as well. Not only can they get into a position to control the high ground over at Epicenter, so the teams leaving Fragment are going to have a problem, but they can also rotate in late and maybe take that big rock, which kind of overlooks the train stop and all of those teams who are fighting.
Unless any of the teams that are rotating early fight against one another,
Jelly, that makes sense now.
6 teams that can already move into one of the priority positions should be fine until we get to like the last 10, depending on if teams drop them. Of course, the main action is going to happen on the surrounding edge teams who aren't going to be able to make the early rotations, that will have to take a fight in some of the chokeholds that are going to happen.
Who do you think is not going to qualify?
And then snowball into a position.
I don't think that Oxygen's going to make it.
These circles, but it's not going to be an easy one.
I don't think Complexity is going to make it. I'm pretty sure if I wrote down my list, I put Complexity would not make it.
Found the success this season in this region.
Let me verify that I'm not lying.
Decision from Dark Zero here. They did have some pretty good
I did not put Complexity. I did not predict Complexity to qualify.
And make sure they're looted for some fighting a little bit later on in the game. They've already spotted out a team which is going to be on the triple stack building, kind of overlooking where the zone is going to be pulling. That's going to be Oxygen, who find themselves up there, but Glitch Energy and 100 Thieves have introduced themselves in the least polite way possible.
Dark Zero taking down Lanimals.
Hold them out here as well, and it's not
I'm a little worried about NRG as well,
because they're going to be on the northern tip of these train tracks, where you imagine the circle is going to pull on the southern side of the train tracks, where it kind of finishes and you get the carts that are going to be there waiting next to the big old rock that waits in the middle of the map. So if Glitch can just hold this team out and can dominate this northern side, then they might be in a decent spot to try and take the game, or at least get to the latter stages of it.
Aiden Destroyer communicates to his teammates that they have a charge rifle.
When that happens in our games and I communicate that to you, that means we're running at them, that's for sure.
Crossover.
That is my rule. If you use a charge rifle in ranked, by the way, then expect to get out. That's what I'm saying.
Our last one,
damage, though, from
like, doing horrible, but has a great click-through rate. I wonder if it's because our last 2 videos before that had been horrible too.
Suppressing everything, but the Dark Veil will go down.
Wow. Kind of slowed us down a little bit.
For now, but 100 Thieves doing a good job at getting poke damage. But
we're gonna have to hit like multiple bangers in a row to get back.
They've committed to this fight. They don't have the Dark Veil now, Glitch Energy, to play around
like,
a
it's
little bit
10 out of 10, but it's got great. It's got a 25% click-through rate, which is huge.
I mean, that's a lot of respect being shown to drop the Dark Veil.
Be like that sometimes.
And say, all right, we recognize how much
Could
of a
be
threat
too, because people are watching
here, and we need to use our ultimate just to get out, because now they may not have that ultimate if they are forced out of the train tracks early, but 100 Thieves say, look, there's no point taking
match 3 pick rate,
other way around.
80% seer.
Speaking of going round, TSM making their rotation, they'll be taking the balloon. Very excited for the portable balloon.
I hate
that we're
seer.
Gonna get. The evac tower is going to be added to the game.
I just don't think seer is healthy for the game. I don't think seer or catalyst are very healthy for the game. Actually, catalyst isn't bad. It's catalyst plus seer.
Let's be real, but TSM, they're trying to chase down Lanimals at the moment. They did get a momentary
well, no, I don't think he's not balanced. I think it's just that, like, the whole idea of having information like that, it's just a weird ability. Oh, how just one clip blew. Holy schmoly. Say goodbye to Lanimals. Lanimals is out. TSM will take that free KP.
And now TSM can just look to slowly walk their way into the
Al
circle,
just absolutely beamed him.
the majority of the north and east side.
How'd you get muted in the ALGS chat?
South and made their rotations, but the trouble is with TSM is getting into the circle afterwards. It is so full of teams right now. Wherever you land, if you are going to land, presumably you're going to be taking a Valkyrie ultimate, you're just going to be deleted out of the sky, similar to what happened in Game 2 for TSM. So they might have to try and brute force their way in. By the way, round 2, Glitch Energy again. Having a little look at this one.
Yeah.
Good damage. FaZe have been eliminated in all of the carnage that has just ensued in the last few minutes as well. So Glitch Energy still holding out.
Oh my gosh, chat. Glitch Energy is in dead last right now, man. That's not good. Hey, Glitch is not guaranteed to get in. They have not locked themselves in. They are close to locking themselves in, but they don't need to let up now.
So XA got some choices to make here. Fun this time. Pathfinder put away, put back in his box, and it's going to be
Sneaky. I appreciate you doing that, but yeah, they will definitely ban you for trying to self-promote.
Find a victory in
which, I mean, in this case,
today.
promote for me, but
plays his part in the meta as
appreciate
well.
your thoughts.
Such a frustrating legend to play against, just with the amount of grenades he can carry and then bombarding you with.
Yo, what's up, Big Daddy Josh? How you doing, bro? You're not gonna believe this.
Still holding this spot, and I'm adamant that it is a good spot to be holding for now, as long as they don't give up that space. But it looks like with how they've been positioning
I don't really
themselves,
like Pringles, actually.
All of the teams at bay.
Yeah, I actually don't like Pringles.
Slightly move west.
What's your favorite chip?
But it's still going to be around
my favorite
southern
chip
side of the train tracks that we were talking about previously.
Honestly,
we'll exit, make the skyward dive, and we'll be able to land on the drill tower here. And it's Glitch Energy, I think, who are in front of them still. Excuse me.
Probably.
Glitch Energy. And there, it's fun trying to use Fuse's
Either sour cream and onion Lay's chips or like cheddar jalapeno Cheetos, and also like the sweet spicy chili Doritos.
Don't have to panic about the next move for too much longer. TSM, who's Valcor,
those are top 3.
Sideways. Last time we saw them taking it, might find themselves in a similar situation.
Oh no, Biggie! No! Biggie's about to go down, but they'll res him. Oh! That was so close. I mean, they would have got rezzed anyway. It's not a big deal, but still. Never know. They might be able to ate real quick. Oh, actually, I don't know if he would have got res. Furia could have ate that super quick, and especially having Seer, they could have canceled the res.
Get involved later, but wow, what 18 squads left?
With all due respect, I can't see Vin Diesel playing Verholst.
That was actually huge.
I definitely can. Have you seen Verholst is a specimen of a man, one of the greatest. Too much what? Too much hair? What are you gonna say? I mean, certainly Vin Diesel could put a wig on, but Furia having to take this fight, but may have to back off slightly, especially with the ultimate coming down. It's an interesting circle because if you haven't found yourself in one of those train track positions, then you are just going to be fighting on edge.
Bro, I'm telling you, they need to chill. You don't want to mess with Hal. Hal's got the beam machine.
The more likely TSM are going to be in the position to succeed in this fight because Furia have to force their way towards them. They have to walk forward.
Bro, it never struck me how much of a like god tier duo Biggie and Hal are until I started watching more.
So let's jump into the comms now with Fury.
Like I just always thought Biggie was just unbelievably like the only fragger on the team. Like I knew Hal was good, but I hadn't watched ALGS in a while. When I started watching it, I realized, holy crap, Hal's good too. They're actually crazy together. All right, listen in with Furia.
He's fine.
They might drop on that. Especially since like Slime originally gave Hal the idea of having him as sub.
Oh, okay.
Sub. That was just wild.
Well, I mean, just a team doing something they've
NRG Sweet goes down, bro.
With the Valkyrie.
What's going on with NRG?
All you gotta do is
they got his banner though.
Peeking the middle of the fucking open. They're walking back. Bro, next
doing bad.
Yeah, TSM's out.
Keep playing duo.
He's gonna rage. Oh my god.
Bro, when you see someone peeking me and shooting, I know you're at the wall and you're playing the wall.
Oh, yo.
You know, do something.
Oh, Sweet is disciplining his children.
They're getting sprayed in the side too. You see the corner directly in front of you.
Sweet is like.
That is the safest spot for you guys to play.
Sweet is just. Oh man.
Yep, right around here.
I know you think. Yo, Sweet is their literal father, bro. But you've got to do something.
You guys should probably Valcode and play the
I like how casually Sweet will just like be so serious.
I wouldn't.
Obviously, if you don't know esports, you will listen to Sweet and think he just comes off as the most rude person ever. But like, obviously, you know, this is the way IGLs have to talk. But
okay, well, you understand what I mean by the tower spot. Like the back tower of
bro is.
That's definitely the case for me. I first like saw clips of him and I was like,
homie is just.
You need to run Nate and Rat.
Oh my gosh.
Gil, try to run with them. Just go down to the pills. Yep, you're fine. You're fine. Oh my god, don't jump. Man. Just don't jump next time. He couldn't see it. You can probably res him down there though. Okay.
Don't jump next time, bro.
Unless someone else is playing Mad Maggie there. Maggie just died.
He's running me. Don't res me. They're coming down the third.
Yeah, don't come. You need to go plug me though over here, and we're gonna double duo Valkyrie build. Okay. That guy couldn't even see you, bro.
Just listening to this Sweet.
Just getting absolutely gunned down by a guy, and I'm in the middle of the open.
Yo.
Wait, Furia died.
All right, chat. Back to play Apex. We'll check back on NRG in a little bit.
Zero, but
oh my gosh.
They saw an opportunity. They saw
Poor
an
Sweet.
ability to be able to take some free
Chat,
kills.
I'm gonna tell you
here.
right now.
Teams
Yeah,
that
yo,
follow
you
them,
should clip
charge
that
rifle,
for
of
sure
course,
and
doing the
say,
damage from a distance.
like Sweet.
And it has been such a prevalent weapon in these
Sweet
lobbies
gets so
and
salty with his
important,
teammates or
especially with
something.
the amount of Valkyrie ultimates that come through. Again, TSM died because they got charge rifled out of the sky, I think.
Perfect intro.
Oh, that's NRG's. Oh, true.
From a dropship.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, one thing I've been critical of them when they went through a
Ah,
little
dang.
slump
Yeah,
form,
never mind.
Scurry should be able to just about get away here, was when they were very against taking a calculated risk.
Was
They
Sweet
always
not
seem to
streaming?
play the safer side of caution a lot of the times, and that's a good sign for me to see them pushing.
No,
the
no,
advantage.
Jelly.
They
No, no,
have
no.
picked
That's
up
not what I
some
meant.
KP,
I
and
didn't
now they're
mean
gonna take to
win
the sky.
fights. Of course they win fights. They wouldn't be consistent. I'm saying win matches. Like when it gets to end game and actually like for match point sake.
The zone is closing behind them in
No,
just
they
a few
definitely win
moments' time.
fights
They
for
know they're
sure.
gonna try and
Absolutely.
overtake some teams, and
I'm
if they
talking
can
about
land
like
safe
end
on this
games, like
rock,
clutch
then
up
they
the
might
actual
be
game.
devoted this end game, but on
100 deep.
strikes
Yeah.
off.
On move. On move. What was that?
Be able to survive as well. The dark
What
veil
was
will
that?
come down just to give them a little bit of LOS covering, so they can just start to bat up. But it's going to be Sentinels who are on the other side of it. Now we see the exhibit come down just as a defensive mechanism, but it looks like 100 Thieves. They're going to fall. The grenades come out, and their day is done on this map for now. But we'll have to see whether they can do some more damage a little bit later.
You just
on.
get
Drug free
focused.
down to just 2. 14
Especially
squads
late
remaining
game.
right now. Complexity taking on Dark Zero as well. We're seeing
Oh,
teams all
Hack.
over the place.
Oh my gosh. Hack with a two-piece.
Disintegrate Dark Zero, turning them into death boxes as quick as you like. Drug free as a duo. Take down Dark Zero. Denial from Sentinels, by the way.
If you're on the team stream live and you hear something, can you clip it?
Well, CLG feeling the bad end of that. Care package weapon is now.
Dang, so I should have just clipped it when I heard it.
All of a sudden, start picking up KP as a duo.
That sucks. I should have done
All
that.
right, calm it down. You don't have to take down the
Dang,
whole
I
lobby
should have
as a
clipped it
duo.
when I
At
heard
least
it
get
then.
Sorcerer back on his feet. 11 squads remaining. And one of those squads,
I mean,
will
we could
say,
go
as
back
we're
in a
on match
stream.
point watch, remember, Exit, they're on 37 at the moment.
But you
and
heard
they
me
are
react.
still
You heard me
alive. So if they
reacting to
start
it though.
teeter towards the top 3
You go
here,
back in the stream and just
there is
zoom
a
into it
likelihood
and
that
just
Exit could be
listen to
on
my
match point
voice.
after just 3 matches. But they are on the northern tip right now. It's not going to be the
Bell, I
easiest
personally
move
like
down
Sweet.
to the
I
southern
think
side
Sweet's a
where the
good
circle's
idea.
starting to pull a little bit.
Like I
within the
know he
circle we
speaks in like
find
a
ourselves in.
weird tone
Sentinels
sometimes. It
looking to
sounds
maybe
rude,
try
but
and pick
I don't
up
think he's
some extra
talking down
pieces
to
here,
them
a little bit of
now.
extra KP as well.
I think he's a good leader.
Some really nice shots here. RKN has gone down though, and it's Complexity who move up on that.
I just think Sweet needs to like sit down with himself and ask, like, do you even want to play this game? Because he just looks like he hates Apex. Like, it just seems like his heart's not even in this game, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him honestly. But I hope that the new changes. I hope that with the new changes, and I hope it actually all gets better, and that he'll like really be motivated. It just seems like he doesn't have motivation right now.
And if they can take this God Rock, then Complexity could be in
Yeah,
position
true.
to maybe rain down some problems for everybody else in the surrounding area.
On the other side, by the way, Exit are taking a fight against LG, and if Exit were to win it, it could put them in a position to get onto match point, because not only would they get extra KP, they'd then be in a spot to try and move down. Here's the fight I was talking about. Exit have been held out by LG for quite some time, but Luminosity are
Glitch
very
Energy's
much
out. I didn't even see him go down.
here.
Bro, Glitch has got to
Rampart
tighten
also
up. Like, I know they're next in line to lock their spot in. They're like 5th place right now, but they cannot slack up in these games, bro. They're not doing good.
Make their way towards match point, and we've got the opportunity now to jump into a listening with Exit.
Soccer Glitch has not been doing too hot, but I think they still might qualify for LAN because they did really good in their other games the other day.
Okay, I'm coming.
See, look at the way Energy's out, by the way, chat.
I'm looking for more kills. I'm putting a nade through the window. I'm looking east. No side team.
We gotta listen in with Exit here.
I don't have it. Don't have any. I'm looking to kill this team over here. No ticks. I'm ticking purple, blue, and okay. Purple, blue, and gold. Yep. I'm drilling.
Hey, they're not doing much. I want to see if
There's a team. There's a
NRG's. Oh no, they can't. They canceled their stream.
team to your east, Brendan, on the tracks.
Okay, yep. This team has to run out on us.
One ping here. Yep. Over there. Sykes, you need to watch with him. Watch with him, Brendan. Watch with him. Just watch with him.
Which side do you think they're gonna run out of? Garage or this side?
It's probably garage.
You know, I'm surprised Native is still in this. They're actually getting kills too.
I'm holding 10%.
We need to watch both though.
I need energy ammo.
They're gonna do it any second. So
Wait a second. They have to come out. They're so screwed.
Brendan, how much you have?
Is this LG in here?
Can someone play on me in case I jump out?
Okay, I'm coming. Fuck it.
Well, they missed that one.
Okay. I'm just gonna ball immediately.
I like how fun is continuing.
Well, it's gonna stun both of us too.
Then play back. Play back. They're dropping. They're going right.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. Luminosity pushes out. They burned him too. XS about to punish him here.
I'm batting.
Rampart dead. Bowling.
There's one.
I'm good.
Kill Val.
Play on me.
You're good on me as well. Good on me as well.
I'm safe for here.
Oh, wait a second. The third party comes in from E8.
Crack.
XS might not be looking too good.
You gotta punch me in.
I hate these little knockdown shield fights, bro. They're so cringe. They got the KP at least. Round 5's coming in. You got to res now.
I have gold knock.
Doesn't matter. I'm going for an armor swap.
Oh, they missed the gold knock res.
Got it.
Oh, he got the armor swap though.
Yep, we have to push this. Yep.
Wait, no, go south.
No make it. Safe for me.
No, right here, on here.
Okay.
Even safer.
I'm signing to it.
Moving. I'm popping surges.
Underneath.
Yeah,
I dodge scan. Be careful this angle.
Oh, careful.
Knock just beamed him.
Punch in the back.
Yep.
That Nemesis is too good.
Watch west from me. Turn around. Look up.
Gold res.
We're good.
Got him.
Got an armor swap.
Native, what were you doing?
Watch your west.
Watch the burn hits. I'm queuing this corner.
I'm drilling this. We have to kill
I need to bat.
Oxygen's out as well. Wild card still in it.
Okay.
Swing right with me. Come to me.
Okay. Come.
Never mind. Back up. No one. They backed up.
Bro, how is XSET still alive?
I need energy ammo.
They have not been phased by like any challenge here.
No shield.
And they're beaming kids.
Peeking left. All peeking left.
Another. Okay.
Mad Maggie and
Drop low.
They're just 100 in the knockdown. Right here, full killing. Kill a guy. Nice.
They're pub stomping, bro.
Look up top.
XSET's been third partied by every team and they're still pub stomping.
Well, what a listening that was. XSET have been mowing through the lobby here. 3 squads remaining. Complexity 4 and XSET from a horrible looking position have made it work.
And they made it work onto match point as well. They hit the 50
actually so
mark,
good.
and
It's
that is
unbelievable.
incredible. After 3 matches, we will have a squad.
I don't even
who can
like
maybe
XSET,
try and do what Fnatic
but they're good.
did just a
They are
couple
so
of days
good.
ago and do it in 4. But now it's just trying to carry on this warpath. Can they win this game and go back to back and show us what they're made of? And
I don't
why
hate
they are the
them.
best
I
team
just
in the
like
region right now.
I hate team. I never like teams that are so dominant. Like I always want to root for like an underdog to some degree.
Because of the LOSs that have been denied on the other teams around them.
So when teams start doing consistently way too good, I'm like, eh.
But you just feel like
I don't like you anymore.
to command the space that they need here.
That's why I like TSM, because they almost didn't qualify. Now they're looking like they might qualify. Like it's been like a little weird story, so I like it.
But now you've got the intersecting walls, so both teams are going to buy some time at least.
I mean, those walls are just perfect though for XSET because
Wildcard's doing good right here. I mean, they might die and lose a game, but like a third place finish for them, they needed a game like this. They're on the brink of not qualifying either, and XSET just stomping them, man.
Now can start to look at taking the fight against E8.
Chubi's got no chance here, I don't think. This should be an easy. And I'm gonna say if E8 wins this, I will be thoroughly surprised. But this is what I'm talking about. 100 Thieves don't have this ice like XSET has. XSET's just gonna win this, and I don't even need to question it. Like I almost just 1000% just know. XSET's just better.
Tunnel goes in. There's the riot drill. It's all about KP. It's all about the W, and XSET will pick it up here.
What?
I mean, anybody could have predicted that with the position, but still, you get what I'm saying, bro.
Right from the push to the
XSET is just, they're just him.
Taking down LG, staying alive, getting the reses, getting the shield swaps, then pushing.
Dang, I wish I would have clipped that NRG stuff, bro.
People need to watch that back over and over. If you are, it doesn't matter if you are a casual gamer, you want to be a competitive gamer, or even if you are one of the teams in this lobby with this team. That is a must-watch.
Did XSET just get match point?
From the communication to the pushes, the strategy.
No.
XSET are the
I don't
real
think so,
deal,
right?
and they're on match point.
Oh, they are on match point.
In the world, and I tell you what, hitting match point and maybe becoming regional champions is a good way to start going about that
XSET's
business.
already on match point. Oh my
XSET,
gosh.
that magic mark, they've crossed 50 points.
After just 3, we are set for a potential back-to-back win of a match point finals. We've never seen that done before. It's rare to even win 2 games in these types of situations, let alone 3.
Jeez,
and then, of course,
bro,
XSET winning the entire tournament. It is time for teams to be on high
we
alert
could.
because
Yo, if XSET wins this game, they're going to tie the record.
It certainly could happen, and the placements right now would be locked, which means one big game,
Josh, I saw it.
Probably 16.
I saw that
all the way to 3rd or 2nd. So you have to be very.
So if
very
XSET wins this game, they tie the record at 4.
Dan, going to
for the quickest
XSET did something that
match
everyone
point
needs to pay attention to.
finale.
To me, the reason it stood out so much is that it's on another different kind of odd lineup that we're not used to seeing most of our.
Yeah, look at
pros
XSET
demonstrate.
running Maggie and Fuse.
And a Valkyrie. You know, they let Sykes do their thing, you know, knocking fun or switching between every legend at random. But what is going on? Why is this working so well? Take a look at this final circle as we walk through it and talk to me why they're succeeding even with bringing out these new legends.
I think the listening told us everything we could have ever asked for with how this team works. Not only do they all seem to be on the same page and know exactly where they need to be going and who they need to be focusing, but the right calls are being made at the right time. And even just something as simple as let's calm
exactly
it down
Jelly.
and
That's
let's
what I'm
heal up.
saying.
Because
I
when
feel
they
like
got
they're
into
just
that
so
top
far
5,
ahead. Like
they were so frantic.
They
The
don't
pull-ups were
seem
going a
like
bit
they're
mad. We should go
even.
here, we should go here. And you just need sometimes to just settle and breathe
I don't know how to
and
explain
assess
it.
the situation. And they did exactly that.
Like, I'm not
and as
getting
soon as
that,
they had that chance to
you know,
reset, I don't think anyone was.
Which
gonna touch
I
them
understand
because
they're
they
not
put
playing
themselves in
like,
the
you know,
position where
it
was a
matters because they already
priority,
locked
and
in
then they were
anyway,
just
so
able
who
to
cares?
through the rest of
But
the
I like
lobby.
how they
Sure,
don't
it helped
care.
out. The other
They're
teams
having a
could
good
have
time,
done
trying
all
some
the
stuff
vision
out,
off, and
and they're
XSET
not
didn't
only
have to
just
fight
doing
anyone until the
good,
damage had been done,
they're
but they won
dominating.
that game in the
This is
earlier
it's kind of
stages when
sad.
they took
It's
on
kind of sad how
LG,
good they are.
and then they pushed on after that.
3,000 damage from Nocturnal on Mad Maggie.
How they managed it.
I was gonna say,
my
I don't think
gosh.
people would have wanted to go
The
through
man
first
just
part
dropped
XSET had
3K
to do,
damage.
starting with luminosity.
That
building
just
and having
happened.
that
We
crazy
just
fight
watched that
to
happen.
get to that final part. I think most people would say, I'll take a top 3 and take my chances.
Wow.
Where E8 and the other squad were positioned because that was pretty
XSET
simple.
is so good,
being
bro.
there and just rotating on the high ground. You see the stats here. Nocturnal getting it done with Mad Nagy. Nocturnal in the game before was playing Rampart. You've seen Sykes consistent on the Valkyrie, but Fuse now for fun. And I loved the use of that mother load to highlight the stall possibilities, the cornering of LG, knowing they had to push from that building. It was a masterclass to be sure. But here's where we go in terms of the results. Mark, obviously we know who's going to be standing on top on this one, but E8, that 18th
Man, chat,
place story,
NRG,
it's kinda still in the mix here a
NRG not
little
doing
bit.
good, chat.
It's still very possible. The problem for everyone else is they're just
Chat, as it looks right now, NRG is probably not going to make it. They're not going to make land, I'm telling you. If they don't have a good game like right here.
The way that they've been playing, I mean, 14 kills, first place, 26 points overall. That's a monster game. That is a monster game from XSET, who are really starting to kind of flex their muscles a little bit as well. And just looking down, I mean, there's
not looking good for NRG.
Card that we saw in that final circle. Nobody else really had too much to talk about in that game. Sentinels had a few KP. NRG, again, very disappointing, and they're going to be worried right now as well because they're going to run out of games.
NRG and the overall standings are tied at 11th, and you need to be 11th to get in. And that's not including any of these matches today. And in these matches today, they're horrible. They're like 17th, maybe 18th. I don't know what it is, but they're horrible. They're doing horrible.
I think you're right in terms of I feel very threatened if I was a team supporting, or if I was a viewer supporting one of these other teams.
Dang, look at the bottom teams here.
I think it performed
Meat
well
lovers.
so far.
Literally, look, bro, the bottom teams are like all the best.
They get 3 chances without
You've got Lanimals, FaZe, TSM, Furia, Meat Lovers, 100 D's, Dark Zero, CLG, Glitch Energy, all placing in the bottom there.
I think that everyone should feel threatened in general with what XSET just did. They just pulled the pants down of everyone in this lobby and showed what they're made of and showed why they are one of the best
That was a
teams,
weird
if not the best
analogy.
team
They
in the
pulled their
world right
pants
now. I
down
even
and
saw in the
showed them
pregame
what
chat,
they're made
the
of?
CEO himself,
Yo, what?
said, you know what? Fair enough, XSET. That was
a weird little analogy
impressive.
there.
And it was
Here's
dominant.
the overall scores for the night. NRG is in 19th. Oh, that's gonna cost them. They'll literally lose.
Put this one to bed. And now everyone else in the lobby is
TSM
starting to
chat
worry
is
because those who are on the bubble,
kind of guaranteed at this point. I would say maybe
those who are on the cusp, Lanimals and Luminosity.
I think TSM only needed to get like 14th, and they're third right now, so I don't think they'll drop that much.
all go out.
NRG needs to get like
So if you are one of those teams
Top
who's trying to break
8,
into
man,
the top 10,
maybe,
you
and
need
they're
to
in
do it
19th,
this
so it's not
next
looking good
game
for them.
because XSET could very much
Glitch
go
Energy is
back to back to
5th.
back
I
here.
think they just need to get top like 15 maybe, or no, I don't know. No, top. I don't know what they need to get. They need to get something. They don't need to light up too much. I still think that Glitch is going to make it though, because they were next in line to be locked in.
Because the day is done, so it is really high stakes all of a sudden for all of the teams who want to be at LAN.
Yeah, I mean, NRG pop off, even a mild game gets, you know, what, 17, 18 points, but then you're looking at basically 4th place.
No, what's Jayhawk up to?
NRG is thinking, I might be able to do it, so there is still hope. That makes this very, very exciting. It's kind of an unusual
Jayhawk's not even live.
61 after 3. That is
I'm looking at the wrong
legendary.
guy.
Also, we got to highlight some of our individual performers too. These teams have all put in the work over 10 days, but today specifically there are going to be some stars. I think I bet a lot of you will be voting for some XSET members right now, especially with the versatility they've shown. But if you think that you've got someone else on another team that you want to vote for your Monster Energy MVP, use the hashtag, and then whether you're tweeting or whether you're typing it in our Twitch chat right now, just put their name back. We will count those votes. We will count them.
AJ Hawk, here we go.
Know who gets the W.
For MVP,
Challenger Circuit. Remember, we got that going on, and there's an opportunity for you to congratulate Donut Shop, I believe is the name. Davis Wade, Fury, J Trips. They are your split 2.
Oh, AJ Hawk's live with 105 viewers. Yeah, we might need to come crash one of these parties one day. Join the watch party with them.
Double elimination tournament that allows us to set up with our non-qualified teams from Pro League and our Challenger Circuit teams to be able to see who will make it to LAN, or excuse me, or championships. If you think
no, Greg and Furia didn't make it to LAN last time.
You got it, and I hope you do. Registration closes May 24th.
Furia did not make split 1 playoffs.
For the circuit number 4 will be opening. So as one door closes, another will open.
I gotta go steal some of his ideas. What's fun to do in a watch party that I can make on the channel?
I actually myself just uploaded a video on the new firing range in depth if you want to go check that out. But if you're watching and staying on this broadcast like you should, we also have one of the most important things for high level players we've dove into.
You watch this? Oh yeah, Jay. Yeah, Jay's cool.
Developers talking about the
I've spoke a little bit with Jay in the past. He's cool.
Let's go ahead and listen to what he's got to say.
Yeah, we've already watched this. Oh, this is the interview with Evan. We've already seen this though.
I mean, what were some of the team's goals behind making these changes? You've mentioned about, you know, having really tight competitive games every time you jump into a lobby. What other goals were you looking to solve with some of these rank changes?
Yeah, I mean, the primary goals were...
No, this is not with Evan, never mind.
Reconfirm and solidify that ranked play is like the definition of what it means to be skilled in Apex. And do that through consistently competitive matches, right? We're trying to iron out the problems of, hey, I got matched with teammates who are way below or maybe way above my skill level.
That's
why
good.
do I feel like these enemies I'm playing are way above or below me? So the new matchmaking system is entirely about making that really tight, sweaty match where you feel like every win was like you had to fight for it, right?
I mean, the other changes too, with like the increased level cap, is like kind of leaning into like bringing more competitive integrity, up raising the bar, mainly trying to prevent smurfing, like there's the level cap raise, but also like getting people out of their MMR buckets faster. And so when somebody clearly is coming as a smurf, they're going to get slingshotted out to their proper space in the competitive ladder. So the decoupling ranked from MMR and making MMR the true matchmaking metric definitely will help accelerate that.
It's also we've refactored the scoring system with this update to really help focus the players on playing the BR. So you'll see a lot more focus onto placement. We're pulling a lot of the individual scoring hits for like how many kills did I get, how many assists did I get, and really hyper focusing on that aspect of the game. We've pulled all of that out to the end of match, so it comes in through a bonus system. So really, at any one point, you should just be focusing on how do I win this round of the BR.
Good rank changes.
Mark, great chat there, man. Just, you know, I'm
Yo,
sure
someone said
really
hi, J-Miles, in the chat
and
over
interesting
here.
to see what they've got
Look at
in the mix
this.
for ranked coming up in season 17.
Someone's saying in the Apex chat, hi, J-Miles.
Where I spend a lot of my time, and to see these changes come in, I think all of them are positive. I don't think there's anything that you can see that's come out of Respawn and what they're doing with the ranked system that you can say isn't an improvement. And the biggest thing that comes out to me is the concentration on the winning the game, winning the battle royale. That is going to mimic what we see in the Apex Legends Global Series. That is going to make the transition from rank play to challenger circuit into the pro play even more easy for people to understand. So I'm a huge fan of it personally.
Well, I cannot wait to hear more about it. I think we've got another interview about some of these topics, whether it be ranked or something else. You guys will have to stay tuned.
I got to run this real quick. Hopefully it's not over. Oh, it'll probably be over. XSET is going to dominate this. So I would say
Dan and I, we're going to take a quick break. You know, have some bro time. Me and Dan just let you do your thing. And Mark, take it away. I know you've got somebody else waiting to cast for you.
I do indeed, Rain. Thank you very much. And look at that. They've let me in control of the show for 5 minutes. Anything could happen here. Anybody? Very exciting. But speaking of rank changes, I'm going to discuss them with my good friend Vicky. She's going to be joining me on the cast for game number 4. But my favorite thing about the rank changes, like I mentioned to all you wonderful people at home, is I think the concentration on back onto winning the BR instead of just chasing around the map and looking for those KP. I think it's going to give us some really good quality games. And hidden MMR is always fun because that means we're going to have some sweaty lobbies, and there's someone who loves a sweaty lobby. It's Vicky Kitty joining me. I've seen you ranked. I've seen what you do.
You already know, especially since you have to watch you, because I feel like you're just one of those type of players to try to frag out and hold forward. Gotta bring you back a little bit. Sometimes play for positioning, all right? But can we talk about XSET? What did Hodsig feed these guys? Talk about repping the set for real, though. Sitting already at match point with such a huge gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby. I mean, I'm scared. Watching these guys, I'm terrified. They are so consistent. They are so good. And I loved listening to those comms at the very end. Listening to their confidence, talking about how they need to reel each other back in.
With the range change control legend will be meta, no? Probably, yeah. Things that give you protection are probably going to be good, like in game. Like,
and to be honest,
I wonder if Gibby's going to be back.
Gibby might be back. They're running, and obviously we can have discussion about that. But I think they could have been playing without any abilities in that end game. The comms were so good. The comms were so crisp. And the one thing I'm always looking for is, like, we talk about chemistry.
Bro,
in
just
a team.
show the games,
there was a lot of discussion
man.
going about what we should do, who's watching what. But as soon as
I know the games don't take this long to get going.
There was no second guessing.
What is taking so long?
The secret to success, right? It's backing the decision that is made, and if it's the right one, a lot of the time you're going to come out in a great position. But even if it's the wrong one, if you all send it,
this is crazy.
And try and follow up on it, you usually have success anyway.
I've had so many great conversations with Knock behind the scenes during LANs, and his Apex brain is huge, and the way that he looks at his team is even better. The way that he tries to combine his knowledge with the rest of his team while also taking into consideration what his
I like
team
how
is trying to
serious
look out
Vicky
for.
is all like, she is always so serious.
While he's focused on what's important, especially when it comes
to
positioning.
She is like locked.
And that's why I always love listening to the comms of XSET. You talk about their team composition, and we are going into another World's Edge here. So I'm excited to see how they're either going to bring out what we're expecting, which is that Mad Maggie
Chat, if XSET wins this game, it's over. That's crazy how quick it was.
With the Pathfinder on Stormpoint.
Well, as we head into this game, are we going to see XSET go back to
We could be done in about
is on, and if that happens,
a 2-hour stream.
We'll be going home a little
That's
bit
crazy.
early today. Match number 4, World's Edge. We're going to see you again.
I know Onset is ready and hoping that this game will be over. He's ready to go to bed. What time is it in the EU?
When I think about best teams, XSET has always been in that conversation for me. Even previously,
2
when they were formerly known as
2
Team Liquid, this is also just the team that I've always had my eyes on when it comes to the consistency and the dubs that they bring out to the table. Now coming in, literally repping the set, we are going on to a game number 4. But man, this team, what? They won game number 2 with 7 KP. Game number 3, they won with 14 KP. Game 1, they got top 3. I mean, what can't this team do at this point? But what this does make me feel here, Mark, I'm fearing for the teams that are hanging out.
Here we go, contest again.
I'm thinking about Luminosity,
CLG
for example,
versus Native.
Tied for 11th.
Yeah, I think that's a really good discussion to be having as well.
Currently, I think
got the teams
it's
who
2-1. CLG is 1-2, and Native won the first one of the day.
And to be honest with you,
I don't. Why does Native all land on the same? Like, I feel like they have to have no
game in
loot.
here, which could just quite simply qualify them for LAN if we get to see the end of play right now with XSET closing out match point.
Plane's making a flank. If Plane can get like a 1-clip knock, it might work out. But Profit is
the contest that will never end.
Not in a good spot. Oh, Clane is creeping from behind. The thing is, Clane's doing nothing.
Love to see the
yeah,
limited
see, what Clane is doing means nothing.
the only weapon in his hands here is
unless his team's there to help. Now he's just done that for nothing. Like that, unless they take the middle here.
Down on his tail. Hopefully he doesn't hit
Did they push the middle? They should have pushed the middle.
Yeah,
nah, they're just
the
leaving.
Hill music. The way that he's just
they're not even going to
around each other at the moment. Not going to come in. I feel like it'd almost be applicable though.
Okay, do you think Game 6 final game? Who's going to win it
for this contest? Because it's. If you didn't see it, by the way, there was one of my favorite ever scrim games happened this week. There was a clip of it where, let's just say, scrim quality fell off a little bit towards the end of the game, so the entire lobby landed on the outside of Harvester and just watched this contest. It was amazing. Honestly, one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen.
I feel like you could also cue in like the circus music and just watch everything happening from afar. Everybody's here juggling out, looking like clowns out here as we take a look at where Native Gaming is going to start rotating to.
NRG is on Native.
50-50 contest. Also getting shot at.
Let's get ears on Native. I mean on NRG.
Got the fall.
Nice.
What are they doing?
It's Native. They're. What do you mean? What are they doing? Sweet. Native is just brain dead.
Yeah, he is.
I'm way too far to see anything.
I cracked him. He's on the left side of the rock.
There's going to be a team in Harvester though, boys. So we got to just keep the rotate here.
I'm just running forward.
Chat, I can already tell. We're going to get a good clip out of NRG losing this game, and Sweet's going to rage.
Wide right angle here in a second.
And the title's going to be Sweet loses it
I'm hard right now.
and quits Apex.
On the left. 40 blue.
I have a really good angle.
No, they're not going to lose against Native. This is an easy win for them.
I have to get this up.
White.
He phased away. I have to bat. 50 on the guy.
No, it's Native. Well, maybe, but they knocked a Native member here.
I'm looking for the guy's peak on the heady.
What a charge. But maybe Native got out. CLG came up forward. You might be right.
I'm gonna fly on this rock.
It's the fucking contest.
There's CLG. Okay.
What are
I
they
don't see him. I think he just ran in the snake.
Yeah, they ran the snake.
Did they get the elimination? I think Sweet did.
Land side and leave right now.
Native's riding right now.
Let's go. I'm ready.
Can you get a... Oh, fuck. We didn't loot. Whatever.
I looted this box.
There's a rat to my left. He's one. He's running into the ball right here. He's phasing left. He's literally 5 health.
Yeah.
That's Native, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was. That was clean.
Yeah. Don't low loot it then.
Native is... I don't know why they're even... Like, what are they doing?
I already have one. Let's get juiced off this low ball. He's got 2 kills. That's really good. Griefed again for some reason. Staging his curse. Fuck that peeler.
They can still qual if they win.
Let's open up the vault and fuck.
That's over.
Does someone need a...
Are they just not trying? Like,
no.
And if they're not trying, are they just purposely trying to ruin CLG or something?
72 points. That's insane to say. Lab sincere. They didn't even need it real quick. They still found that last straggler as they're gonna go in for the
TSM's on a fight. Yep.
I went in the
got eyes on TSM.
Can we walk up a bit, maybe?
Oh no, he's pushing.
We can maybe kill him here.
Let's go. How?
They're running into the choke.
Oh my gosh.
I cracked one. Wait for zone. Watch our back. Go watch our back. They already got past.
Beamers.
To our left. To my left.
Bro, they've already got 2 purples and a gold.
Hers here.
Okay, you're alone over there.
Nothing on scan right now.
Popping shells. Going to the tunnel.
Can you hold the tunnel, Evan, while I grab this window too?
Yep.
We have double gold knock, by the way.
I need to grab this window too.
Recharging shields.
I have 2 optic cells, by the way.
Yeah, no. Is there a way we can check what's open? Like, we gotta wait. Just wait for zone for now. It's 2 minutes.
Yeah, I can scan shit.
We just gotta wait. I think we wait for zone. They can't play the top of silos, by the way. They can't because they don't have. They don't have. They're playing Loba Rampart.
This is fun. This is good.
But yeah, like I said, they're playing Loba Rampart. If we have to go Overlook, they can't play top. I'm breaking that.
I don't think they're gonna be fighting anytime soon. Looks like they
Overlook, where there's a lot of that open space, and specifically those buildings that are going to get contested.
Bro, Glitch needs a good game. I'm actually worried about Glitch because they literally had so much potential
of Climatizer here. You can see the Fury,
and now I'm worried about them because they're what, in dead last. They are in dead last right now, man.
Another bubble team at the moment. If
they were doing so good before this, I don't know why they're having such a bad day today.
They're currently finding themselves down in 12th position, so they are right on the edge of qualification. 77 points they have. 10th place is being held down by Lanimals as it stands with 82. So it really goes to hammer home the point I'm trying to make to you people at home of how close it is and how important this one game of Apex Legends can be for teams. And NRG
gets a knock on CLG.
love to leave it late. We saw it from
Let's take a look at this from
Alliance
NRG perspective.
Live on the bridge.
Looks like they just got a knock and he went out. They're running
We
away.
need to fight this race portal. Him now. And where, Nate? Right here. Careful.
No.
I have the side angle in a second. Don't knock, go down.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Bro, Nate's getting beamed.
Taking portal to the bridge. 1 HP.
Okay. I'm gonna run on him.
NRG cannot be toyed with right here, bro. He's taking back. Sweet, you got to be on this. Nice, good job. If NRG keeps going back in a loop like this, bro, they're going to get baited.
Nice. Let's back up. We're going to get thirded.
Okay, I hit rate 100. I'm backing up.
Nice, good KP. Slow it down.
I'm not comfortable taking that fight anymore. I think we get thirded there.
I agree. Love the call, Sweet. Beautiful call, Sweet.
Let's back up and lob loot it from right here in this corner. Lob loot on
I agree with him. Totally agree.
Get on the roof, Gil. Get on the roof.
Get on the roof of that building. Someone's hitting a player skin south of us.
All right, back to play Apex.
Let's back up and lob loot it from right here in this corner.
They're watching what we were watching.
Get on the roof, Gil. Get on the roof.
Sign me up to be the ALGS.
Someone's hitting a player skin south of us.
Whatever.
I'm grabbing him.
They're literally on the same thing we were watching.
You can loot it, Guild. Actually, I'm gonna loot one more thing real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, just lob it.
No, TSM's not out.
And then I'll go loot it.
You can go loot it.
Very good. You can loot. We need to try to hit player. We need to try to hit zone scan here. I'm gonna try to set it up with ramp.
Did you upload the oxygen worst play?
One person
Whatever.
to stay up top there, and
One's over
everybody
here.
else.
We're wrapping out here north.
Yeah,
If Glitch doesn't make it to land, they will legit fumble the bag. Yeah, I know. They were literally in 5th place. If they don't make it to land, that's just horrible.
Get on the roof and they.
Which I think they
don't know. I'm worried.
still could make it with a bad performance today. But I don't know. We'll see.
Getting shot.
Sign me up to be the ALGS.
I didn't see you exactly where. Oh, I see him right here.
To hit this?
Yeah, you could try and hit it.
You can hit it for right now. You can hit it for right
Do
now.
what?
I'm looking around. I'll try and let you know.
Wait, that was actually a goober play.
Oh, sure.
It shifts back. I had a feeling it does.
You could try to prioritize
It
some
was just the
bangers
raid. That's
first.
the duo. They're still in Frag West. They just rezzed on construction.
Where do you want to hold for this zone?
Ideally, we just hold like here.
All right, I'm coming. I'm giving up my building.
To there. I don't know if anyone's up there or not.
Okay.
But ideally, if we can play up there, that'd be really. Definitely
fly
back when
back.
we scan and we like look around.
Okay.
Sentinel's eliminated as well.
We can cruise over here.
Dark Zero took him out.
That's a really good fucking zone for us.
As we jump back in here, Vicky, NRG come out of that situation with a few more meds to their names.
Like
They've
to
got
see
a
it,
place that
NRG.
They want to play as well. We
Not a
heard the
bad,
plan,
not a
and now
bad
it's about
change
seeing it
there.
through.
And I love how Sweet called it out perfectly because Meat Lovers were looking to third party exactly at the time that he felt uncomfortable taking that long fight. Now they've taken control over the high ground, and with Guild having the charge rifle in his hand, he's looking to terrorize the rest of the lobby on the low ground. Here comes another Valkyrie skyward dive, taking to the skies, trying to find the opportunity. One of the players are flashed. Can he find that one last player? They separated just right in time, but NRG still in a really good position up on the high ground, overlooking the squads rotating from Fragment.
Well, overlooking the squad, you say. I say let's go to Overlook because that's where we're finding ourselves with Furia inside of this building and Dark Zero on the other side of this fight, coexisting for now, but they don't look like they want to share the same kind of space at the moment as both teams are exchanging
Furia
fire.
up in a
And here
close
comes the push
fight
from Dark
right
Zero.
now, and this is with Dark Zero.
Don't
Dark
see the
Zero
double
just took
wing
out
man. I only see
Sentinels
one real
earlier.
quick in his Watson's hand, and the grenade sending him all the way down,
Oh,
telling him to
bro,
sit.
complexity with the third-party nade. That's actually tough. Dark Zero should have this for sure.
To dance around his own smoke here.
Zainu's got
right
a very
inside of the spikes. Love the falls that we're now seeing from Jen
heavy
here as the
beamer
rest of Dark Zero
R99. They could just
clean
get up in there and
what
just
was
finish
left
this
of
fight
Furia
out.
there.
Complexity
18
actually
squads
took
up,
him
but a
out.
rather
So
quick
Furia's
fight for them to
gone
take inside of this
with the
building. Some
nades
extra
from
loot at the
Complexity. Actually,
Yeah, you can see it was
Complexity
actually the first
stole
knock cannon
that
from
KP
Complexity. It
big
was a
time.
grenade thrown through one of the doors.
Lanimal's in a
Got
good
that
spot
first knock
here.
down.
I like
Dark
it.
Zero
Meat
to then
Lover's
make their
struggling
move.
to find. They're
Complexity,
trying to
they're
rotate in the
under
outside of the
duress.
zone.
They
I
are
think they're
under
getting
pressure
contested
inside
too.
of this train car. For now, they're going to be able to stabilize, but the train cars
Monsoon
are always
ate
a
that one.
scary place to hold, just due to the access from
Absolutely ate
grenades
that
and
one.
angles that you just don't know are there.
These nades have been insane. Just jumping around, trying to find an opportunity to just matrix around these grenades. Cody in some trouble, trying to get away just in time. He's got that gold light mag 2 in his hands with the R9. He manages to reposition with the rest of Complexity. Huge game here, opportunity for this team. Dark Zero, though, in the safety inside of that building. But currently, Complexity are pinched, and this is a difficult situation to be in with Exet being on the other side.
I mean, Exet somehow have managed to maneuver their way through all of this traffic to find themselves in one of the best spots in zone. And look at Nocturnal. Nocturnal's going in, but no! Zainu, the new addition to Dark Zero, shows his value. And absolutely
Exet's
deletes
lost
Noct.
one for... So this is actually huge because they're on match point.
Some tick damage, though.
It's going to be harder to win as a duo. They do have the banner. They're going to go for the res.
What they want to do for Noct, he's going to do it right in front of their face. Are you kidding me? They're letting them just do it.
No
There's
way.
2 other teams in this same area.
They got the res
pulled
off.
the res on Nocturnal.
I mean, the smoke went in the window. The ult was down as well. They're throwing a
They
few
actually
grenades
got
and then
the
they just
res
pulled
off,
the
bro.
few seconds they were desperate for to get
What is
Nocturnal
this?
back into this game. Nocturnal falls down. The air starts
Oh, he's
off
done.
thin, but gets a little bit
Yeah, he's
thicker as he
done.
falls. But Jim Burton does not let him have an influence on this game.
Not
Oh, that's
today.
tough.
It doesn't matter if Complexity is looking at
Yo,
us
what's up,
from
Soccer Legend?
the
How you doing, bro?
windows and the cracks of the truck. If they could just get Nocturnal, yeah, it's perfect. Right inside of this little lip of the cliff. They're going to be able to get this res, but, I mean, he's got fists in a dream right now. He won't even be able to get to his box.
You just wonder if they're going to be able to do something very similar here. Knuckle Cluster causing all sorts of problems again. And this was what Fuse was built for, to cause problems for teams holed up in buildings. Nocturnal. He's got a Phoenix kit to pop here. You wonder if someone's going to drop him a gun as well. Just to do a little bit of damage, or if he can find a few boxes in the surrounding area. Nocturnal back in the game is not what you want if you're the rest of the lobby and you want to call yourself a champion today.
I'm just wondering what their game plan is here for Nocturnal.
I'm
Yeah,
good,
okay,
bro.
they are going to be
Just
dropping one
watching
of those
these
weapons.
games.
It makes the most sense because they
Exet's
can't
back in it,
backtrack
though. If
here
they
with so
win
many
this
other
game
teams
now
making
after
their way through Epi.
losing
If they
Nocturnal
try to
like that,
backtrack, they
that's
put themselves in a
impressive.
worse position. They can maintain the high ground here. Fun is having so much fun, by the way, on this Fuse. He is able to pop
Nice
off,
pun.
clearing so much space. They've been fighting off against Dark Zero.
Yeah, they rezzed him. They didn't finish him. They knocked him, but didn't finish him.
Looking at them like, all right, nothing to see here. TSM also getting involved on the train tracks right behind Exit. They have to watch out with the squads that are fighting
TSM
right
in the fight?
behind them while also trying to keep Dark Zero.
Oh, yeah. TSM is...
Can't crawl here, I'm gonna die. Team north.
Actually, let's watch Hal, not TSM.
You're fine. Just chill. Don't panic. You're fine. Don't panic.
Can't crawl here, I'm gonna die. Team north.
Don't panic.
I have gold res.
Bro, just how
I have to
just,
queue off that angle.
how
Can you
just
nade him
literally-
off?
For the res.
Maybe, yeah.
Go for the res now. Yeah, what the heck?
Go for the res. Go for the res, I think. Hold
Going
it.
for the res now.
Hate it,
Maggie
hate it.
Q.
Maggie Q.
He wasn't even hitting you
If
there,
you live
bro.
from this, if you live for this Maggie Q,
I can't. I'm gonna die.
It's fine. Grab the banner. It's fine. We can still play duo here. It's fine. Just
Yeah, we
don't
can
let
get
them
points,
push
we
us.
can
Don't
get
let them push us.
I know. You get good points here.
Did you pop a serial or no?
Yes.
I can give you ultic cell.
My body.
I'll pop you
Grab
ultic
ultic
cell.
cells.
Loot all the shit.
Don't drop anything. Don't drop anything.
Oh my gosh, bro. Mad Maggie. Grief in
I'm
this.
sitting in here. We don't have zone.
Old.
I have no bats, by the way.
So,
They can push
I would be
across, by the way, so
annoyed
be
in this
ready.
lobby, bro.
I know.
Mad Maggie Q everywhere.
bats?
Seer attack everywhere.
I have one.
Can't do a thing.
Okay. He just catwalled. This is so
They're completely
trash.
safe in that
They're
car.
maybe fighting
If they
northwest
fight
here.
that, we have to third that. If they fight that, we have to third that.
Okay. You have serial?
No.
Pop ultic cells.
I've been at 5%. You have your ulti?
Yes.
I've been at 4%.
Well, actually, just give it to me. Give me ultic cell.
They dropped it. It's a trade off.
Whose stream?
I don't know, actually.
They're third fighting. They're third fighting.
Oh, dang.
They are being torn apart.
Alright, we'll
but
go
this
back
is just
to
gonna welcome
play
the third
Apex.
parties from the south side. If Dark Zero want to get
100 Thieves
involved.
currently in fourth right now.
100 Thieves take a little bit too long. They disengage, but they lose
Exet
the story.
is chat. Exet is literally 1 HP.
He's still
And they're
alive.
done.
Can Fun get the
The
barrier
game
off? No,
will
we
not
have
end
another
here.
game of Apex Legends to bring you here. Exet eliminated.
Exet
They do
will not
get
make
done
it.
here as they hit
So they
match
will
point. 100
not
Thieves
take
fall
the
as well.
dub, and we're going to
Down
go into
12
another
squads.
game.
And look at Dark Zero popping off, re-engaging when they need it with the
TSM
timing
out,
that
Luminosity
they had
out.
here. TSM
Dark
gets
Zero
wiped
kinda
out. Dark Zero taking control over this side
Stomping
building
right now.
I believe EA is also in the distance overlooking
Appreciate
the
the support,
action that's
Lightning.
happening
Thank
on
you,
the
bro.
low ground here. But look at all the loot that Dark Zero has to work
I wonder
with
how many
besides all
teams
the
are going to
loot
get
that
on
he
match
scooped up in
point
that
right
final
here,
fight.
though.
Dark Zero are still going to have to make their way towards zone, though. They've got E8 in front of them, holding them out on that high ground, so it's going to be a tough rotate for them unless they get that opening damage and force one player back and take him out of the fight for a few seconds. And Dark Zero are going to have to do their damnedest here, and there is that damage coming in from Zero. This might be their opportunity to push up this hill and force E8 away.
10 KP in total, and Zero is beaming with that Nemesis, looking for an opportunity to get up on this higher ground. You saw that Rolling Thunder that was called in from Zainu, so that way they could clear up some of that extra space here. Saw that team was originally
NRG
up on this
looking
high
good?
ground, but they gave him this space.
We're fine. Let's go to the rock. I'm gonna
Oh,
come to me. Play this wall on the right of it.
might have to clip this game.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. They're going low ground. They're going low ground. Just play the rock. Play the rock.
Come on, NRG, you guys need this. I don't even love NRG, but I want to see them make it to land, man. I can't be watching them not make it land. Not make it to land. Come on, NRG.
I'm with you guys. I'm with you guys.
You guys got it.
In this corner, Nate. Team peeking from Nate's spot. Team peeking from Nate's spot. We're in winning spot right here.
Hold on.
We need to shoot this direction. We need to shoot this
I have
direction.
no heals. I have no heals for shield. No heals.
Okay, I'm dropping cells. Yeah, we need to level it. We need to shoot.
Glitch is not alive. No.
And some extra cover from the rampart to
Glitch
work
is.
with.
I'm worried about
They can
Glitch.
hear how tricky it's going to be because this
They
circle
are
is
doing
going to be
horrible,
pulling towards
man.
FaZe more
They are
than
doing
anything. So
horrible.
FaZe are in a good position
They've-
with the
every
natural
game's
cover of
been
the
bad
rocks
for
to the
Glitch.
right and the rampart barriers that they can play right behind.
The low roll is going to be very interesting here as well that NRG have. Wonder if they can find any care package
Wait a
weapons that have
second.
been left.
Their cells. Chill.
Sweet's playing Rampart, bro. He left Bang. He's on Rampart now.
No. We need to play the hills and we need to shoot right. There's going to be.
I think he was last game too, and I didn't notice it.
Yeah, they're on the rock on the right.
They're going to fight to our left.
Yeah, I'm full healing right
Yeah,
now.
he switched to Rampart.
These guys can walk up right here, by the way.
No, I know. I'm getting longboat across the map. Very low on heals here. No,
Yeah,
I know, but I think we have to play the pills with walls, and they're gonna fight back here.
Yo, this is gonna be a good game for NRG, bro. I'm gonna make sure I watch it so I can clip it since you can't redo it.
I'm putting walls down.
On my ping.
Nope. Rewalling this.
Oh,
They might do you right.
the shots.
Okay, chilling. I have walls down.
I have no idea. I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah. I think we just have to play the pills and survive on the back side of the pills in the direct center of the zone, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna move forward and I'm gonna fucking pull walls down. Come to me. Come to me.
And they're not showing Sweet's Kraber? Oh, they are?
The line of sight of FaZe.
Show the Kraber,
who know
show the
exactly
Kraber.
where they are. They got to start making up some of that extra cover, but they also have to
He's
look
got
behind
already
it. The
45.
CLG have
And
been
a Kraber?
duking it out with them from the very beginning in Fragment.
Nano's going to be found out
Oh,
here. Nano
no.
gets away with the Wraith portal, but NRG take the spot.
No,
That's the
no,
most
no,
important
no,
thing.
no,
There's a
no.
black hole down. Sweet trying to get some walls down, trying to find
Nah,
some
they're
cover.
dead.
They've got no shields here.
Oh,
NRG,
no.
who had all of the loot they wanted to play with in
They
this end
pushed.
zone,
They had to
in the
push
top
in for the
seven,
zone, and
it's
they
time
got
to fall
super
apart.
sandwiched.
Oh,
Sweet just
taking the barrier to the circle. Where are you going here? Hopefully, he can go right
Sweet
back in.
just took
Sweet is not dead
the
just
portal
yet. Meanwhile,
and
FaZe
just-
up in the high ground, looking in the other
what the
direction.
heck?
It's
Sweet just
Rex
took
with the
port
Sheila,
and like
tossing
killed
down
himself.
the
Huh?
extra pressure here as well.
Oh, he's still alive. He came back. I'm watching NRG's perspective. He came back and he's in it, bro. They're respawning guild.
I have 2 knocked down in the water, Nate.
They just res. They just res guild. They're back in it.
We should maybe peek this. We should maybe peek this.
I'm looking down here. We need to make sure no one. I guess go right.
Oh my gosh.
I'm kidding with no bats.
You want me to come?
Yeah, I already clipped that. All right, you're clipping it. Are you getting their perspective or the production? Okay, good. I'll just let you do it then. Yeah, get all these clips. Holy cow, bro.
How long on mobile?
This is nuts. They actually res guild.
No, I have nothing.
And Sweet came back. If they win this game, this might be like the craziest like comeback.
Oh my. Dude, they're fighting in the left.
They're still fighting, but
It's still 4 squads though.
there's a full team on the right.
I don't think.
The cell's here. I'm gonna kill him with 3. Hold the team on the right.
Careful, careful.
He's phasing. We're fine.
Careful, Sweet. You have no getaway. You don't have bank smoke.
Hold on. I have to heal real quick.
Peeking the right, Val.
Yeah, they're walling up. We're safe on my
Oh my gosh, bro. I'm low-key stressing. CLG's out.
Right with us. We need a
NRG, you need this. You need this game.
Okay, we gotta chill here, please. We gotta shoot right.
There's a duo below us in the
I'm actually rooting for them so hard right now, bro.
Okay, that's fine. All we gotta do is shoot right.
Oh, nice. Is that K? No, they didn't even get KP off of that.
Make them go left.
He didn't even get KP off of that.
Broke last.
Yeah, he's killing it. Good, good,
All we
good.
gotta do is kill those 3 men.
Okay,
Trust
I'm
me.
popping my kit.
Make them go left. Make them go left.
Bro, this is NRG's game for sure.
They're gonna cross bottom left. They're gonna cross
Gotta
bottom
be,
left in a
bro.
little bit, and then we're just gonna play the middle of these rocks.
Two in their corner.
Next wall in 8.
The duo's about to jump up. I'm watching our back.
This is a huge game for
My
NRG.
next wall on the side of this rock.
They're crossing. They're crossing.
Fly to the top of the rock. Break that rampart wall.
Team behind. Careful, careful. Oh, they're pushing. No, why are they aping? Of course they ape, bro. Nice. You cannot get knocked. Nice. DZ's out. Shield swap. Shield swap. Guild. You have a swap. No.
Oh my god. Nice try.
Oh, nice try, baby.
Was it Xset?
No, it was Dark Zero that was behind
That's
us. I don't
fine,
know
yeah.
who
The duo just fucking griefed us. Well, if this is Xset, then GG, but...
I mean,
that
play
was...
that game literally as best
we just got great fucking energy base. Holy fucking shit, that was fucking phenomenal. Holy great fucking job.
Dude, I looted it.
Yo, they needed that game though. It's still a good game. But dang. All right, so
3 KP and now
Xset did not win, obviously. FaZe took the dub. FaZe took game 1 and 4. Jeez.
But man, you already know FaZe, Dark Zero.
FaZe and
shaking
Xset
hands
have
real
won
quick
all the
because
games.
NRG was stuck in the middle when Dark Zero
NRG
decided
needed
to
that good
fully
game. I'm
push on
glad
them
they
and
got
ate
that still.
team.
I wish it could have been a dub.
I mean, we're gonna have to watch that one back from some different POVs because I thought NRG are dead. Sweet went through a portal. You're like, how is he gonna get back into this situation? Somehow does it.
NRG saved their land if they qualify. NRG saved their land chance with this game.
They managed to get into the top 3 as well, and certainly have an influence, a massive influence on that final result. But you're quite right. I mean, the winners of that game, FaZe 2 wins now, joining Xset with 2 wins on the board.
We need to see. I want to see the score. I want to see who's on match point now.
Yeah, and this is what brings me to the excitement part, the exciting part of match point, because now FaZe, I don't think they're as high up as Xset. They're probably in second place, but with Xset still being at 62 points, probably even at the end of that game without securing themselves any points, it's still a huge gap between themselves and the rest of the lobby. FaZe probably meeting them in that second place spot, and with the KP that they're able to get, probably 38 points after that game.
Well, let's bring Rain back in because that was a wild
go,
game.
Bro. That was a huge
I need a second
game.
just to catch my breath for a few
They
seconds.
needed that because it's been bad for them. I worry about Glitch, man. I don't know. Glitch has got me stressed. I don't know.
Now. You've done a lot of great talking in that cast, Mark. I'm going to try to give you what really happened. You guys want to know? So he went into the interdimensional rift, chose the different timeline of when him and his teammates were actually still alive before they fought, and then just brought that back with them. That's it. Pretty simple explanation. And it actually goes with the lore of Wraith. So there you go. I did you all a favor. Vicky, I don't know if you agree with me on that. I mean, I guess there's no proof. We didn't see it. It was off camera, but I think that's a pretty solid line of reasoning.
It was the fact that he stayed alive. The portal was still there even outside the circle. He stayed alive.
That was huge.
Probably right back into the portal again. Rest his teammates, had the pillboxes to also work with some natural cover. But then what we saw in the feed afterwards, because we made that swap over into the FaZe point of view, I believe, was Sweet just terrorizing 2 players with the Sheila out. So we had enough time to get the res, get his teammates back as they were healing up, and then still whip out the Sheila so that way nobody could push his teammates after getting the res on top of that. That was insane. I mean, when Sweet says that it's time to wake up, it's NRG.
I think we definitely post that crossover. I'm gonna get the VOD. I'll record it on my thing after it's over.
7th in the overall standings currently for the day.
The one I just posted.
That's a big deal because getting into 7th from
Max, pretty good. The games have been pretty intense, man. They've been really crazy.
That we've got. It now means that if it ended right now, and it won't because we're gonna play another game at least. People will gain points. NRG will have to at least kind of maintain this position. But if it ended right now,
they need another one.
They would probably have qualified for LAN. I think we've done some numbers. It's
Let's see
nothing
the
official, but behind the scenes, that's how important Xset losing and giving NRG the chance to have a pop-off
did you guys hear
moment was.
that?
And it also, I think, was incredibly...
I wonder if we should clip that. No, because it's not official.
To acknowledge the fact that NRG did something that we often don't consider as like the highlight play.
If the game ended right now, or if the matches ended right there,
earthquake, so to speak, of
Xset
everyone giving
not
them
winning,
attention, everyone
just
shooting at them, everyone
gave
under
NRG
rest. But in that same way, like we saw Tyler
that
FPS
game chance right there of NRG winning.
Do that to
if it ended right now, NRG apparently would qualify
in that
because of
little
that.
boxcar. Sometimes if you make it past that early stage of it,
they need another good
things
game.
Open up for a little while. Like people stop paying attention to you because they're like, I can't keep focusing on this team. We haven't been able to kill for 20 minutes, so we're going to move on into a different direction.
Man, how many kills did they have?
That's what happened with NRG. They lasted that pain point, and then they actually had a really good chance at winning this game. Second place, they will be happy with that one.
even going into the listen-ins that we heard from Sweet, who called out the third party from that elongated fight, not because they saw the third party going in. It was just the timing, and Sweet felt uncomfortable. And he was right. Meat lovers were looking to get involved. Even to the very end, though, they were duking it out with CLG, which was the initial squad.
I love how we just casually have a team in this competition called Meat Lovers.
By the way, after they got the
nobody's bats an eye.
construction building, and even in the comms, you heard them say they got the res. And this is in that moment of time we see Sweet literally dancing not only around his teammate's knockdown shield, his own deployable barrier, but then jumps into the portal, jumps right back in, and we get to see his point of view here at the very end. Even avoiding the drill.
Yeah, he avoids the riot drill. Yeah, and you know what? We don't mention the fact that Nathan's safe that entire time. And I don't know if Sweet was just being cautious, and maybe because we had his POV, we weren't sure, but Nathan's just hiding behind those boxes, and he's completely safe. So there's an element of the fact that maybe Sweet gave himself and his team a contingency plan. Vicky, hey Nathan, you stay here, I'm gonna go take the portal. If we keep getting pushed, at least one of us will have a chance to maybe swing back and close up this fight.
Let's get the next game started, bro.
But it worked, and NRG,
let's get the next game started, bro.
From them. But let's not forget, Vicky, they didn't win the game. They may have had the most interesting, multi-dimensional play, but we did see FaZe time this one out perfectly, show up on that third party, and really just take it home with Snipe down. I don't think he missed a bullet.
Oh yeah, and not only just that, ooh, all right, saw that with the Kraber real quick, but not only just that too, Dark Zero was right behind Energy, and they've already taken so much damage from that initial
why didn't
fight.
they armor swap right there, bro?
With the shield bat. I don't even think he could pull it off. Well, he pulls it off at the very end, but the same can't be said about Guild. They were already weak, and FaZe just cleaned up what was left of NRG right there.
May have been in the zone.
Held down that spot for a really long time, even overlooking Optic that was inside the truck.
All right, we've got some teams joining match point here. Should be
more than once.
And look at this, FaZe, obviously with a big win, that's their second of the day. It's put them in a great spot overall. This is a team that's already ready to qualify, should be going to LAN after a performance like that. It would be hard to usurp them, even though they came into today not quite being safe yet. But it depends on how long it goes. We went 9 games in EMEA. We're only through 4 here. Optic showing some stuff. Drug Freeze had a little bit of a an up and down day, but they're staying in the mix. Something could happen there.
Are you tired, Jay? I'm a little tired. I'm sick of all these breaks, bro.
In split,
they're in the middle of all this. Like, let's just show the games. Let's just get back in the game.
And led by that man right there, just joining Jin Burton, is Zainu. Alongside Zero, who's put up some really good numbers.
There's a lot of commercials, man.
I mean, if you really look at this, they're all contributing almost evenly
desperate for some money.
Much damage and how many kills they're putting on the table.
Zainu is such a scary heavy fragger in NA. I believe he's ranked second right behind Nocturnal with 76 kills. And to put into perspective, Noct has 85 kills. So he is literally in that second place spot in the overall split 2 kill leaders here in NA. And you can see how this has been able to influence Dark Zero.
If you're donating to the Play Apex chat, oh man.
With 6 KP, Zero with 5. They were fragging out that game. They literally went all around town from the north side of the map.
You can actually donate
towards Epi, and we're still able to clean up on their way into that final circle.
It was a great performance. Dark Zero questions again, maybe like Xset, maybe
match 4 results. Glitch
like
Energy
in that first matchup, getting that
Glitch Energy with another no-point game. What the freak is going on, bro?
So successful early
Glitch is hard throwing right now, bro.
Maybe though, still needing
the commercials are longer than the
game. A few follow-ups here as we take a look at the back half of these results for this game.
I don't know. Why are they doing that? They're purposely griefing, bro. Bro, Glitch only has 2 points.
They only gain 1 point.
This is not good.
So they allow the group to move up, albeit, Vicky, not that much.
Oh yeah, even with
Glitch
that
is so lucky, not lucky. I mean, Glitch better be so thankful that they did good on
those first 3 games,
their last match night for regular season.
They won game 2 with 7
because
KP, and then
if they qualify, it's only because of that last night. This is like
I was wondering out here, like,
horrible.
what did Hansik feed these guys?
This is so bad right now.
Like they're on another level, but
what's up, Sienna? How you doing?
Luck in terms of the rotation and the way that Dark Zero.
Bro, this is so bad right now for Glitch,
which is great for the rest of this lobby because it gives other teams the opportunity to try to push their way into that match point area.
Well,
oh my gosh.
How it stands after 4. We'll see what happens in game number 5 as again we look to try to switch
Luminosity was nice.
We've had 2 on Storm Point, 2 on World's Edge. We'll be heading back to Storm Point. But before we do so, we're going to finish up this conversation Mark has been having all broadcast long with the developers about Ranked. If you want to find out all the details, make sure to check out Play Apex Esports for the ones if you missed them earlier in EMEA or today, and to make sure you catch this one right now. our final piece to talk about ranked coming in Arsenal.
It's time these worlds remembered the name. August Brinkman.
August Brinkman.
How you guys think that this is going to impact ranked play at the higher end of ranked, and I can already see with what you're saying there's going to be some intense end games.
Absolutely. So the problem with our current rank system is when you get to master, particularly pred, the game pretty much demands that you W key, that you push and find fights and keep grinding and try and getting those kills. Taking focus off that, the scoring is now normalized, and so there's a static entry cost every time you enter. It is not a gradation on like where you are in the rank, and it puts a much more emphasis on just focusing on winning the match versus racking up kills. And ideally with the MMR system, you're going to get much more competitive matches. So those matches where you were just W keying before because the skill was all over the place, that's going to be hopefully a less viable strategy to execute on.
Nice.
After years of exile, disgraced legend Ballistic returns to the arena.
Yeah,
Will he show the next generation how it's done?
This is the launch trailer.
Or is he past his prime?
What the heck is this? I don't recognize this trailer. Did we watch this already? It's just like a mix of the launch trailer clips.
Do we have a deal?
Yeah, that's all it was. It was like a quick launch trailer.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm not sure.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready for another game of Apex Legends.
Let's
XSET
go.
Couldn't get it done, but still
Get
remain
these games
the
ready,
only
baby.
Team who are sat on match point at the moment. Onset and Gaskin here to take you through the next game, and we're flipping the maps once again. Dan, we're back on a Storm Point.
Back on the Storm Point, but back on another chance for XSET to still take it because they've won on both maps. It doesn't seem to matter where their success is. But I have to say, very impressed with how FaZe played that last one. They were very kind of, they stuck to their truths, right? They made sure they played that final circle in a way where they waited, they were patient, they didn't try and third anyone. Whereas on the other side, NRG, what they were able to achieve was incredible. And as Rainday was mentioning, as it stands, NRG currently in the top 10 and would be going to land if it ended as it was. But of course, it cannot physically end as it was because we need to find someone who wins on match point. But things are looking better, things are looking up if you are an NRG fan, but they're not quite there yet.
Be more
not quite there yet. And I think you kind of take some of the gloss off of that previous game. If it would have ended there, like you say, it would have been good enough for NRG. But now they have to repeat the dosage. They have to put in another game like
why
that
is Olympus
if they want to be in contention with qualification.
Decision?
The same could be said for Lanimals. They need to step up as well. All of the teams who are on the bubble coming into today's action still find themselves in a similar situation, although some of them, NRG included, certainly have improved that situation after the last game. But Storm Point is where we find ourselves once again, Dan. XSET still the only team who can win it right here, right now.
And our best Storm Point teams have been the likes of Optic, TSM, XSET,
ALGS
and Furia.
on
and you could probably include Dark Zero and Glitch Energy in there as well. So those are the teams I'll be keeping an eye on. And of course, only one of them that I've mentioned
Here we
is
go,
on match point.
Another contest.
Will we see the same contest? Most likely. I mean, we said it was going to be happening between these two teams. Are either of these teams going to make it to LAN? Unlikely because of the contest. But I still, you never know. If you see one of these huge games from CLG, they are still
CLG loses
within your shot of it, but Shiny goes down.
Shiny goes down to Klein. Nano's so mad, bro. Oh no, they're losing the contest.
This is high quality play-by-play commentary from me right now. Native look like they're gonna get the better of CLG this time around.
Native.
I don't know what you want me to do with this. It's just a contest which is happening, and it's kind of just like
that's it. CLG's
not really
out.
Influencing.
It's so crazy how CLG was 12-0 in these contests, and now here we are in ALGS like regional finals.
Well, unless
and
Native go on and win this game,
or it's actually kind of 2-2 because the last game there wasn't really a winner.
Make anything of it. But we can talk about something that is relevant. It is going to be
Josh FaZe won again while you're at Sword. NRG got second though. They're back in
one of the higher performing Storm Point teams throughout regular season. They're going to be slap bang in the middle and with a survey beacon to work with as well to get the info on where teams are going to be arriving from. Another team is going to be close. You've got WC, you've got Oxygen, Complexity, EA, and Dark Zero, by the way. already making their move. You can see
NRG's
just on the
pretty
map
safe
that they're
right
making
now.
their rotation nice and quick
TSM
down
safe
to the
right
southwest
now.
side of Storm Point.
Nobody's really close. Maybe Dark Zero and Complexity. No, they're Valkyrie team. So nobody's really close.
Barometer is where Glitch Energy are at the moment, and they're trying to do some damage. But
Glitch has got
to
have a good
just
game.
about get around this corner. And they're heading right for where this end zone is going to be. And that is going to be right at the northern.
Glitch actually might have to get in a fight here. E8 looks like they're coming in with the Trident.
And if you're not there early, it's a really difficult zone to try and access.
Dark Zero's away from everybody.
Water that you can see.
Yo, Glitch is about to get sandwiched. They got E8 pushing up on him.
And a decent
Complexity's getting up on him. Oxygen's coming up on him.
A little bit special.
And I don't know whether Oxygen kind of could tell that Dark Zero were going to be there and maybe heard the Trident, or if they're just trying to take a different position and think the circle's going somewhere else. But they moved closer to Barometer rather than on the southern side. Looks like Complexity are going to be in a more southern area. WC starting to make their move down to the southern side as well, but I think they're going to get the bad news that someone has already taken what is arguably one of the better positions. And here comes Optic Gaming as well on their Trident, but it looks like Optic might be running straight into Dark Zero here.
Yeah, this could be interesting. You can
so
see
when they rotate early, like Oxygen, what comp are they running in
game? I mean, Lanimal
there's no way you got
trying to take that position away.
They have no Loba or anything.
Like the play, to be honest with you. I mean, they've picked up a few kills as well along the way.
This is crazy.
Oxygen's position's good because not only they got access to where this end game is going to be. We saw him momentarily, Hill looking at where that position would be, but they can now hold out all of the lobby. They run
yeah, Oxygen running a Trident. Better watch out.
You kind of access where that island is. End zone is going to be, so they can hold out everyone. They can pick up a lot of KP if they play it well. Already breaking the doors of some of those other buildings as well. And
Native comes in the fight like idiots. What are you doing? What Native? What are you doing?
And also, if you are a team like Oxygen, you need a big
Native
game
just
with big
literally
kills,
said,
not just a win.
Here's some KP.
If you're going to be propelling yourself up the leaderboards, just as Native are propelling
delivery.
themselves
Now
across
they're
the
getting
cannons
chased.
right now, but they are going to be chased very
what
quickly.
What are they doing?
By the Meat Lovers here. Meat Lovers who haven't really been able to have a crazy game as of yet today. They find themselves in 19th place.
Why would you take the gravity cannon there?
It's always going to be difficult when you are playing with a new roster.
They can't.
They are still within a
shout
of LAN, but unless they have a good game soon, they may miss out on it.
Well, the contest
I didn't realize Fury is in 18th
and Native
right
ends
now.
up in them both being eliminated first in the lobby, so normal service.
Is this ALGS or Bronze Lobby? That's what I'm
continue
wondering.
In their form. They picked up the first knock here against 100 Thieves. They've got Zero down. They've got a few people on scan as well. Snipe down on the flank. This is where we've seen him do it for years. Dan does a huge
already
amount
down
of
to
damage normally.
FaZe.
Yeah, and FaZe have put themselves
What's
in such
crazy
a prime
is
position
FaZe is in second place and they're still 11 points off the match point. Nobody's on match point but Exodus.
League, but they slowed down very much and
I don't even know if FaZe will
pace
get it this
of the
game.
early days
might,
of Pro League once
sure,
more.
Who knows?
And I'm really excited to see how they do progress. I think that in that last game in particular, they really showed how strong they are when they're playing placement, how they stick to what they know and their rotations, and they won't pick fights out of nowhere. One of the criticisms Snipedown had in his early stages of Apex career was always wanting to take fights and maybe being, you know, let off the leash a little bit too often. But I think as the team grows and as they realize the fights they need to take or not take,
I didn't realize how
FaZe
far behind everybody was from
the more they
Exit.
develop.
What's Hal looking like right now? Just crafting. Optic Gaming. No, let's look at NRG. Same thing. They're just chilling. Charge rifle.
Can't really see from this
Charge rifle, Naven. What's Glitch Energy up to? Any comms?
I think if a team does land in here, like I want to int them, but we should get shot at from the building.
8 nades though.
You're live
Yeah.
right now, right?
Yeah,
Correct, yeah.
We can try. I think I'll check a buckle
on
and see
YouTube.
if
It
it's
just
on
doesn't
him.
show that you're live.
I'm on ALGS channel.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, let's definitely try it. You can do it as soon as they land. Call it.
We could just throw 2 nades each.
Ah, man. Glitch sounds down in the dumps, which I don't blame him. I mean,
Sykes on the Valkyrie and
they're,
Fun on the Seer. I mean,
they're
this isn't exactly
struggling a little bit.
Wild composition, of course, but it is one that XZ could try and find a victory for, because
What's
as
up, Rogue? How you
was
doing?
mentioning, FaZe are starting to catch up now, and if XZ do want to walk away as the winners and make sure they get that extra cash money,
Man, I'm worried
in their
about Glitch.
pocket,
I
they
don't
need to get
know
a
if
job
this-
done soon, otherwise someone might be able to steal it away from them.
I don't know if they've done enough.
I think it's a smart decision from XZ just to go with a more basic composition. It's one they're
I mean, they
comfortable
ain't
with,
done
of course,
nothing
but it
today.
also disguises them a little bit more to the rest of the lobby. I mean, when you're running around as the only fuse in a lobby,
It's crazy to think that, like, if the game ended right now,
they're running fuse. Hey, this is
you
XZ,
could have
they're
just
running
said
Pathfinder.
they might have.
Yeah,
they
I saw
they
it
should
a
have
bit
just
smarter about things.
In
sat
the
at home and
pre-game
watched
chat, I think
Netflix or
Nocturnal said,
something.
hey, if you see a Pathfinder, just don't shoot me, but I know that that's just going to be jokes
Nah,
and
this is
all,
good
but it
practice
was
still.
like that.
Learn
I think
from your
Exet were-
mistakes.
It was like
Need the failure
sticking out like a
sometimes.
sore thumb, you know.
Verhol said, by the way, in the chat before that, sorry to like expose all the players. He was like, "Hey, Exet, just shoot in the air. We'll come and protect you. Just let us know where you are." So,
it's because Exet get it done.
To be fair,
clip that. Did you hear that?
It's probably Verhol's.
Probably would be.
Just a wholesome, nice.
Also, you can see it on their streams. You're not exposing them. Don't worry. It's all there for people if they want it. Unless they're covering it on their streams. I don't know. But pre-game chat's one of my favorite things from these lobbies because everyone does have good banter. The community and how these players get along is one of my favorite things about the game. Has to be said. Exet are going to be now making their move so slightly.
That was good.
But it looks
so he
like
said that
they're
Verholz
trying to
came
pick out
into
a
the
couple of
lobby.
teams who are rotating in.
You could say like,
I like
exposes
being aggressive
Verholz.
sometimes when you are on match point rather than just hunkering down because you want to make sure you get those shields up when you get to those latter fights. If you've just got blues, they're going to be very difficult to win the pre-game. I think Nocturnal said, "Hey, if you see a Pathfinder, just don't shoot me."
I mean, Lanimals were holding that building. They're pinging at the moment. There's also a try to be a little bit smarter about things.
In the pre-game chat, I think Nocturnal said, "Hey, if you see a Pathfinder,
yeah, we're just doing an ALGS watch party on the stream right now. So he said ALGS. He said Verholz came into the chat. Oh, chat! I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was streaming this. I'm so sorry. Gosh, I'm so stupid. Forgive me, chat. I know everybody's gonna leave. Like, Jay, what are you doing, you stupid idiot? My bad. So he said Verholz came into the chat and was like, I should have muted that chat. I apologize. I forgot I was even showing that.
We've got about 8 teams.
Verholz came in the chat and said, "Hey, Exet, just shoot up in the air and we'll come and protect you."
Optic had to go all the way back.
They're trying to get Exet to win, so the game will end right now and they'll qualify.
Pick up their third member. I think they lost one while they were hovering around in the southern side.
Chat,
so
I totally forgot you guys could hear what I was doing and see. I was stupid.
And that means they're going to have to really fight to get back into a spot that they could call themselves home. And that means they have to get past Exet as well, because Exet are watching on, and no, Sheila's out, ready to try and spray down.
Yeah. You have all these things pulled up.
Not going to show for now.
Bro, if we end a circle again in the wide open.
Rampart, Dan?
Rampart on Rampart action. That's one of my favorite
Rampart
things to
on
watch,
Rampart
actually.
action. Interesting.
There's actually, I think, Lanimals they were shooting at there. So they've got Lanimals at one side that have taken the position off of Optic, and then Optic are now going to be behind Exet, and I think Exet are about to learn that, because Optic are on their way over.
Optic just making their way through the cave at the moment from Cenote towards this position. Like you say,
TSM in a fight. Let's get eyes on TSM. Let's go, CEO!
I need a friend if you have one. I need a friend. Do you want scan?
Be careful.
I feel like just fight for
Nades
them.
everywhere.
They're dodging all the nades.
I'm safe over here if you want to use me.
They got purple. They've dodged like every nade so far.
It's bad though. It's charge rifle.
Yeah, they've literally wasted all these nades. Good fight for TSM.
There's gonna be another team.
It's actually gonna be huge if they get rid of FaZe here
we can go
because
up the
FaZe is
hill without
almost
dying.
on match
I
point.
think we can go around the hill. Come and follow me.
There's someone up the hill. There's someone up the hill.
Okay, stay there then. Stay there.
All right,
you gotta watch my swing. You can't just bait me. I'm gonna this door. Fuck.
All right, I sent it to you, Cross. You see it?
When do you have Cyril? Do you have Ultic cells?
No, I have an Ultic cell.
It's in the lounge chat.
Pop it.
They're popping one too. I just heard them pop one.
If they fight right now, it's actually be good. How's
playing outside?
Yeah, they popped one. They 100% popped one.
Told his teammate stop baiting
They're
me.
popping two. They're about to get it back.
I don't know what to do here. We have to play outside, maybe.
There's nobody up the hill right now.
Something else has got to happen though.
I don't know. It's risky to go up the hill because if we go to spiders, if we go to run this rock.
We can wait to piece together though.
I think spiders might be open.
I don't think they're gonna take this fight.
Spiders might be open. They're gonna peek us.
If we can queue around this height, we're fine. But if there's a team on height, then we're fucked.
Yeah, there was two teams when we Valkyried it in. So
I'm just permanent watching stairs.
You want to make a run to bridge, maybe?
I think they take gravity if they go behind a rock. They're safe to do so. They don't know where the teams are. Obviously,
We got to get out of here. But I want to queue up to see.
Yeah, they're safe.
I don't see anyone. We can go around here and go up the hill and get out of here. Come.
Yeah, they're safe.
I'm looking over you guys.
Yep.
We gotta get to the top of the cannon.
Oh no, there was a team. Oh no.
We got to fight, just fight.
Where did this team come from?
90 on one.
One shot crypto.
He's one. No, bro.
Inch on the back. We gotta commit to this guy on the left.
There went down. Crypto got down. It's a 2v2.
Can you go left? Can you go left to me?
Yep.
I'll go to Heady. 50, 70 on the Valk right here. We
Guys,
gotta
on
go
the
in.
back.
Go spiders.
Yeah,
Spiders is open. You can be able to go spiders and get out. Just go spiders.
Down here.
Spiders is open.
You see what I sent you across?
I'm trying to think. You gotta go antenna. You gotta go into one of the Jurassic or antenna somewhere. The res. Do you have Moby? Check your Moby. Do you have Moby?
No, I don't have
Can you
Moby.
craft a Moby on that crafter?
Yes, I don't have crafter. I don't have mats. Do you have mats?
I have 100 mats. Yeah, I can do it.
We have a minute.
Tough position there for
Man, I think you guys
TSM.
there and I anchor to the left.
NRG's doing
You're gonna
just
be
fine,
panicking
all
a little
good.
bit when you start to think about that next rotation that's coming through.
Get back guys with
Pretty sure the
Apex
respawn beacon
stream.
was in the craft though. It's a risky
It
place
is,
to
yeah.
make
Furia.
it in the middle of the open, but
Furia might make a little push on Optic.
They might be able to sneak Hell back into this
Yep,
game.
here we
It's gonna be
go.
a similar situation to what we saw
Furia
from
versus
Nocturnal, though.
Optic
He's not gonna have
Gaming.
Too much to work with.
Oh,
Furia
Panders
have
may
been a
have-
bit quiet in the last few games.
I'm surprised Panders
They've
didn't
got
get just
engagement to try
beamed
and
right
force their
there.
way through right now as well. Here's Watson on the sit.
Oh
No opening
no.
for him, and he's taking damage from so many people.
Furia's
at the
locked in
moment.
though. I mean, they're
That's
chilling.
what's happened when the zone becomes congested. When
Zera
you've got
just
different areas
beam
to
knocked.
try and
They're gonna make the
keep your
push on
eyes on,
this.
But Zera Tricky creates that opening now.
They're not gonna get this res. They're gonna have to stop. Here comes Zera Tricky with another beam. One clip almost gets him knocked.
Walks around and does another 190 damage as they should be able to close out this
Knocked
fight.
is
It's going to be Optic Gaming that
officially
are on the
eliminated now.
other
I'm
side of
surprised they
things.
did not get that
Fury in
vouch.
16th place at the moment, considering they were the winningest team coming into this lobby from this region. They have not lived up to those expectations. Even though the job is done, they're already going to be at LAN. They also need to demonstrate why they are one of the real threats when we get into international competition.
You thought it was Bag and
Optic lose
Helm?
one, but they still have two alive. TSM lost one, but now they're back up to 3 as Imperial Howl
Crossover.
will move to his teammates here.
Are
And
you
he's
here?
hoping beyond hope that he can find a death box to loot, or
He's
even just a
muted.
gun on the floor to take part in this end game.
Chat, they play on. I don't know actually
Fury, though, trying to
how
make
the
their next move. They've
ALGS
lost
stuff
Panders on that
works.
move, though, on that cross. The Q
Yo,
comes
Fury.
in
Okay,
to
so
try and
Fury
slow
is
down the
eliminated.
hills.
Glitch
Zera Tricky
needs
trying to
this
move into
KP,
even
bro.
up the
Glitch
odds
has to
with
come
Glitch
out
energy.
on
Who they
top.
fight against
I
right
know
here. They're doing a
ALGS
good
plays on
amount
a
of damage,
tournament
but his
setting,
Watson just can't find a position to get damage
which is a little bit
himself.
different. There's no heat
Get
shields
ready, by the
involved.
way, to start reading
But
the
I don't
kill
know
feed, 'cause in
if the
next 40
replicator
seconds, we've got
rotates the
about
same,
10
if it
teams
always
that
has
all are
Moby.
outside of this circle.
Not sure
and
exactly how
like
that
half
works.
of them are at barometer right now. Glitch Energy have been here right since the start.
Glitch Energy
and they're
needs
just
a good
holding
game
on.
here,
They are
man. They
trying to
are
stay
not
inside this building
doing
for as
good
long
at
as
all.
possible, but they will have to push out, and they know it. Oxygen watching from outside.
Trying to bubble in as well. You love seeing the Peacekeeper and the shotguns back into the hands of players, especially when you got that Gibraltar bubble to
Oxygen tried to get involved, but I think they realized that was not the play. Glitch Energy gets another knock on Hill there. It was actually really big, but they need this elimination, and they're getting third party from Furia.
Of that little
Glitch can take out Zera, which I believe they've done. Huge stuff. They're going to get their knock elimination on
the northern side of
Oxygen.
this zone is going to be absolute carnage right now. Already 2 teams are falling.
Glitch is
Glitch Energy,
staying
they're
alive.
weak and they're losing
Vayne just
players.
went down, though.
E8 also losing a
Glitch
couple
finally
at the
got
same
KP.
time. Glitch
Aiden's
Energy
gonna have to
should
go big.
down, but Aiden the Destroyer, we've seen him destroy many a
Aiden
team
is the
in
guy.
front of him.
He's
And he
got
manages to
one.
get 1 knock and could do more damage here.
Aiden is the guy for this job, bro. If there's anybody can do it, it's
So
Aiden.
this is not going to be an easy job.
Aiden with the clutch! Aiden with a big team wipe at least. They did die, but a big team wipe. They needed that KP.
Going to be enough to keep them alive in this game. Glitch Energy will fall. XZ have been eliminated as well.
Glitch
So a
needed every
one-match point
scrap
team
that they
have
could in that.
fallen.
I mean, still not good
Where
enough
FaZe
overall,
in
but
all of this, can FaZe put themselves on match point as well?
at least they
8
showed
points off.
some
They are
life.
still alive.
I don't
They're
know.
on the
I don't know, man.
northeast
I
tip
worry
at
about
the
Glitch.
moment,
I
close
just
to
don't
where
know if
Optic
they're.
are, but should be able to be in a
They're
spot
the only
where they can at
team.
least
They're
get
the
into
first
top
team
10,
to
which
not
they
be
will,
locked
'cause
in.
Lanimal's
So
go
they're
down, so
close to being
Optic and
locked in,
Oxygen,
but
and suddenly just like
for
that,
the 20th
it's now 8
performance,
squads. FaZe find themselves 6
yikers.
points
I don't
away
know.
from match point.
don't know if it's
NRG
gonna be
though
enough.
are still alive, and suddenly this late resurgence that we've been
I'd
seeing
love to see this
them,
from
the game they
NRG.
just
NRG
had,
climbing
and now
back
into
in the
this
ranks
one,
here.
They really are trying to fight their way into those land positions.
NRG is up in 6th overall now after that second place. That's crazy.
Another set of KP here, but armor.
NRG has actually brought their entire
so is the ammo
series
for
back
Gilson.
here.
No more energy ammo for him to use in that Nemesis, and it looks like NRG have decided to move out of this position and try and move a little bit closer to where that zone is going to be going. But Sweet's taking damage on the cross as well. Has to use another battery, and that's going to be his last one. It looks like meds and inventory is a
So
problem
I think
to manage
so
here for NRG.
far,
They're so low on
from what I'm
Another
seeing,
team, by
I
the way, that
think
is closing in on match point
NRG
is Dark Zero, and they're
is gonna
still
be
alive, but NRG
probably
find some loot
safe,
boxes to work with that
maybe
will will
to
just
qualify.
refresh all of those supplies as
I'm
Sentinels
thinking
start to close in
TSM probably
on
gonna
them.
make it.
2 seconds, and this
I'm
zone's about to
thinking,
close. That means Sentinels and
I still
RG
think
both
Glitch will
have
make
to
it.
move,
Like, I know they're
and they're going to
obviously
be the
doing
only
horrible,
2
but
teams that are outside
they
this
were in
circle.
5th
So there's going
place overall. They were like just a couple points from being locked in
on these two teams.
Well, look at this move that Sentinels have managed to make. They managed to force their way into zone, just essentially straight lining
FaZe obviously I think is going to make it.
Luminosity Gaming, they're having a little bit of a poke battle at the moment with LG, but FaZe Phony gets taken down. And at this point in the game, when you're into the top 8, FaZe needs something special now. They need someone like Snipe down to even up the numbers. He gets the damage down.
FaZe is not going to make match point if they die this soon.
Under pressure from multiple angles. It looks like FaZe are still alive, but not for much longer. RKN in the kill feed as well. He takes down Snipe down, and he's found himself a Kraber.
It is still possible for FaZe, but it's going to have to be a rat situation, you imagine, to stay alive and get into those placement points to push them just over that 50-point threshold. But it's not going to be easy. It's going to be, in fact, very tough for Frex. LG are right next to him on the bridge, as well as the meat lovers, who I said haven't really had that pop-off game, but maybe this could be the game that gives them a shot of getting closer to those LAN placement positions.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any of these notifications. Really I appreciate the subs though.
For all of the 7 teams that now are trying to fight their way in, Complexity are dead center. WC within a chance from the angle they hold themselves as well. But Sentinels, as you mentioned, did so well to just creep into the zone. As we mentioned, that FaZe now get eliminated, so they won't be on match point going into the next game. And it's likely it's still only going to be Xset as we head into match number 6.
Gosh, the crazy thing about who's left in this lobby at the moment is that most of these teams
is Xset alive or they're dead, right?
Fighting and clawing for a chance for qualification for LAN. You got meat lovers.
So we're gonna play another game.
WC.
We're gonna go into match 6.
Sentinel's still alive as well. Dark Zero have 2 players
still in this game as well.
Complexity eliminated alongside
went into
meat
match
lovers
9
though,
today.
as we find ourselves down to 4, and what a game this could be for Luminosity.
The bubble team's doing what they can to just try and have a desperate attempt to get to LAN. The one team, though, that could be on match point, if anyone's going to do it, would be Dark Zero. It would be a win they'd require, most likely, or second place with 2
Dark Zero actually
wipes. But it's only 2 of them that are trying to work together to stay alive. But the damage is being done, but Zero has to escape.
Without Burden, actually, yeah, they're screwed maybe.
Slow things down for now.
Oh my God! Zainu is unbelievable.
That's why you picked him up.
That's why they dropped Rambo. Holy cow!
I don't think my voice has reached that octave in quite some time, but for good reason, because
that was a crazy play.
Putting the damage on the board and giving Dark Zero a chance to get closer to match point. As a 2 now in the top 4.
Not great.
And actually, they are in a position where this zone's coming towards them, and LG and Sen may be forced to fight. If they can bide their time, if they can be patient and wait out Shuby here, there's still a chance Dark Zero could even win this game from this position.
I mean, that's
crossover. Did you see the? I never heard you. Did you see the clip I sent you?
Yeah, Zainu and Zero. I mean, it feels like sometimes it's a 4v2 in those situations. But you got to do a little bit better in that position. But now Shuby
honestly,
has
I think
that's
prioritized.
Takes down 1. Zero's going to jump into the zone.
Oh, here we go.
But he's going to take some damage on
his way
as well.
So Zero going to be able to get the res on Zainu. So they're going to have to play this as a duo. Top 3 right now. If they win this game, they will be on match point. This is huge for Dark Zero. They need to get this if they can.
But
yeah, so I think like
going and the building that currently they hold,
ALGS
they
casters
might have to show themselves
Verhulst,
before that fight were completed. And as a 2, they may be targeted as well. If LG and Sen have been paying attention to the kill feed and keeping an eye on those number trackers, they might know that it's also a 2 that's going to be across the way. But we'll have to see what Dark Zero do and how they play this one.
Sentinel's going to have to leave this height in a few seconds. They're desperate to land a few bullets and do some damage. Zainu and
so you
Zero
might want to watch this end game first just for the fun of it, so you don't miss it.
I don't know how they've done it, but that play from Zainu is a pivotal moment in this game.
At least enjoy it.
It might be a pivotal moment in the series, like you say. Dark Zero.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Could be a team who are close enough to cause problems. EMP, this is the push down from Sentinels. They're throwing everything at LG.
This could be perfect for Dark Zero as well. How often have we said Dark Zero a match point team? Well, the fight's happening between the 2 threes. And Dark Zero, if they play this right, could find a victory.
1 bullet left in the Kraber. Misses it. Goes down. Wasted. RK in. Whoa! Not quite. Dark Zero, if they third and win this, they go. 48 right now. They get 1 knock. They get 2 knocks and they win. They did it. Huge game from Dark Zero. So now they're on match point. 2 teams can now win it.
As a duo, But the
huge game for them, bro.
Is one we'll remember for quite some time.
It was the fact that Zero was batting up and he said, Zainu, I need you to cover me. And
Xset
boy, did he cover it.
Zainu.
We're going to see
Xset
Dark Zero onto match point. They join Xset. We have 2 teams now going into match 6. We've got Xset, who are the current in-form team, against Dark Zero with their new pickup and just doing Dark Zero things on a match point format deck.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Good
ridiculous.
stuff.
The match point specialist Dark
So
Zero.
now we got 2 teams that can win it
as well. I mean, what an endgame that was. I think you look at wildcard, and if they look at that endgame, they'll be like, how did we not win
You're
that
a pro
game?
player
How
now.
did we let that happen to us?
Let's go.
It's tough, but I think we'll have to bring Rain Day in and
I've
kind
seen
of
you
have a
play.
chat about what just went down.
You
Because,
can do it.
Dan, I mean, if you're in that kind of position, Rain, by the way, well, do you know what? I'll ask you instead, Rain. Let's get down a few seconds off.
Yeah,
I mean,
it'd be better to edit while we're on the commercial break since it's boring.
Oh, you do. And you know what? The only thing that stops it is Zainu. I love the call and I love the play.
Bro, that play from Zainu was
crazy. What Dark Zero did from some type of piece of the
I'm gonna go get a snack. I'll be right back.
Alongside Dark Zero's journey of Rambo, no Rambo, and changing roster swaps to no. This is actually just a statistical play. This brother frags, and I love to see what Vicky thinks about it as well, because that's simply all you have to say. Zainu frags. He's a 2nd place overall kill leader, and he's proving to maybe even be a 1st place overall kill leader if he keeps this up today, Vicky.
The synergy, he is cooking. I think today alone, he's been able to secure 12 KP for the entire team in this regional final today. So he's onto something. I just love the synergy and the communication, as you could see them swap in and out in terms of just controlling a lot of that space and adding that suppressed fire. But man, did Dark Zero deliver. They cooked the last game and they managed to wrap up this next game that we just saw right here in game number 5 with a pretty bow on top.
It was an incredibly pretty bow. In fact, so pretty you don't even care what the present was that it was wrapping. I think that this is a Dark Zero that showed us they were 2 back-to-back land winners. This is a Dark Zero that is a match point specialist, as Mark put it so perfectly. They have a special talent, a special set of skills that in a match point scenario, in a game 6, and it all comes down to the wire, they know how to maneuver. They know how to show up. Zero got that title.
It's a big old banana.
IGL in the world, and it was taken away.
We had nothing but watermelon and banana.
Performance at land, rightly so. Yeah, but the fact that they're doing this right now, the fact that they're adding Zainu so seamlessly, I'd love to not only see what happened in that final circle one more time, Vicky, and get your thoughts, but I also just want to get your overall thoughts on: is this Dark Zero really coming to play? Can we now start talking about them as potential land favorites?
I want to say something.
Oh, absolutely.
I know
especially with their history in general. For
Rambo's
this team,
a bigger
I would not
name.
Be surprised. And now sitting at match point
People
on
were
top
upset.
of it to meet that with
Whatever.
Xset, who originally built
But
up
I think
that
Rambo
huge
was
gap
not
between themselves and the rest of the lobby after getting match point at what game number 3.
I don't think Rambo was
now we have Xset and Dark Zero
the guy
above the rest. FaZe
for the
is
job.
right after them.
I do think from what I'm seeing now, Zainu just seems more cracked overall.
Game, but they fell
But I
down
know Rambo's
with
good.
5 points. So 5 points
But
away
Zainu's got that
from
like
meeting
that young
Xset
talent
and Dark
kind of
Zero in that match
vibe, you know?
Well, we've got a pivotal moment. We talked about it. We saw it before. Zainu. And of course, Zero also making some nice plays to get Dark Zero into the position they needed to be. As a duo, it's not easy, but in some ways, you get laser focused. A trio, you start trying to optimize. A duo, you just try to survive, and you do what you need to do. You know you got to hit these shots.
Gosh,
the fact that he connects 40 other damage off
Zainu's
that R99
on some crack cocaine,
into
bro.
the player as he transitions from ADS downsides into a hip fire. It's just so effective. Then Zero gets that bat off.
Verholt's getting exposed? Yeah, the caster's exposing, bro.
Zainu actually doesn't get this.
No, it was just a joke. He came in the chat.
It's enough for Zero to go.
He came in the ALGS chat and just told Xset to shoot their guns up in the air so they can find them. They said they'd protect them because they wanted the games to end so that TSM was guaranteed to qualify. Because if the games keep going on, TSM if TSM starts having bad games and nobody wins, you know, TSM might choke their lead and it might not qualify.
Already weak. They didn't even
but
look
the
at the
game's
high ground.
in now. TSM's looking good. They'd qualify.
And clean up what was left of that team as we take a look at their overall stats from the game that they just won. Look at this. Zainu, 5 KP, Zero getting that 2 KP, but the damage output has been pretty consistent between these players.
what I like about this squad too, Vicky, is that they're letting Zainu do what Zainu does best, and they're not trying to overlap Jin Burton with Zainu in this fragging role. Jin's taken on the Catalyst, and that may not be his natural choice for a legend selection, but what it does is it means that he's taken the burden on adjusting, making sure that things need to work right. If he has to be a little less
Cooking
aggressive,
simulator?
or if he has to be a little bit more support oriented, macro thought instead of micro thought in terms of just, you know, hitting shots like we know he can do, he's willing to do that. I
Let's
think that's
get the
right
matches
thing
back
to allow your new member to join your team and seamlessly operate without having to worry about, oh, and here's your new role. Oh, and let me do, and competing. I love the way that they're approaching this. And you can see as we go to our match results here after game number 5 that it's working really well for them here, Vicky.
I really like that point too, and it's also nice to note that he's literally 4 kills away if he gets in this next game, and Noct doesn't get any kills to actually tie up with Noct for that #1 split 2 kill leaders for NA. So that's also something nice to note as we go into that next game. It's huge. As we also take a look at that top 10 leaderboards that we see right here, Dark Zero just took it in that #1 spot with 7 KP to their name, but you know who else desperately needed a good game? Luminosity, who came in second.
All right, so match 5 results. All right, we need to see the overall results here.
If they went with another 2 or 3 point
Glitch
games,
Energy got 7 points off of that. Not
great.
great.
Next set, 2 opportunities now
but
to not close out the game. Can you give them a third? I said 1 and 3
in
it
that
seems
match,
like it's gonna
but
happen.
overall, Glitch is still in
that would be
dead
bad
last.
news for most of this lobby. Not for the teams that have been performing pretty well though lately, but I certainly think that you got to get to match point quickly. Series results.
It's so weird how you can go from
did anybody join
match
them
day
as we
6.
take a look?
Oh, here we go.
Yes,
Okay.
Dark Zero.
Exet, Dark Zero, both on match point. FaZe at 45, close to it. E8 is actually doing
Dark Zero
oddly
Exet win the
good.
game. We go home.
E8 was not looking like they're going to qualify, so they could do it. TSM in 5th, NRG in 6th. They're actually tied 5th and 6th.
One of the most
Good stuff. They both needed that.
Literally out here in this lobby. It's scary to note too.
Glitch Energy still in 20th place. But honestly, Glitch is in a position right now where they can literally get a decent game and probably pass and get into like 14th or something. Like, because look, 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th, 15th, 14 is literally only 3 points difference.
Much more laid back when it comes to playing much more just kind of patiently here, playing into that circle. We saw what happened to TSM when FaZe was right behind them, counter-rotating them.
All of these points are so close. Everything under TSM and under is so close.
From meeting Dark Zero
29 to so it's only a 13-point difference from 5th place to 19th place.
Performing here today, whereas some of the teams like Optic that maybe we would have expected, Furia not having the best day quite yet. We'll wait and see.
So it's not over.
Continues.
They just need a good game.
No more waiting and seeing. We've got one more interview. I mean, Mark, how many did you do? This is like 20. Okay, he got one more for us. It's really good. World's Edge, a little update on season 17. We promise all that other content.
Come on, how many interviews, man?
But as we go to break, watch this little preview of what's coming in
Can't we
Arsenal,
just get the games
and we'll
going?
see you in Game 6 right after that.
It's time these worlds remember.
What more? They better drop some information we haven't heard yet.
August Brinkman.
We also have some changes to an old favorite, and that is going to be World's Edge. We've seen there's some updates coming through to World's Edge. World's Edge, near and dear to all competitive players and fans' hearts. We've been watching it for quite some time. We know every single pixel of that map, but it's about to change. There's some big shakeups coming. What can you tell us about the biggest changes that are happening on World's Edge?
And the biggest change is coming to the near and dear Fragment West with a new POI called Hall of Heroes. And so Fragment will still be there. It's not wiping it off the map, but we're definitely changing, adding this new monument to Apex into the games. And so kind of fictionally paying homage to the history of Apex, but then also try to shake up the experience there. And I know people love the hot drop there, but like make it a little more interesting, change strategies up that you've really like grown into over the last.
Thank you, Dubs, for the sub, bro.
What were some of the team's goals behind making the changes to Fragment? Because Fragment's been through some changes over time. It's been not built up, it's been knocked down, and now obviously we have these changes. What are you trying to achieve with that?
Trying to make more interesting play, make decisions more interesting in terms of landing on Fragment. I think pubs will always play in a certain way, but like with ranked, trying to bring more Fragment elsewhere in the map. So like we've also
pick the boogie
updated
right
Lava
on
City,
right on video.
We
Love to
call
see
it
it.
the new POI called Stacks, removing the construction stack from Fragment to Lava City to bring some of that action somewhere else in the map and
Chat, you know who he looks like?
And then Harvester.
You know who Evan looks like?
Harvester to POI and bring a little bit of different action there. And so basically,
No,
they're trying to
this
get some
Evan,
of
the
that
developer.
excitement, the kind of urban combat
Developer.
fragment, kind of elsewhere in the
Chat,
map.
look at this guy.
And also provide different avenues the way players approach that POI.
Welcome back, everybody.
Tell me he does not look like
very soon to World's Edge, but before we get to World's Edge, Dan, we've got some more Apex.
This
to
guy,
conclude
but
on
this guy has no
Stormpoint
beard. But
in our
imagine,
match that's coming up
imagine
next.
if this
Now,
guy had a
Face,
beard.
Almost there, almost there.
It would
Dog
literally
Zero, definitely
be.
there. Exit definitely there. We've got two teams now.
Let's see
Match
if I
point
can pull
crossing
it
that
up.
50-point threshold.
Chat.
But the rest of the
If
lobby
this
still
guy had a
some way
beard,
off, I would say.
John
So
Nolan
it feels
from
like
the
we're gonna
Rookie.
have some more Apex Legends
If he
tonight,
had a
everybody. Strap
beard,
yourselves in, we
that's
might have
who.
a long evening.
That's
yeah,
who he
it
looks
also
like.
means that a lot of these teams that are battling for those top 10 positions for LAN are
so much like
just
him to me.
sweating at the moment because it's the unexpected.
worse, doesn't it?
You
Like,
don't
every
really know
game
what's
gets
going to
worse.
happen.
There we go.
You're like, you're comfortable, you think, but then suddenly if the game ends, you're happy. If it doesn't end, you're like, oh, we had a bad game and now the teams below us are catching us up. Is it ever going to end? Are we going to be here all night? It quite possibly.
Tell me I'm wrong,
You've got to
Chad.
make
It
sure
looks
you
just
are
like
strapped
him.
up and you are ready if you were in these positions, because match point is one of those formats that is about stamina at times. And you've got to make sure you are switched on for every single game, because if you drop the ball, there might be a team
The
who takes
Rookie's a
advantage of
great
that
show,
and
bro.
pips you to the pulp. And we'll have to see whether anyone can do that here in match number 6.
Well, let's give you a bit of a lay of the land of the overall standings at the moment before we get into the... Look at that. Great job from production. This is where we stand going into things right now. This is the lobby as it stands. Exet and Dark Zero, like I mentioned, the two teams... By the way, Dark Zero, what a play that was from Zainu. I mean, you know when you pick a player up and you're hoping they have an impact? You want them to do something like that, like Zainu did in that last game. But FaZe, 5 points, all they need. EA, what a performance has been from them today, by the way. Kind of quietly gone about their... keying up points and doing what they need to do, but outside of that, everybody's so close together, and it makes it even, like you say, even more nervy. NRG, Luminosity, you're probably thinking, yeah, we're pretty good at the moment, but one game where you lose your first fight and you see LG,
Chat, if
Wildcard,
Glitch gets a
Complexity,
like
Lanimals,
15
pick up
point
points,
game,
you got to sit there and watch,
which is
and you're
not like
preying on their
insane. I mean,
downfall,
that's
but
a decent game.
it's going to be very rough to be in those lobbies. I
They
think, for
will
these teams.
literally
Every decision is
be-
going to put you under pressure.
Speaking of like picking your fights, you know the expression like if a tree
top
falls in the
10.
forest and you're not there, no one hears it type thing. Do you think if we don't watch the initial engagement between Native and CLG, it won't
What's up?
actually
I
happen?
would say
Because they're
Ali.
not
I
being
can't remember.
observed,
Is it
they might just go
Aaliyah
off to
or
different POIs and try and
I
survive?
always say-
Is that how things
I
work? in
remember
Apex
when I
Legends,
said
or do you think it's
Ali.
still gonna fight?
The problem is we
And
are
the person
here. That's the
misspelled it
problem.
so bad at
Yeah,
UPS.
you know, it's.
But if
you're
we
doing
ask
well.
the observers nicely, they might just ignore it, and we could just go on with our business and talk about.
I know,
things.
right, Gold?
By the way, the crazy thing about
Chaos
EA,
Rip to all the
crazy
European
thing about
people
EA,
out there
you
trying to
said they're
watch.
having a good day. They probably have to win on match point to really qualify for LAN. That's what really sucks for them. Maybe a second place might be able to push them close enough if other teams that were in that top 10 would fault, but likelihood is, as it stands right now, they would have to win on match point. So they
Who
need
is
to
he
push
talking
themselves
about?
onto match point first and then try to take it down. But the hope is still alive. That's the exciting thing with match point, is there are still all these teams who, in theory, could still qualify for LAN no matter where
No.
they are. As it stands in the
He said they're
overall
not looking like they're
standings
gonna
with the points they
qualify.
would have gained
I
from
think he's
this
talking about
point,
EA.
the likes of NRG, Glitch, Luminosity,
I don't
100
know.
Thieves, they would all be qualifying. But the teams that
All right,
would
chat, these
maybe
are all the
lose
teams
out,
that are
the likes of
qualified.
Complexity, Meat Lovers, Lanimals.
Everything
So
is
still
done
plenty
except for
to play
NA.
for as we go
NA is
into
the
match
last
number
one.
6. And as you can see on your screen, these are the qualified teams from all the other regions that we've seen, and the qualified teams from
Yeah.
North America coming into this broadcast.
And they didn't
Dark
kick-
Zero,
didn't even
Furia,
make it.
Optic, and Exet, but still 7 more
Dang.
to join them.
Amia, you can see that concluded today. If you caught the show, it was a 9
Onyx and
games it went
Moist
to
are
before
very good in
Alliance
Apex
left it
South,
late.
bro. They're so
The last teams, excuse me, to get to that match point threshold, but the number 1 team came
How
out on
has
top.
no one picked
In
up this
Amir, they will
APAC
be
North
there
team
in
yet?
effect,
This,
was named as the season MVP as well. He has been absolutely blistering. for Alliance so
Adusan,
far
whatever,
this
how do you
week. can also
pronounce
see all
it?
the
They
other
have been in
regions
every
that we've
LAN, I
got.
feel like, and they've
Obviously,
never
Moist
picked up.
Esports
They're
are
always a
gonna be
free agent
joining us
squad.
again. Onyx Esports
Why
going
has
to join us
no
from
org
APAC
picked them up?
South. And I tell you what, APAC
I will
North got
say
done
I'm happy
very,
about
very
this
quickly
compared to the
yesterday.
split
Fnatic
one,
ran their
is
way
that
through the
like
lobby. Gonna take
there's a
4
lot less
games, Dan.
unsigned
4
teams.
games. What an easy day for those
A
casters.
lot
eh?
of it's
4
split one.
games
We
all
had
they
a
had to do.
lot
I
of
think
teams
what
that were
was
not
even
signed.
crazier was Fun won
show
the
up.
first 2 games.
So a lot of
and
teams
then
have been
suddenly
picked up
Fnatic
here. I
came
like
out
that.
and won games 3 and 4 to take it away from them because Fnatic had just got so many points on the board in matches number 1 and 2. And I thought maybe we're going to be seeing something similar with XZ and how they were performing and how
I think
quickly they
NA
got
has
onto match
probably
point.
like
But
a 60%
with North America and
chance
how tight this
of
region
winning.
is,
That's
everyone's just
pretty
been
good.
pushing each other right to the limit here, and it's not going to be the walkover
is
that
just
maybe
so
XZ
good.
would have expected. And now they have stiff competition on match point as well. Dark Zero have shown they can do
Honestly,
it.
no,
when
I
their
would
backs are
say
against the wall.
NA
We'll have
has
to see
a
whether they can do it here in match number 6.
45% chance.
Dark Zero always seem to be the
I would
name on the tip of our
say-
tongues when it comes to match point. They appear out of nowhere when we least
I would
expect
say
it, so I wouldn't be
EU
surprised
has like a
if they steal it
40%
away from
chance.
XZ.
Yeah, of course.
And then
two
I would
LAN
say
championships they've won.
Apex
You know,
South.
they were the ALGS champions.
I don't know,
They've
actually, no, that-
been phenomenal when
I
it
don't
comes
know.
down to match point, and they're looking pretty good again today.
I don't know,
maybe
actually.
still another match point victory away from the rest of the lobby. Match 6 is where we find ourselves, though, still on Storm Point here before we head back over to World's Edge once more. And I can't remember who you said was going to be one of the teams. Did you say NRG? We're going to be one of the team who went through?
You asked me today, I did say NRG, and as it stands, they are in ninth.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty good.
But I have cursed a lot of people today, so
Oh, no,
it doesn't
not the
bode
curse.
well
Oh,
for NRG
chat,
that I
don't forget,
predicted them.
J-Miles has a curse.
And, we'll have to see if they can carry
Chat,
on with their form. But,
if there's any
you know,
curse
it
you guys
shows
want me to
the
put on a
difference in
team,
just
if
a
I
few
say
games
they're
as
going to
well, by the
win,
way.
I
If
curse them.
had
So
won it there and then
we need
there would
to
have been some
summon
teams
our
that lost
curse.
out. But now we go into match 6, potentially 7, who knows, 8, 9, like we did in EMEA.
What team do we want
If
to curse,
NRG
though?
were to now slow down a little bit, then suddenly they might drop out of those positions, and that's where you have to stay
NRG
laser
currently
focused. You have
looking
to stay on
pretty
top of your
nice.
game, otherwise people will take those positions off you. All it takes is one good zone pull. I mean, how many times have we seen a team that's been struggling all day and then suddenly
we've
the
been on
POI
commercial
that they
break
land
for
on, the
15
circle comes
minutes,
towards
almost.
them, they win, they get 12 kills, and they find themselves in the top 5. That could happen for anyone here.
And we'll take a look
And
at
it's
some
not
of
even
the
the
legend pick rates as well,
commercials.
because we
It's
have seen a little bit of variance
gibberish.
in what
Like, they're just
compositions have been
talking
played,
about
especially by
nothing.
XZ, by the way, when they're mixing
Like,
up
we
the
don't need to see
composition,
legend pick rates.
they look pretty good. As soon as they've gone back to something a
We
little
don't
bit
need
more
to
standard,
see
all of a
or
sudden,
hear
Dan, just
what you
saying,
think. Like,
theory
those
crafting
things
here.
are good, but if you're going to have an excess amount of commercials, then don't talk about them. Like, just do the commercials and let's go back
You
into
can
it.
see, understandably, at the top
But
of the
this
table
just,
once more.
like,
Look forward
makes
to the
it
day where that isn't there, I
so
must say. Personal
ridiculous,
opinion, by the way,
bro.
67%
I watch
pick
COD
rate.
esports all the
Valkyrie
time.
there as well, 65%.
They
Wonder
go
if that's gonna
back to
change,
back to
with the
back.
new
They get the
season
games
just
over
around the
with,
corner
man.
with the, what do I call them? Porty balloons?
Porta balloon, I
Is that
think, is what I went for, and you then changed it
porta
to
balloon.
you changed it to porty balloon, which is something entirely different. But yeah, I mean, it kind of works.
I hope that they label it that in game. That's all I'm going to say. It would not be maybe in fitting with any of the Apex Legends lore or branding, but hey, I'm just saying there's an idea there. If you want to use it,
If they
feel
don't,
free,
it might
but-
go in like the Hall of Champions, like 2 seasons down. You know, it might have a plaque of your face with porty balloon, and we can celebrate that in a couple of seasons.
Look,
Unlikely, but you never know.
It would be very
Start the
fitting if
game
one thing
quick,
that got played in a
please.
video
Nobody
game,
wants
like
to
I said,
listen to
porty
you
balloon,
bombs.
really, let's be real.
Nah,
But
these
let's
guys
take
are
a look at the
cool, and I
kill
like
leaders
their-
that
I
have
like them
happened throughout the
talking.
season. We'll get to the
But
game
if
as
you're
soon as
gonna
we can.
do
Everybody, a little
all
bit of reset
these-
just went down in the lobby. We want to make sure the lobby is good to go. We want to bring you the best Apex
I don't
Legends
know what to do.
that we possibly
All right,
can.
kill
But
leaderboard.
at the top of the
Dang,
leaderboards, I mentioned
Chaotic
EA
Much has
put
the
in a
most
good
kills
performance
today.
and a lot of that is down to
Nocturnal in
Chaotic
second.
at the top of the
Zainu
leaderboard.
and
16
Zero
kills
in
to
the
his
top
name.
4. Snipe down up
16 is
there.
an insane amount for the day, and Nocturnal not far behind
Not
on
shabby.
15 as well. Everyone playing their part.
Chaotic Much
Kill
with
leaderboards
16
are always an
kills.
interesting
That's kinda
one as well
nuts.
because damage
nuts.
leaderboards is what I sometimes want to look at, because I know what some players are like that I've played with that steal those kills away and get that final knock when I might have done all that damage. Unlikely, because I'm usually the one who does it to other
Tactical
people,
Dad, what's
but
up, man? Good to see
still,
you, bro.
We have to
Just
say
gonna
that.
by the way, Dan, this is spoken like a true charge rifle enjoyer right now.
I hate the charge rifle, especially when someone uses it against me. I saw Hal actually say in the pre-game lobby he's looking forward to another game of Charge Rifle
what?
Legends, because TSM have not had the most fun rotations today. 2 or 3 times when they've gone up into the air, they've been charge rifled out of the sky, and I cannot describe the pain that I have felt being in a similar situation. I can only
that's
imagine
Zenful.
in a
He's in my
competitive
chat.
environment
Zenful,
getting
thank you, bro.
destroyed out of the sky, but they've got to
Thank
stay
you,
focused.
Zenny.
They're in a good position right now. They're in like, what, 6th as it stands overall, so they would be making LAN, and as long as they can keep this consistent points total across the board, we should be seeing TSM at LAN indeed.
Bro, have they
Lights
had
100
these
Thieves seem to
casters
be
in
comfortable
the-
as well. Luminosity and NRG, Glitch,
EMEA
and
scene as well
Wildcard
today?
are all
They
there on the
got-
bubble
had these guys
and would be
working all
making
day?
LAN, but it can all change, not just in match number 6, but if we go on
Let these
to
guys
match
go to
7,
sleep,
8,
man.
9, maybe 10.
Nope. here's a segue for you, Dan. You've done a great job in lining everything up for this game to get started. Well, let's talk about season 17. Let's talk about Arsenal. Terrible. But let's talk about Ballistic, the new legends that's coming into things. You talked about charge rifle use as well. This may be a way to counter that, to get up in their faces and cause some problems. You can see some of the things we've been kind of thinking about with this new legend. Ballistic, of course, a new assault class legend. We've heard from some of the devs. Big shout out to both of them for having a quick chat with me and kind of explaining some of the thoughts behind the changes and what Ballistic is going to bring. And I'm kind of excited to use the ult. I'm not gonna lie. I think Tempest is gonna be right up both of our streets when we were triple stacking and ranked.
Oh, especially because of the amount of times I run out of ammo, or the amount of times you're screaming at me for some ammo. You can play Ballistic. You can get us some ammo with the ultimate and make sure we are locked and loaded as we push in and we get aggressive. I do think he is gonna change how the game works. I think that he will be a very important factor for a lot of these teams. Not just in competitive Apex Legends, but ranked as well, which is, you know, a form of competitive Apex Legends. And personally, I think even having the extra gun, the gunslinger, sometimes I'll be in an engagement, I'm seeing pros engagements where they use all the ammo in both of their clips. If you get an extra one to whip out, that could be the difference maker in, you know, getting to a final circle. It could be the difference maker in winning a 1v1. So I think Ballistic is going to be very fun to play. And can X-Head just win?
Well, a man who's played a little bit of Ballistic, jealous, by the way, like, just gonna straight up say it. Rain Day, tell us a little bit more about your experience playing some Ballistic.
Well, you know, one of the cool things I got was doing this firing range video. I asked them, and they were so polite. I said, you know, can I play Ballistic, or should I not show the new character? And they said, you know, yeah, make it, you know, firing range video, but you could play Ballistic. And so we had with another creator, Sword Daz, you may know him. Big shout out to Daz. He jumped in and helped me out. And my editor, Dara, who is actually like an aim god. He's on like an aim team called Yuki Aim. So we went in and we 1v1'd for like an hour on Ballistic and got to experience his kit in a really, really interesting way, from all the different places of fighting in high ground, fighting in buildings, which I felt that, speaking of, his tactical was incredibly valuable in pinching people to make that kind of play that maybe an Ash type of Arcstar might, where you can kind of throw it to one side of maybe a rock that they're hiding behind, force them to either get hit by it or run out to that left side of theirs, and then you can kind of anticipate what you're going to do with it. Plus, 20 damage is a lot. That's the amount of damage that I recall it doing. I'm pretty sure there's a video I uploaded that actually shows it happening when you get reset, and it puts you in this mentality like, I can't fight. I gotta run away.
I'll go Fuddruckers.
You guys have been in those
Shake
situations.
Shack,
I know, Mark, you're pretty aggro. If
Steak
somebody
and
turns
Shake,
their back on you and you've
Five
got
Guys,
a nemesis or a wingman, you're definitely taking advantage of that situation.
This is music to my ears. I love it, honestly. The fact that they've actually made a legend.
Oh, White Castle. Yeah, I know White Castle. Oh, I could have said Crystals, or Crystals probably would have given me
the new legend is English. I mean, what else?
But we have Crystals, but I don't have White Castle.
I didn't even realize that. That's actually pretty. I didn't even.
But I've got the White Castle burgers, like the frozen one from Walmart. They're pretty good. Not gonna lie. Even though it's definitely horse meat.
No, and it just kept bringing the thoughts back up. But today we can talk about it.
Yeah, you got the win today.
Can we start this game?
I mean, it's, you know, still it was a good synergy there for the character. The other thing that I'm gonna literally lose myself. I think the sling is for all of you who watch Apex Esports. You're probably one of those people who likes the theory craft.
Everybody's sleeping in chat.
Want to know what lineups are gonna work. You know,
look at chat. Everybody's sleeping, bro.
Lineup with this, a Maggie, something Bangalore, maybe a Seer.
Everybody emote only chat.
Yo, they switched it to, and that's why I think it's such an interesting ability.
They switched it to emotes only, so you can't type, and everybody's typing in the.
And even if you have two weapons, they're fully equipped. You throw it in your sling, all your attachments drop off.
Try not to get dunked on.
But what's the value?
Yeah, I gotta join in. Everybody type in the sleep emojis.
Ultimate, turning that into a gold peacekeeper versus maybe just having a sniper as a third option that you just carry around.
Apex try not to get dunked on by their own fans.
That's all you need. A couple of shots, a little bit of threatening, while also running maybe a nemesis.
They switched it to emote only, and now they're getting destroyed. I felt that
actually created a lot of really interesting thoughts that I had to have about what is the best strategy. And I don't know if you guys have any ideas what would come to mind to be using in that sling that as a base weapon would be valuable, but also when it's fully uploaded, you know, upgraded would be something that you could take advantage of.
I'll take an RE45, an R99, and another R99. And then I'll say, Mark, let's push. And then we're in the face of all the opponents. And then,
you know, the true controller combat. Controller to controller to double SMGs. I'm just saying, if you don't have a Sentinel win that.
No,
Sentinel in the sling. Drop a couple of shield cells in that bad boy.
I'm saying you guys are going to be all really, really excited. I'm so glad we got to talk about this, but guess what? The thing you're really here for is underway. Mark,
thank you. Finally, we're back.
Everybody, we apologize for the interlude, but now we get back into the action, Dan.
And he got screwed over by DZ Dubs. That's why they screwed him over. They dropped him and picked up another guy last second.
Just 5 points off now. They're gonna hope they don't see a banner that says Exit or Dark Zero.
No, Apex take 30 minutes.
What did I say? I don't want to watch this fight.
Yeah, that's funny.
No, hey, you never know. We might be able to get the final chapter here between Native and CLG.
Doesn't.
Elsewhere, by the way, everyone now trying to work out if they can get to match point before Exit decide they want to win this thing again. Because Exit were unreal earlier, and it's good that they've allowed everyone to get back into the possibility of being in this. No, I'm just joking, but I've loved what I've seen today from this region. I think that not only have Exet demonstrated how powerful they are, but also we've seen Dark Zero come out and show us what they're made of with this new roster. There was always going to be questions around them. Will they be able to fit in? Will the pickup be the right one? Well, they're on match point and they have the opportunity to win.
I get the feeling this contest, Dan, even though we're kind of like, you know, being a bit lighthearted.
What is wrong with NRG,
it's
bro?
a little bit like when people say
zipped on. I think they're on the Pathfinder comp. They get here quick.
Wait, what? What's going on with NRG? In our stream is.
It's messed up.
Their Apex crashed?
It died.
Vice versa.
It's NRG
I don't think I'll
even
be
in the
able
game?
to stop thinking about it, honestly, with the amount of times you've seen it. And you know, there's an element of
If
respect.
NRG crashed, they're gonna have to restart this.
About it. They
There's
just,
no
it's
way.
an element of never back down, right? They want to
so
keep
they're
this
streaming their
fight.
own
They
thing,
are
okay.
sticking to their truths. And as for much as I joke about it, where else do they go? Right? Every POI is taken. If they go somewhere else, they're probably
Command
getting
center's
nothing,
down, chat.
and they feel like their best chance is just taking
Big
the fight.
tough.
It's kind of one of
Are
those
all the teams
situations where
screwed
you're
up?
damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So all credit to Native for taking.
Yep. Oh, you can hear their comms. TSM screwed up. Optic Gaming screwed up. You can hear the admins getting frustrated. That's actually funny.
Cascadey, maybe a little bit wally, and for Exit that's going to be pretty good, or maybe it's going to pull a little bit more towards where Lanimals find themselves in the armry for now.
Yeah, I just clicked on the TSM perspective,
exactly there by the
and
looks
you could hear one of the admins saying,
a pretty similar zone to what we saw.
Like, yeah, I'm not seeing them.
However, not quite as north. You
I
can
don't
see
know
that
what's
the
going
building
on.
inside of North Pad isn't going to be in this verse zone. We're going to be probably pulling towards where Albrelelli and the rest of the crew are finding themselves.
At least the game's
working.
working.
A tough zone, but a good zone for NRG, a good zone for Exit. They've got good prior, of course. They have good prior to most zones over at Cascade Falls, but for Lanimals as well, one of those bubble teams, this is their chance now to put points on the board.
It's all.
Wonder if I can clip this, pull it back, see if I can gain it.
There will be some teams who maybe are second guessing themselves a little bit, but as I say that, I mean,
Wonder if I
a
caught
lot
the
of the
admin getting
IGLs
frustrated.
and a lot of the teams here are so good with their circle calls now. Even from just seeing circle number 1 on Storm Point, we see people knowing where to go without the ring console. So just expect there to be a lot of teams, a lot of bodies in the Northwest, but it's about where you can get. If you're arriving a little bit later, you might just have to accept you go for a secondary priority position rather than one of the biggest and best.
Well, Optic Gaming and Dark Zero very, very close to each other at the moment, kind of trying to rotate alongside, almost shoulder to shoulder, and Dark Zero will force you to use that Dark Veil as a rotational tool this time to move from point A to point B without taking any damage. And I tell you what, Dark Zero have done a pretty damn good job of it as well. Optic, for now, going to retreat back to one of these gondola buildings and playing the trenches between them. But Dark Zero, if they can sneak in and around,
Can you watch that real quick and see if
and kind of just
I
work
caught
their way
it?
across,
I can't listen to it right now because the stream will hear it.
And they might be set up for a good game as well.
The clip I just put in
And
the
like
chat.
you mentioned, the
see if you can
match
hear
that
it
we
in
had
there. I
earlier
can't
that
tell.
was a kind of around this area where a lot of people took
I don't know
trenches,
if
and
I
we
caught
saw
it or
some
not.
very difficult games for people, because I think that trench games are tough. Because once you're in the trenches, if you're joined by someone else, often you are going to struggle to escape. It's a very narrow area you have to try and navigate, and as soon as you start
Chat, we can't
climbing,
watch
you
teams'
can then be
perspectives
vulnerable. There
anymore.
also
They're not-
might be a
they're
team
down.
above you, could be a team behind.
Unless we watch Imperial Howl stream.
Maybe we.
I think we might have to just stay.
We can go. Maybe I think we sit
one another, but I don't think this will end up in a fight just yet.
What'd you miss? Dark Zero on match point, along with Xset.
Even if you play in these
No
trenches,
other team
you just
on
have
match
no
point
lines
yet.
of sight. You know, the walls around you don't allow you to really access any other teams. If someone walks up on you on height, you're just in a really rough position to try and exchange fire. I also don't know why I started calling these gondola buildings, Dan, because they're not gondolas. I've always called these the donuts, and they're one of my favorite things in the world. So I'm going to rewind the tape, scratch the VOD. Dark Zero and Optic are both in the donuts.
I'm going to be honest, when you said gondola, I was a bit confused, but I let it slide
It's
because
3:30 a.m.
It's 3:30
It's
in the morning.
yeah, let these casters
That
go to
being
sleep,
said,
man.
donuts are nice, and I agree. We'll go back to donuts because that works out for me, and let's be nice and prepared for tomorrow. FaZe, though, have moved on and taken position. And really, I thought they were going to actually be able to hold out a team there because they noticed them as they dove across them from the skyward dive.
Did you watch it crossover?
It looks like
Was
they
it in
might
there?
be going back to revisit that. You can see that Phony was at least scanning to see if they were there, but it looks like
They
they're going to be
must be
okay
still
for now and
watching.
might even have the chance to craft a little bit.
Yeah, they should be okay for now. And 100 Thieves are kind of, I was going to say in the vicinity, but I don't think they're looking to really engage. They're more occupied with the rotate they want to make in and around where FaZe find themselves.
Okay.
But you've always got to have someone on lookout, and you can see that Snipedown's got that responsibility right now. His job is just to
I'll
make sure
delete it
no
then.
teams are approaching from the north. Nobody's up on that high ground by the zip line, and Frex is trying to join him alongside. While they craft these armors, it's you mentioned concentration being such a big part of these lobbies. Even if it's just holding an angle, you need to make sure that you never take your eye off the ball for a second, because that could be the difference between it not coming in from distance or you surviving and leaving with purple armors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to beat around the bush. They're long days. Sometimes these match point formats, if they don't end in 4 or 5 and you can go on to 6, 7, 8, even 9 like we did in EMEA, and it's very easy to switch off every now and then. You suddenly just grab a drink while you're having only one hand
I'd
on
say
the
7 or 8 games.
keypad or maybe on your controller as well, and a team suddenly pops up and you're not quite prepared. These things you can't allow to happen. I know
I
it
think
sounds like
FaZe
so
will get
trivial,
match
it sounds
point
so
here.
amateur, but at the same
And I
time,
think 2
people
teams will
can
get
sometimes
match
just
point
let their
here.
guard
I think
down a little
FaZe will
bit,
get it, and
some of the biggest and best teams will be well
and
drilled and not
maybe,
allow
like,
that to happen.
Who's
I
fourth?
will say now, as I
EA.
look at the circle
Nah, I
and
don't
where the
think EA.
teams
I
are
think
currently
EA's gonna have
set
bad
up,
game.
I'm a
I
little
think
bit
either
concerned
FaZe
for the
or I mean
teams who are
NRG
going
or
to be
TSM will
arriving
have a
from
good
the
game and get on it.
southeast side, because there is starting to be a little bit of congestion towards that side where the chokeholds are going to be near impossible to break through, and that's going to force you to have to Valkyrie over teams. And we've already seen with the amount of charge rifles in the lobbies today, Valkyrie ultimates haven't really worked out for these squads.
Well, Funny had shown what an important responsibility it was for his team to make sure that they were watching all angles at all times, because a team did manage to sneak up near them and take control of one of those buildings. If he wasn't watching, person on the crafter gets
What team
eliminated
is that?
very, very quickly. Inside a checkpoint, though, is going to be Complexity, who haven't had the monster game that we've seen from
Who died?
the likes of NRG today, where they had that big performance from FaZe and Exet, of course, the 2 winners
native
of our games that we've seen so far alongside Dark Zero. But for now, it's going to be the Valcol, and very well positioned as well. You can see they wanted to make sure they were at maximum height. That's just good knowledge of where to Valcol. All these little spots have been sought out and looked over thousands and thousands of times to make sure that you're at max speed when you finally find yourself in the line of sight for another team.
Well, they decide not to go for the gondola buildings. Instead, I'll go to head a
Oh no, Complexity's throwing.
east as they lose one. Ludes goes down, and it's not a laughing matter for Complexity because, as I mentioned earlier, they are outside of the top 10 as it stands, so they can't afford to fall here. Because remember, it
Complexity's
could
actually
end if XL
not
Dark
in
Zero
the
were to win
top
this one.
11 right
I
now.
think they might be able to, I was going to say, get a reset, but they're not going to
So
be able to because there's a charge rifle
Complexity
coming in from
cannot be
distance. And
losing
Oxygen
games like
Esports right now,
this.
stood in the bubble, stood in the
Oxygen
bubble,
gets the
what
knocks
the
on
heck is
Monsoon
going
as well.
on?
Complexity's about to throw their game. It's a 1v1. And ooh, Complexity clutches up.
By Complexity.
Nice 3
Cody's
KB
still
here from
alive.
Cody.
Monsoon's on his back, but they're trying to stick that res, and he might be able to get Mon back on his feet.
I mean, that is huge for Complexity's chances
Yeah,
of
Complexity
qualifying
needed
for
that.
LAN. They need to be staying alive in these games. If they can get that banner,
Ooh,
then maybe they
Furia.
can stay alive. As
Instinct
FaZe have lost
FaZe.
2. Zero tricky.
Ooh,
Being able to
FaZe
take
might
down
not get
Frex
on match
finally, and
point.
it looks
Not
like
looking
Snipedown's just going to have to try and
good.
escape and maybe
Snipe's gonna have to play as a solo. He does have Phony's
Here's one in
banner
zone, and
though.
maybe a res is on the horizon, but as we can see in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, at the start of this game, FaZe run 45 points, and they have nothing to add to that as it stands.
If FaZe
18
don't get
squads
on
still
match point
remaining in
here,
the
they're
lobby as
throwing.
well.
They need
Does
this.
only have one banner to play with to try and get back
Tough.
into the game. The question is, does he
Tough.
play for the second and try and get FaZe back up to a full squad?
5 points isn't easy to come by as well as a solo or even a duo. I mean, unless you're Dark Zero, they managed to pull off the unthinkable in that game earlier. I've even seen teams struggle to get 1 or 2 points when they're trying to get onto match point, when even as a 3 when they've not been able to get there, especially in a lobby as tight as this, especially in a zone as tight as this, where everyone has moved so early as well. FaZe would have to not only get into the top 10.
No,
they'd
Native
need
is still
kills
alive.
and
Somebody
probably
else
have to
died.
get 6
Did
or
they beat
7.
CLG?
Like, it's not really the most easy thing here. So they need to give themselves the best opportunity, and maybe that is trying to get the second player back on their feet.
Dang, so
TSM
CLG literally.
And actually, as it stands overall,
CLG went
12 in the standings and would be going to land
and now
as
they're
well. 29 points
2-3.
isn't the highest total, but it is enough to be ahead of the majority of the lobby because
it's like they can't ice up when it matters most.
dark0 have gobbled up so many of those points.
But the scary thing for TSM, as good as it sounds, you know, 6th sounds like a qualification spot. It sounds like you're going to see him a land. Sounds like everything is rosy. There's only like 2 or 3 points between the teams in and around TSM outside of the ones that you mentioned. So one slip up here, and you can go from 6 to outside of that top 10 very, very quickly. But look at what is coming down from the sky.
Kraber coming.
Sure land
TSM's about to get a Kraber.
where TSM find themselves. Verhulst is going to ping it.
TSM's about to get the Kraber.
A little bit close to TSM.
Yeah, that could be nice and juicy if they are able to pick it up, but from their position, they are going to have to do quite a lot of work from this eastern side. It was the area I was worried about because as you move in, you've got Glitch Energy, you're going to be holding position. Complexity are going to be there waiting. Native are also just south of TSM that could potentially get involved in the fight. There is a lot of scraps that could be happening. Speaking of scraps, Furia, LG. Furia have LG in their sights. And we still haven't seen Furia take off today, but when you look at their points totals, they're on 18. TSM were on, like, what, 29? It wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility for Furia to catch teams like that up in one game.
Because Watson wants to be aggressive
yeah,
on this.
It's crazy how tight the scores are right now.
Because he knows that damage has been done, and this is a really risky play, but it's a smart one.
Nice play from Watson, literally getting the shots through the...
And now his Watson takes down Neazor, and you can see 2 players from LG already down. It's looking like this might be the end of the run here for Luminosity.
And that's so tough as well for Luminosity, even though they're within the top 10 at the moment. As you said, it's so tight between these teams who are fighting for points, fighting for those land placements, that one slip up and someone can take full advantage of it, and that may just happen to Luminosity if they are not careful.
Is the command... Oh.
Xset are trying to have a little go at this one as well, and remember, it was this kind of circle earlier where Xset were able...
No, it's down.
It's going to move a little bit further.
Oh, what the heck?
Because I'm pretty sure that Nocturnal just ripped away at 2 players under the AMC armory.
Xset is
ripping Pathfinder as well. This isn't just a pick for the short term. This is something that they think is going to work in the long term for them in these lobbies, and especially on Storm Point. We've seen how effective it was.
So
and speaking of kill feeds and speaking of things happening, look at the top right hand side of your screen. Monsoon, whose name rose to fame with a Kraber in his hands. He's got one here and he's dealing with some players coming in from Sentinels.
Complexity really needs some points as well to push themselves into that top 10, and it looks like
Sentinels
might suffer because of it. dark0 is just going to be there to clean up the pieces and ensure that Sentinels get eliminated. And with that elimination, Sentinels starting to fall further and further away from that
Furia
top 10 and those
jumped
chances.
From 18th to 14th by killing one team.
They continue on their charge. They would actually start to progress closer towards the likes of Xset, and our two match point teams are going to be in a very similar area here. They are both eventually going to have to move a little bit further southeast. This is starting to pull towards Cascade Falls. Originally, I think a lot of teams were thinking it was going to be a little bit closer north, but it has been a heavy zone shift.
I can tell you the whole lobby thought it was going north because everybody in the lobby had set up for a northern zone over by North Pad and, you know, the egg buildings and where we find ourselves from the point of view of Xset right now. But that is a violent zone shift back towards Cascade Falls. And Glitch Energy and TSM, they're in pretty good spots right now from looking like they weren't quite sure how to play things. Now they've kind of been dealt the hands that they wanted.
I think it's as soon as TSM and 100 Thieves and all the other teams that didn't get the priority positions, when they see that zone pool, they're going to be very happy. Native Gaming eliminated. Optic have just had a player knocked, as have dark0. So one of our match point teams here maybe could be falling unless we see Zainu, the new signing for this roster, start to pop
Monsoon is popping off the Kraber.
I'm going to make a request to the observers, by the way. Could we go and watch Monsoon? Because he's got a Kraber in his hand and he ain't missing many shots at the moment. dark0, 56 points. Zainu now left on his own with 15 squads remaining. But Complexity, who we saw about 5 minutes ago.
I love how the caster said, can we watch Monsoon with the Kraber? And they don't change it. And dude's piecing people.
But look at Zainu, drug-free eliminated. There's only one of him.
Monsoon! Thank you! Finally! Jeez!
Still a 2, and there you go. Your wish is your command, and Complexity now.
Oh my gosh! Monsoon's not missing,
still
dude!
hitting these shots. dark0 do get eliminated, by the way, so now only Xset.
Alright, dark0's out, so they cannot win here. Xset's the only team alive that can still win here.
A chance of pushing towards land.
Monsoon though, bro, they just went from like
points at the moment.
11th or 12th to 5th place right now.
But in a
Snipe down
position
just
where you
died
find
too.
yourselves
FaZe still in it.
needing
Barely, but
extra
man, they need
points
some
every game.
points.
This is what we were talking about before this game got underway. The teams who are under the most stress in this lobby right now aren't the ones that are on match point. It's the teams
Glitch Energy getting knocked by
of
Hal.
the qualification spots who know how close it is between everybody. A Monsoon with the crate in his hand, even though there's only 2 players here. For complexity to navigate, might be able to make something happen. 68 coming in from Mon with the R99.
Yep, FaZe is out. I don't think they got enough.
Quite now with the Kraber,
Oh, Monsoon missing. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. That's tough.
Unfortunately for him,
Lanimal's going to get some KP there.
He's going to be left on his own.
And I think this was inevitable. They were always going to fall, as a lot of teams are who are coming from this northwest side. Exet
I don't know if they
in
just
such a difficult position to try and get into this next circle. If anyone can do it,
actually, they haven't played them all day
today,
they actually ran Fuse and Mad Maggie on
quite the task to try and push themselves into this next zone.
They played him for
they do have the ability to at least Pathfinder zip if they would like. RE45 also available for them, so things starting to look up. They find themselves in the circle, but they're going to have to hold out all the teams that are behind them.
Well, Exet have found a spot to play. They're inside of that next zone. 20 seconds to it closes. It's a perfect time, as always, to jump into the comms.
Car went north. Car went north, boys.
Wait.
Not looking at that. I'm looking
I fucked up. Wait, Phone's about to kill them all.
Okay.
No one's up there on you.
South, we're resing.
No way. Who are they griefing right now?
I'm watching South.
Nice, Fawn, nice.
Glitch Energy, no. Glitch Energy's out, bro.
One guy's going right over here, Fawn.
Glitch!
There's
another
you have got to get it together.
Play together here. Fawn, we can't. Fawn, can you set us a zip? No.
TSM is taking down Meat Lovers as well.
They might land on you.
Above us. They're moving.
Yeah, you gotta come, Fawn. You gotta come. I'm coming.
Exet might actually do this.
They're landing on the spot. Kill that rampart. Yeah, go back. We're still in. Right on me. They used bubble.
I might be dead. I need to pop Phoenix.
You can come to me. I have Godspot purple. Wait, Uda's finally behind.
I'm popping it back.
In zone. This is so hectic, bro.
Okay, we're good.
We're safe. Just breathe, boys. Just breathe.
Yeah, we're fine.
I have no wall. Place the wall.
I don't have skin. I do have it.
Right here. I'm popping a medkit.
Yeah.
Sykes, walk up. Take space. They're fighting south. Take space. We need to kill this team.
Yeah, Hal just went down. Fury is eliminated.
Do not push bubble. Do not push bubble. There's a horizon team above them. There is a horizon team above them. Okay, what's
yeah.
Oh, and they don't have NRG's perspective here.
Ultimate safe on me. Ultimate safe.
Phoenixing.
NRG's going insane. Verholtz just killed. Yo, Verholtz just killed 2.
Wait, they ran the rocket.
They just killed 3. We gotta put that from Hal's perspective.
Animal's dead.
South is still looking at you guys.
Oh, he just did he just 1v? Oh no, Jordan killed Naughty. Okay, I was about to say, he just 1v3?
Wait, they have a knock. They have a knock there.
Don't take it. Don't take zip.
Do we not wrap and kill that?
No. We just need to clear space. South is gonna wrap and kill us.
They have a knock over there.
No. They're splitting. It's 2 solos.
Okay.
South is getting farmed right now.
Oh my gosh, bro. TSM's kind of going off.
I'm very low on ammo.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch Hal's perspective.
Wrap the rock on you guys?
Oh, Hal's
I don't know.
dead.
Shut up and
it's just
focus.
Jordan.
This team East is the only team that knows that you're there. East, Southeast.
This is tough for them. I don't actually think they have enough to be on match point either. They definitely don't.
There's a solo Bangalore. You need to kill that kid.
And they don't have the team perspectives up yet.
Before we jumped into that lesson, by the way, FaZe were eliminated. They
can't watch NRG popping off.
They don't have it. To getting there though would be E8, who are still alive. They are 2 points away, and I said they need to win on match point. They might get the chance.
TSM's out. Jordan's gone.
do not win, but with how Exet are playing, 4 squads remaining. They are doing the unthinkable, pushing through that choke, staying alive. And also the Pathfinder has come in so much handy here. It has been incredible, and now Sheila
Exet does
also
have to rotate in, but.
You're a Path or you're a Sheila, whoever it is, Exet know how to make it work. Nocturno up on that high ground has to drop down and retreat to his teammates. Cannibale's gonna go down
Exet's
as well.
tough. They got so much.
Desperately try and escape,
There's
which
so many boxes though. All right, E8's gonna push. No, Exet's screwed. I think they're screwed here. They have no protection. Sykes last one. Yeah, that's it. It's not over. NRG's got this. It's gonna be a 3v3. NRG versus E8.
NRG move in on E8 to clean up this piece, and this might be the game.
NRG's gonna be on match point if they win this.
Kind of security game for NRG when it
And
comes
they got
to
it.
But not just that, if NRG win this,
They got
also
it.
be
They
on
got
match
it. They
point
got it.
alongside
3v1,
EA
it's
and
over.
Dark Zero and Xet. With how they're
NRG.
fragging at the moment,
NRG
you'd expect
has
it
done
to
it.
happen. The final player goes down. NRG on match point.
Huge
and it
stuff
looks
out
like
of
they want to
NRG.
make a real play for that.
It doesn't matter how you get it done.
Might be
or when
better.
you get
I mean,
it
I know you
done.
don't have their perspective, but
As long
honestly,
as you get the job done,
clip that.
nobody
That's a
will
good
care.
win, and that you could use that one for the
NRG
title of
are there
NRG
at
saved their
LAN.
game, honestly.
NRG fans will be smiling. I mean,
Or you could put them
they just
together.
leave it like
NRG
every
saved their
time. This
land
season I was
with
like,
these
hey,
two
they're gonna
games,
start this very
no, with this
And then
play.
they fell away just to do what they do.
NRG saved
Leave
their
it
land with
just a
this
little bit
play
of
and
time
use that
left
one.
before they
I
get
say
that
the
game
first
on the
because they
board,
didn't
but
win the other game.
amazing
It's probably not even
performance
worth
from
it.
NRG once again to clean up in
This
that
one's a good
final
one.
endgame. XS
Huge
so close,
stuff,
though,
NRG.
Rain.
Now they're on
Gonna bring
match
you back
point.
in. Rain Day, I mean, you just felt maybe that was the game for XS.
I felt, I mean, going
That's
to the top
crazy.
8, we also had that POV. They had red and Evo's purple.
Cade,
Evo.
you almost
They
had
were
it. You
feeling
almost had it,
confident.
Cade.
They just survived to fight.
I think it's
I
gonna
thought
go
it was
game
over.
8.
I really
Cade.
did. But this shows you the caliber of teams that we have in North America. And in many ways, the dark side
All right, have
of
a
it,
good
which
one,
is
man.
the inconsistency sometimes that we have with these teams. And not to put a damper on what NRG has done, which phenomenal win. That's going to give them confidence. E8 as well. The story that is maybe the most interesting, a potential 18th place team winning
I should
match
have to
point,
try to work
kicking
on
one of
my,
our current top 10 teams
thumbnails
out
with,
of that place
laptop
and
or
only
something
taking
tonight.
the top 9. That would be a story. But in terms of, I think, XSET having more and more opportunities, when does it become a
I'm trying
problem?
to close this chat.
And when does it start to mess with you mentally? Because, Mark, obviously, it's not easy to even get to the position
Oh,
that
they
they're
do.
in.
They for
Is there
sure
any
do.
point that this becomes negative, or is this just something like,
Edit
hey, we
channel.
go again, wipe the slate clean, we're going to land anyway?
Permissions.
I mean, it depends on the team. It depends on the player, right? Some teams will be like, okay, we're in a great position. We're
I'll
still
tell
on
you
match
what,
point.
here.
There's not many other
Let's go
teams who
here.
are joining us. We've still got another chance. But you're quite right. The more opportunities you have in front of you, you don't
Well, you
convert.
can hear the caster
The doubt
squad.
starts
Nobody
to
can
come
join
in
here, but
naturally. It
select
will. It doesn't
people.
matter who you are, how much experience
Just
you've
to be
got. It's like,
safe.
was that the game? Are we going to get another chance? Is that going to be something we're going to regret? But
Chat,
this is the
NRG
Dan, and
is back
the
in
way
it,
that they
baby.
played this side of the zone, clearing it out, and just allowing themselves.
I
a
know,
perfect
right,
position for
Josh?
third
Now we
place
gotta
was
wait.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it really was.
We
an
gotta wait
incredible
for
way to
them to read an entire book before we
round
get
things
started
out
the
of
next
this final
game.
circle for NRG because they distanced themselves from teams enough where they could watch what was unfolding in front of them and then pick their fights at the right time.
The
It's
thing
one
is,
of
I
the
wish I
best
could work on
ways to
thumbnail
try
while
and
doing
take a
this, but I
final
have
circle
my
is
I can't because
avoiding
my
certain
second
fights,
monitor
but
is
then
vertical.
getting involved when you need to, and also doing damage to teams from a distance because then you can almost encourage those fights and help those fights finish a little bit quicker. As soon as they started to see the kill feed light up, that's when NRG said, all right, we're in a spot now where we should be winning this game. And from this point onward, it was never going to be a failure. A team like NRG does not throw games like this away. They put themselves on match point. Also, as it stands, if it were to end here, they would be going to LAN anyway, just based off pushing themselves. I think
I'll put the
they're
NRG one.
now,
I'll try to
as
make
it
one real
stands.
quick.
They're actually only 1 point behind TSM if it were to be this position. The scary thing is we have 4 teams now on match point. So those teams who haven't been able to do enough today, we're getting increasingly more likely to find a winner.
NRG, E8, and of course Dark Zero and XF, the teams on match point that you mentioned, Dan.
do it on this. What the heck?
With a big game, you could see how aggressive he was starting to get there in that final zone, and it's just that little momentum that NRG has, that swagger when they start going. We saw it all the way back when even in Twitch Rivals, Hal and Sweet teamed up together. They got that 37-point win with Reeds and ultimately ended up taking a huge comeback victory. There's something about the way Sweet it likes to IGL this squad, and the way Nathan and Gildersons are just 2 of the best in the business at doing damage and creating milestones. That means when they get going, they're almost impossible to stop. I know we have our series results coming up pretty soon as well, so wait for those, and
hopefully they'll get right back into the game.
NRG after that big win.
Dang, E8 did
total
really
points.
good
We haven't
there.
seen anyone jump
E8
really
has been
past the
stepping it up.
26 points, but we've seen a lot of 25, 26s across EMEA and North America today, Mark, and so it's been a good showcase of NRG to get into that range.
Certainly has. And E8 once again up there. Second
Every
place finish for
team
them.
is starting to step up
Close,
besides
but close
Glitch,
might
bro.
as well have been a million miles away, to be honest. It's all
How
about
does
the win
Glitch
for them
have
at this
such a
point.
good
Meat lovers,
day
though, that's a really
and
important
win
game
like
for them,
3
but I keep
games
saying about the bubble teams,
in their
man.
last
Whose
thing, and
turn
now
is it
they're
this time. It seems like one
can't
by
even get in
one,
the top
it's a bubble
10.
team who steps up. Yes, NRG with the big win. Great for them, but Meat Lovers, 11 points for them. It's going to change the complexion once again for LAN qualification. It's honestly, I'm kind of like, every time these standings come up and I'm reading through them, I'm just thinking about who's going to miss out. Like, someone has to miss out, and it's just like, can we just not have everyone?
I still think Lanimals is going to miss out.
Let's do a 10-day event.
I don't know about Glitch, man. I mean, obviously they're doing horrible
unfortunately
now,
providing a losing
but they did so good in the regular season. It's like, I don't know.
That's the nature of the game.
And that's the scary thing for some of these teams who are in the top 11, because 11 go through, but if we were to see E8 to win on match point, for example, suddenly it would only be 10 going through on points plus E8. 11th place right now is complexity. And that complexity we saw and we heard from Monsoon how the tribes and tribulations that he went through, the disappointment of not being at LAN. We heard the same thing from SmackDown as well. We know what it means to these guys to make it.
That was their first
win.
win.
Lose out because another team wins on match point, it pushes you out of those placements.
He said that was NRG's first win in Split 2. That's crazy.
It's about putting yourself and putting your best foot forward. So if you're the likes of Complexity, Meat Lovers, Wildcard, who are kind of on those 10th, 11th positions at the moment, you need to do more to push yourself that little bit further so you're not even vulnerable to that possibility.
Oh my gosh!
Results after 6 games.
Here we go. 4 teams on match point.
Edge. It certainly felt
is so close.
that we could end there in game 3 or game 4, and then of course Storm Point seemed likely, but no, we're heading back to the map that in 2 days will be nicely.
Oh, E8's on match point. What the heck?
That on competitive. I'm sure that will still be in place for LAN. So a nice little sneak peek we've been doing there. XSET, Dark Zero, NRG, E8. Round out the top 4 with FaZe right behind them. TSM
and FaZe could definitely get on it this game.
Our top 10, and yes, more to be done for
NRG.
our bottom half.
Oh my
But of course,
gosh.
that doesn't mean
NRG
that there
just came out of nowhere
who are doing well. And if you think that you've spotted someone, we mentioned Monsoon. We've obviously been watching.
What is this for? ALGS MVP?
His play. Gilderson's impressed me in that last one. And Fun
and they're all going to pick Hal. I mean, geez.
They've been incredible performers today.
Everybody's going to pick Hal just because there's no way Hal doesn't win the vote.
In the Twitch chat right now, use hashtag
top performer. If I had to pick today, just off today's performance.
Also on Twitter, if you want to go ahead and write it there, we will tabulate that as well. We have all the fancy systems, so don't worry about it.
It's got to be somebody from XSET, bro. Not even close.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on World's Edge. You can see XSET having won twice.
It's got to be Nocturnal. I'm going to vote Nocturnal just because he deserves it.
Even though they're not the storyline right now, it's been a good day for them.
You think it ends right
Dark
here?
Zero, NRG.
Honestly, okay.
Match 7 with World's
number one,
Edge.
Who do you think, if you think it ends, who do you think is going to win?
This is something we haven't heard in half a second.
Because I have a reasoning as to who I think is going to win.
Game 7. We're back on World's Edge. What you saying?
Well, I mean, I'm saying I'm excited for this game.
They haven't won a single game. You gotta wonder if now's the time.
Match number 7, it means World's Edge. It means that all the teams that are starting to get comfortable on Storm Point for a couple,
World's Edge was NRG's map, right?
If I'm not mistaken. Map, and I start
Split
to look
1, NRG was crazy on World's Edge. I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Furia, XSET,
one of the groups, I think, they won like 3 games in a row, 2 games in a row or something.
Have been able to
World's
find
Edge.
all of their victories.
I got a feeling that NRG is going to go back to back right here for the win.
If we see some of the teams who are outside of
those match calling NRG dub back to back to finish it off.
Man, I gotta take you away
I kind of do think that I kind of do think it might end right here.
On the mic, you know, we gotta give Marco some chance to breathe here, as Native Gaming haven't had their chance to breathe. They keep taking these 50-50s constantly here, and it's no surprise we're seeing it happen again. Also, would love to highlight the fact that E8 have been such silent killers. That's
CLG is just suddenly not
from E8 has been
keeping it together.
Insane in this entire lobby.
Mamba's about to go down.
Like
Shiny's pretty weak.
Crazy to see.
Wait, they did get Bullet though.
CLG with Mamba literally 1 pixel away from getting knocked.
No way, Bullet's so mad.
With that shield bat.
I mean, EA really would be a statistical anomaly if they were to win on match point. They only had 1 match win throughout the entire regular season.
If EA wins this and they qualify to LAN
for this match
for that,
point today,
that's going to be
they've
nuts.
already found themselves in a position now where they could win on match point if they were to find a victory. But where did they find that 1 map win? It was on World's Edge. And you never know, maybe the writing's on the wall, and maybe we will have that Cinderella story of a team who is down in 18th place finds themselves at LAN by winning on match point, rather than it being one of the top dogs. But they're going to have to compete with the likes of XSET, the likes of Dark Zero, and NRG, who will all also want to get it done, not only to try and get to LAN and secure the extra seeding points, but also get that extra dollar.
E8. They're saying E8.
And FaZe has been so close for so long for like the last 3 games here too. It's so
They're
much
watching
on the table
CLG,
for
but
this game.
I haven't heard them say CLG. They're watching CLG, but they've been talking about E8 winning.
Before making their next move and where they want to rotate here
they
too.
said E8 has only won 1 map, and it was on World's Edge, and they said it would be like a crazy like storyline.
We do see this contention going down. Native Gaming are taking their time inside these
bunkers. They're no limited games. They all get into teams.
They're not going to be moving anytime soon.
No, Pop-Tart. So once you get match point at 50 points, once you hit match point, if you win,
to be a pretty central location, especially
it's
with where
over.
the circle's
So
going. We're heading
it only
south.
ends
We're going
if a
down
match
towards
point
Tree,
team
down
wins the
towards
map.
launch site, and everyone is already
So for
making their
instance,
moves.
FaZe is not a match point. Therefore, if they win, it's not over.
Maybe it doesn't
But 4
matter
teams are already over the 50-point threshold, which means if they win, it's over because they're on a match point.
FaZe is favor.
FaZe is down
as
again.
well.
FaZe is
and they've been
choking,
so
bro.
close for several games, but they're not going to be able to be on match point. And Wildcard probably going to get thirded here as well. It is absolute hell
TSM with
here
the third party, baby, gets Madness knocked.
What with so many teams already making their way over to the south side? It's
TSM, yeah, needed these
cleaning
points.
up what
Good
is
stuff.
left here. Already starting the action so quick. You have to also imagine
FaZe is not happy with that, bro.
Pros need to keep themselves in check.
Which I guess FaZe doesn't really need it, for being honest. I mean, they're pretty much qualified here.
Pretty detrimental for some of
Not
these
guaranteed,
fights,
but they're very likely.
So TSM decided they wanted to get
I gotta be honest, I'm worried about Glitch. I actually think Glitch might choke it because all these other teams are starting to come up like very well.
I know that TSM have
E8 coming out of nowhere, looking like they, you know, I just don't know, man. Glitch might have their work cut out for them.
Famous match point wins on his stream the other day as well.
I don't know if it's going to be enough.
They need to get there first, and they need to make sure they get there before we see one of our 4 actually win here on World's Edge. And that's the circle that I was talking to you about. Heading down towards launch site and surrounding areas. We've already got about 7 teams that have made their way very quickly.
That was online too.
Optic will probably be one of the next to arrive. And then once the CLG versus Native fight eventually finishes, if it finishes, one of them could probably move quickly into the zone as well.
Well, the 2013 EDM buff help out Hal here with
Who was it?
TSM's
Vayne,
mental and the way that they
and,
need to be playing in this final game. I mean, right now it's showing that it's happening. So as you mentioned, there's so many teams already making their way.
Yeah, I didn't expect Glitch to have such a bad downfall either, man. Are they out again? Did Glitch already die?
The southern point of launch site, which will help them
Is Glitch
ease their
out
way
this game?
into the next circle after
No, they're
this
still
one
alive.
closes
They're still
in.
alive.
But with so many teams taking control over that northern side of launch site, it's going to get congested real quick if they haven't made their rotation already from
Look
the
how
southern side.
heavily contested that bottom is right now.
Yeah, and the southern side is often the better way to try and approach the circle because if you come from the northern side, there's so much open ground
there.
Once you leave the train track area and you start to head down towards Tree, and you can just be obliterated as you cross. And there will be a lot of teams with charge rifles with
14,
distance
15.
weapons that can make your life so difficult. So you've got to really plan that rotation out, whether it be having an idea of what you want to do with Valkyrie, or if you do want to try and go for a sneaky.
Yes, they did.
No, just, the bodies are right
We've
here.
got Energy's perspective back.
Don't overthink it. I'm moving fucking 200 cells inside. Wait, there's a Loba though.
Their stream is so clear. Oh, it was.
And we
Anyways.
need nades. We need nades. Just like
I have 2 arcs already. I have 2 arcs already.
Okay, where's the other guy?
TSM has no comms. Okay, they're just not talking.
He's getting stuck inside of that room right here. As a
Fight right now between Native Gaming.
He took too much of that
And they're fighting off against CLG.
Now Native Gaming.
This was bound to happen eventually, and it looks like right now CLG is out. Native is suddenly just putting it to him. I don't know where this came from.
I said another fight. It wasn't. It was still the same fight. They just followed each other to a new destination, but it's going to be
has
Native
dominated
who come out on top. And with the area they found themselves in, Native can then push down into the circle. So not the worst situation for them to be in. Meat Lovers took over Harvester. They were a little bit too late to try and pick up any third-party pieces.
Thinks is previously
Sentinel's going to be fighting their way through the zone now. So 17 squads remain, but we've still got a lot of heavy hitters that are on match point with a chance to try and do it in 7. In EMEA, we went all the way to 9.
Not unless CLG disbanded and paid their contract out.
We found our victor.
So they're not actively with them, but they're still forced to represent.
With North America, there's certainly hasn't been as much a total sponge as there was in EMEA in some of the games, but NA have spread the points out a little bit more evenly.
Listen,
I do think the game's over here, chat. I think it's going to end here.
We see a lot of these teams settle on, but
I don't know who it's going to be,
down for some more APAC,
but I do think it's going to end here.
The action that we got to witness going all the way up to Game 9. APAC North ended too early. Very different compared to their Split 1 counterpart, where I believe it went to, what, 13 games or something? It was crazy, and they ended, you know, just the other, like last night, what, 4 games? So it's crazy to see the change up between these regions as Sentinels now make their rotation in this under part of the tunnel, taking their time outside a circle, meeting up with another team up ahead.
Such a horrible position to be in for Sentinels. Fury also
Dark
not
Zero's actually had a player go down. Lanimals took him out. Dark Zero's on match point, so this is actually a big deal.
I think that's what they were chasing in the end, trying to take out the final remaining member. And it hasn't been a good day for Fury.
Oh, Pander's... Is he
25 points, so they're a little bit off the pace. Again, a big game.
No,
he's got it.
He's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
A big old demise of Pandas, a slither of health to stay alive and just keep Fury.
That was as close as it could possibly
come.
come.
The most winning team coming into today.
Pandas literally saved it by 1 HP.
More, but we can't discredit the season they've had, and they are still going to be a real threat when it comes to LAN. But maybe just regional finals hasn't really gone their way.
Close.
Could it be the his Watson double wingman being the perpetrator on here? They're really trying to force it, but you know, like you said, they got a lot of room to work with. They had such amazing games in the last few days of Pro League. They're currently sitting at number 4 overall, right behind Dark Zero with 102 points. So they got a lot of room to breathe out here, taking their time. Even with a lot of these other teams just fighting for the way to be in the top 10.
I saw that. I don't like that play, honestly.
Meat Lovers and Luminosity literally a point away from each other.
That's what I thought.
As we can see, XSET making the rotation here. Taking
Where's
a
XSET
different
gonna
approach,
land?
a different look here in terms of comms. No fooling around this time around, no Pathfinder. That's all for the Storm Point games. After they lost out and getting that top 3 score where Energy was able to take it over them. Now finding themselves in a little nice nook in between the rocks.
A lot of responsibility here for fun with the heartbeat sensor to try and work out what's available.
Well, they're screwed. They're stuck in between Native and
because the team now arriving
Meat
above them.
Lovers.
It's gonna be
Yeah, they're
Meat
done.
Lovers, and they will take down Sykes as XSET lose one. And we might see our leading team, one of our teams on match point, fall here if they're not careful.
Oh, that is.
And we just talked about Meat Lovers and how important this is. If they are able to take
catastrophic
care of
right there, man.
Sitting at match point
XSET
and
is done.
That's across the field.
They're done.
Information as Nocturnal is going to be able to get the revive, but they're getting shot from the distance. He saw the shots were coming from there earlier on.
That's tough for XSET, bro. Oh man, that is so tough.
Smoke gonna help out, and fun should
I personally didn't like that play. I know it's been a good position for some teams,
because there's so many teams in the area that have eyes
I feel like it's too early to take that spot.
Finish things off.
Just
Native is still alive. This is the area where XSET were looking at. They were trying to work out if they could go into this building, but as soon as they saw the heartbeat sensor, they recognized they weren't going to be able to. So a little bit frustrating from XSET that they got dived on ever so slightly and have lost one, but with the mobile res being in the crafter, there is always the opportunity that they've crafted it early and they could get the res off themselves back to a full 3.
Manifesting a Lanimals win.
17 squads remaining. Round 2 starting to close.
They could do it.
And there's only, what, 3 teams here, Vicky, that are outside of this next circle? Everyone's found themselves into at least zone 2.
And that's what you can.
That's the problem with everybody doing good, like other than Glitch. Like that's what I'm saying. If Glitch doesn't step up now, they're allowing all these other teams to catch up, and everybody's having a good game.
Talk about the Lanimals comp that I'm witnessing here. If they could get Sykes in this would be huge. Under Thieves and the feed get absolutely obliterated by LG. By the way, another team that desperately needs points because they are also on the cusp of that.
Everybody's on the cusp at this point. I feel like.
So XSET back on their feet,
is so blessed that they were like
the Nemesis,
a little bit ahead of the game
some space here
before
and keep
this
people
started.
away. Say, if you even try and send things on us to try and take down
I can't believe XSET is getting back in this.
Arriving teammate in Sykes, then we're going to make sure we actually put a fight up against you, and you're going to take enough damage that maybe you'll get
They need to follow him. They need to help him, or else he's just going to get
now as a 3 and should be able to get into this little snake building, and it means that the dream lives on for XSET to try and take
situations here
in 7. Here in the North American Regional Finals. It's just about getting some loot here for Sykes. It's always one of the most difficult things. If you do get rezzed and don't have the death box nearby, then you are just going to be playing with the scraps.
In terms of the squad rotating to their south, I would not be surprised. WC usually could rotate long through trees.
Furia is
take a longer route around here. Dark Zero inside of this tunnel. So Jen still rocking that white Evo here. More so taking their time as well. You can see some damage being put on the board, but they got some nice loot to work with. Talking about Zainu and that R9 and the purple mag. I mean, we saw what he was able to do with the blue mag. Now he's got that purple mag ready and that gold extended heavy mag on the flat line.
And this is going to be one of those circles, I think, that finishes on the northern side of launch site. TSM at the moment are in a position where they'd have to move a little bit further up. Dark Zero are going to have to, of course, drop down a bit south. There's a team below them. I think they've heard them and they will fire some shots towards them as well. And fairly certain that might be XSET that was there earlier on. So we could have our two biggest teams that are on match point fighting against each other if they're not careful, but it's whether they want to take the fight, of course, because they're both going to have to move into that next circle, and sometimes you will avoid fights. Just play placement instead.
Imagine if he's got the skull piercer on that longbow, landing those shots out here. Dark Zero being absolute monsters today.
So is every match point team still alive?
Points, talking about the teams on match point. E8 still alive out here, 56 points. Exit as well, 75 points.
I think so.
NRG,
Exit got
also,
back.
Nathan really coming
Dark
alive
Zero's
out here
here
too, with 2 KP to his name on that
E8
Loba. So NRG,
still
another
alive,
team that's
pretty
still in
sure.
this lobby with 15 squads still left.
NRG's
None
alive,
of those teams are within the final circle.
Chat,
or
what team
really
do we need to
in one of
curse?
the
I can
priority
curse any team
positions
right
for that
now.
final circle.
I
Instead,
have
it's
the
the
power.
likes of Complexity. Actually, Sentinels in one of the better positions. Lanimals are also in an area that could win the game.
Curse,
Everyone else is going to have to move a little bit further to get to that
I need to
circle.
curse
We spoke of
E8
though. They are
because if
potentially
E8
having a little bit of a scuffle here. Utility and
does
grenades go
good,
down just to create
like
a little
really
bit of
good,
space,
they're
but
the
they will
team
go
that
back
could
inside
really
and just retreat
put
for
Glitch
now. In
Energy
20
in some
seconds, they
trouble.
have to move east.
So I need to.
Love to see Chaotic's point of view
So
here
I think
too,
you know
especially with
E8's
the
got to
way he's
win
been
this
playing
game. I
today.
just know
He
it,
did pick
chat.
up 1 KP
I got
in
a
the process,
100
drops
million
down
%
from hip
chance
firing on top
of
of that
being
roof
right here.
But the
E8 wins this
repositioning
game for
immediately,
sure.
I can only imagine how
That's
crazy the comms
guaranteed.
are going here, but enough information off that C-roll.
Yeah, EA saw enough where they said, well, actually, we can stay in zone if we just move within the building, and we don't have to take the fight and potentially get tickled by the red whilst we do so. Instead, let's make sure the other team has to chase us. It's Luminosity who are
Every
on
team that is
the
on
edge
the
when it
cusp
comes to those
is
teams
still
who are
on the
fighting
cusp.
for
They're
land
all
positions.
doing
10th
decent.
at the moment in the series standings, but
That's
also
the
trying to push into
problem.
the top 10 in the overall
Luminosity was
standings
in
as
9th,
the CAQ comes
and now
out
they're
to try and
placing
stop
average,
any
you
sort
know,
of healing,
10th
but this is
place,
such a
on the
horrible
cusp
fight
still.
to take. It's one that I'm sure
E8 was
all
not
watchers
doing
have
good at
had
all,
to
like,
take themselves
little
in
bit
their
out
ranked
there.
games.
Now they're doing
trying
very
to
good.
fight through these snakes.
Not
Sometimes
good.
if you take a little bit too much
Same
damage,
thing
you
on the
can't quite
cusp,
escape,
doing
and
pretty
grenades
decent.
can definitely ruin your day.
So
It's also
it's just
scary
gonna
too with
be
the
it's gonna be
teams you
tough.
highlighted it. The teams that have to
Oh,
forcibly go through that
big.
north side of launch. A huge
crack
damage
here
coming
for
in right now
Chaotic
from
Much.
Chaotic Much. Looking both downstairs and through that upstairs window. Just waiting to see if they have more of these different angles, but they're trying to restabilize at the same time. E8 stuck inside of this
Chaotic
building,
Much,
so you can
he's
expect
so
third
good, bro.
parties
I
to be
remember,
rolling in once the fighting is done.
I remember when
from the north
I was
side of
convinced that he
I
might
wonder
be
if Luminosity
shooting.
know
I
just
thought
how
he was
important this
strike
fight
backing
could be.
at one
Not
point, bro.
only
That's
do
how
they
good
put
he is.
themselves closer to those land positions, but could be taking out one of the teams who are on match point and could be ending it here. Because if it ended now, as it stands, Luminosity would not be
Oh, I
going to
see.
land.
You're a
They
little bit
need
ahead
more
of me.
games. They need points here. But neither team has been able to get the break, has been able to get that first knock. They're still going blow for blow at the moment, but no one getting anyone to the ground.
E8
As I
goes
say
down.
that, design
E8
goes
design
down.
is down.
That's huge here for LG right now to have the number advantage now on their side. E8 though, they're not even going to poke just yet until
This
they
is
get
a
to
hectic
reset.
fight, bro.
Chaotic Much
What
having
is
the
this
opportunity
catalyst
to pop that
garbage?
Phoenix right through that cat wall that he was able to set up
Oh,
himself. He's
why-
actually one of
why
the
did
members
you
of LG, but he
push?
gets beamed. Only leaving
What was
Zach up
Chaotic
alive
doing?
for E8. LG
Why did he
desperately
push
needed to take
that?
this fight, and they're coming out on top so far.
And now
Zach
Zach's
Major
getting
trying to find an
inted.
opportunity to
They're
reset.
done.
He gets the beam on the hip fire, but E8
I
gets
told
wiped
you,
out,
chat,
and
I had
Young
the
gets follow-up
curse.
right here. You'd love
I
to see it
told
from
you I had
LG.
the
Exit
curse.
in some trouble too, playing off that
E8's
low ground,
out.
and they still were able to
So
finish
they're not
going to
win this one, and Exet is missing a player.
Exet is still happening to the right.
The
Might be
entire
going to
lobby will
match
be made
8.
aware that one of the match points
Might be going to match 8.
Yep. Flash on her.
of match number 8 get a little bit closer, especially if they knew that Exet are down to just 2, but of course they wouldn't.
I don't know what
Fon's
Chaotic was
banner
doing.
has been picked
Sykes
up, but
is out
Sykes is about to go
too.
down
Oh,
unless
no.
the smoke. No, it's not a Hail
Sweet's
Mary.
taking him out.
Nocturnal, last remaining player.
So
it's Sweet that
Exet
takes him down.
not
So we
looking
are
like
seeing
they're
a
gonna
match
win
point
this game.
team on to match point team. As
E8
NRG
is already
trying to
out.
take out
They're not
Exet
gonna
to give
win.
themselves a better chance of being able to take this entire day.
only team that can win it is
And it would be
NRG.
the most NRG thing to do if they were able to find a victory
Or-
here today on match point, especially
Who's the
after the
other
first
team on
couple of
match
games
point? Oh,
where they
Dark
looked
Zero.
pretty slow out of the blocks. Lanimal's also having a fight against Meat Lovers elsewhere, and I did mention that Lanimal's in one of the better positions currently for this final
Animals
circle.
actually could pop off this game. Oh, Glitch Energy
Mentioned
going
earlier,
down.
but
Reeds
with their
goes down. Meat
composition,
Lovers
too, we cannot
officially
ignore it.
eliminated.
Alpha Lily is on this Pathfinder.
Oh my
Nami
gosh.
on the Caustic
NRG.
and Lou on the Loba. NRG choosing violence with
Wreaking
the charge
havoc on
rifle
these guys.
as Nathan is going to burn them down. Nocturnal, meanwhile, has caught LG ALG in the middle of this rotation has been able to get a knock here too, as Young is going to be able to retaliate.
NRG's grief and glitch.
Nathan is still farming with his charge rifle. The missile storm coming in from
Glitch is out. Oh my gosh, bro.
down this middle ground.
I don't even want to listen to those
So
comments
NRG
right
have
now.
lost 1, XZ have lost 2.
I don't
EA
want
are
to listen to
out.
that. I'm so
I mean, suddenly,
heartbroken,
match
man.
8 is looking increasingly more likely unless anyone's able
NRG
to
is
make
just
something
griefing its lobby with the charge
bad
rifle, bro.
situation. Luminosity go down. Glitch Energy also fall. Exet do finally get taken down. So they're going to have to go to match 8 if they were to become champions here of the regional finals. But NRG are being such a nuisance at the moment. This charge rifle, a pain in the backside.
Like my games, when I get griefed, especially with that charge rifle just coming out of nowhere while I'm minding my own business. By the way, I don't know how Nocturnal got away with harassing LG the way that he did. He was by himself that entire time. They finally cleaned him up, but he was able to take care of LG.
It's funny because when I see a charge rifle, I just assume it's NRG.
Spot. So probably them that were able to take care of Nocturnal. And like you said, NRG still on this high ground, still with his charge rifle, and with some natural cover to work with, while Lanimals hanging out on top of Fly Rock and now go for a counter rotate here. Albert Laley with the bow check in his hand, overlooking the squad right underneath them. They've taken the high ground.
And everyone's just going to be watching that kill feed, hoping to see NRG get eliminated, because if they do, we're guaranteed to go to a match 8. 3 other teams that are on match point, all been eliminated already.
Oh, Dark Zero's already been eliminated too?
Around here. Black Hole comes down. They're trying to make sure they don't get too
Lanimal's out. Lanimal's out.
But they
Chalk it
look
up.
like they're
Chalk
going to
it up.
struggle.
It's
Naughty's going to
gone.
be the last remaining player. It's Sentinels that are doing the damage, and Naughty can at least utilize the barrels to stay alive here and just get that gas down.
TSM might get on match point after this.
Naughty literally living off the sticks with these shield cells, so incredibly low, but playing off this high ground out of the line of sight of some of these squads. But with Lanimals giving up that space on the platform,
NRG's gonna try to hold TSM out here, I think.
Can't rotate in that direction, so they're gonna be forced to rotate from the low ground into the line of sight of NRG.
Well, NRG have a 2. And TSM may be aware of that if they can get a Q off here.
Good clip right here. TSM stops NRG from winning regional finals.
In here. Yeah, they will have the information from the heartbeat.
Yeah, you hear what I said?
TSM could keep this alive.
TSM
Send this to a
stops
match 8
NRG
here,
from
and not
winning
only that,
ALGS.
they are edging into match point themselves. It's going to be red evos for NRG, and we have already seen a team like Dark Zero win a game as a 2. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but TSM
they know they need this team out.
That it's dangerous whatever way they push this, because
they don't know that it's NRG.
From every
the only team left in here.
Everywhere. Meanwhile,
NRG. It's gonna get the third party.
That is Drug-Free trying to take the opportunity.
NRG is just piecing them up.
They find themselves going down as they took a lot of
Drug-Free is out. Oh gosh,
Nathan just got here. Nathan though gets teamed, and this may be the green light for TSM.
Oh, this is not good.
They've had all of the shield swaps available. NRG are making this difficult for anyone
trying to get more
who wants
shield
to try and
swaps,
take this position off of
them.
them. And the fact that they've got the rampart as well, they're able to fortify this little RV truck, and they've made it so tough for TSM. But now here comes the utility.
That's TSM's game here.
Nathan will fall, and surely this is the demise of NRG. It was a valiant effort.
That means we're going to a game 8,
alive for NRG, but TSM will start to march on in.
TSM
like everybody, mind your own
stops
business.
NRG. That's a
last
clip.
Team on match point alive, and it's just Sweet
and boom,
with a dream.
done.
He's getting beamed from behind. Doesn't look like that dream is going to be lasting any longer.
Yep, he's done.
He's
there you go.
In the line side of 3
TSM stops NRG from winning regional finals.
And Sentinels now, after taking care of Lanimals, are making the rotation into the middle of the circle.
Well, NRG saw their chance in the RV, but it was quickly ripped away from them from the entire lobby, and that means we're guaranteed a match 8. North America said, well, EMEA went to 9. Hold my drink. We'll do exactly the same. We'll try and get there as well. TSM are closing in on match point. They only need 3 more points, whether that be from kills or placement. But it's not the easiest position because they're being targeted by both Complexity and Sentinels right now. Optic also in a fine spot because they've used the Dark Veil to at least stop any sort of coverage from Complexity above them. Exhibit starts to come down. Sentinels get sent on as well.
Sentinels are on 44. Sentinels might get on match point here.
Oh, but in the process, Optic did put up that catwall, so the way to get
he almost had him. Sentinels finally swings that fight, takes the dub.
Only down to 1 member, that's Zen. You currently see TSM now trying to wrap around, trying to clean up that one
still in this. Wait, here we go. 3 squads left. TSM loses reps here.
Last 3 squads up alive here.
Sentinels eliminated. Here goes Complexity versus TSM.
They're into the top 2, but it's going to be Complexity that should take the plaudits here. But TSM
but Hal's going to go down. Complexity will take the win. TSM is on match point. TSM is on match point though.
We now have 6 teams going into match 8, and Complexity said, we don't want to sit out on land once more. We want to make sure we're there. They put themselves in the best chance to do so.
Wait, Complexity.
And they needed it too. I was looking at Monsoon's tweets, the
I don't
way
know
that
if
he
they
was
got
feeling
her.
going into
Complexity made
today. They're now sitting at match point after taking that dub, meeting together with TSM. Add on to the other teams.
Did you hear what I
that
said?
have now been
Crossover. I said if
sitting
you'll
at
upload, I'll
match
do the
point while we
thumbnails.
go on to our next game, Dan.
Well, I mean, 6 teams, and the fact that Complexity hit exactly 50. They needed exactly a victory and that amount of kills to get there. I'm sure they're going to be beaming.
You
right
could actually
now
do one
from
if you
ear
want
ear.
to, like
Rain Day, I'm sure you are as well. You're always smiling. You must have enjoyed that one.
Like a basic one that you've done in the past, like a webcam stuff.
It was a great finish there. A lot
Like
of
don't
teams
try anything,
working very hard.
you know,
to get
crazy.
to a
Just do a
position
very
of match
traditional,
point.
like
We now have
webcam
6
picture.
as we head into
you know,
game 8. Vicky, I'll bring you
dying
back on
or
and let's
something like or
wrap
whatever.
up about it because TSM
Very traditional. That way we can go ahead and get one out because it's been a little bit.
NRG having a
And
great
I can do the rest
performance there
tonight.
again, almost making it work. Tough stuff. I mean, the lobby is starting to heat up. It took a while
Either the
for North
Verhulst
America,
one
but we're
exposed
really
or
starting
the
to see now the landscape start to
TSM
shift where more and more
beating
teams
RG right
are
there.
getting on that match point.
Can we highlight the fact that
Yeah, I think
XSET was
that's
at
good.
match point after what, game number 3, and they
I think
still
after
have not
3.
been able to find the dub? That is insane. I mean, yeah, they've been having some fun with some different team compositions, but it can also make them stand out like a sore thumb for some of the teams that do call them out, especially on Storm Point, which I do
Reps.
believe
Who
is
got
what
the
we
kill
saw when
specifically?
NRG
Reps,
had
I
the
think?
opportunity to dive in on them. But
Yeah.
man, more
Reps
teams now
stops
making their way
NRG
to
from
match
winning.
point and looking at the cusp. Sentinels 2 points away from being at match point
Finals.
after that previous game. Same thing has been said about FaZe, who has been so close since Storm Point forever ago. They're at 46 points as well. But this is a game
TSM,
that
that's a good one.
Complexity
TSM
desperately
ruins.
needed, and they found this spot early on.
Complexity
NRG
also getting things done with
from
less
winning.
big wins. Less wins, but when they win, they're winning bigger. FaZe with 2
Match
wins
point.
on the
Good-
day,
good
still
title.
not on match point. It kind of tells the story of how they've decided to approach this. And Complexity with Luda, with Cody, with Monsoon, mechanical prowess and ability. The ability to win 1v1 fights, to take them as a
Should've been
trio and be
watching
better
Sweet's
than the trio
perspective,
that
see
they're
if he
fighting.
raged afterwards.
That has always been something Complexity has had a kind of a shine on.
I wish they would
They've been so
stream.
good at that. Now they're putting the macro together, and this is just a nice recap of how they handle this final circle. Vicky, the charge rifle doing work from distance for Luda.
I bet it's nice though
Still
to like
showing what
play
a
super
beast the
competitive
charge
and not
rifle
have to
is from the
stream and
distance without having to overcommit, and they had the
just kinda
opportunity
focus up.
right here after they got that first knock on the duel that TSM was playing from. They did clean up
TSM's
Sentinels
on it,
in the
chat.
same time,
They
and they
are
were able
on
to
it.
secure that match point victory. But
And they
Complexity
didn't.
had a number
TSM has
advantage and
not
the health
won a game
advantage
all night
in
too,
their
so that
favor,
means
taking not only the dub but also
might be their
6K
chance.
to their name, totaling
Might
them
be
the
their
18 points
chance.
that they needed to be sitting at match point. Exactly 50 points after that dub. TSM also right behind them.
Massive game from
I'm about to
Sentinels
go get
as
a
well.
brownie.
13 kills.
I'm gonna go get
It's
a brownie.
solid performance. It almost feels like a win. I think this is bigger than some of the FaZe wins that we've seen in terms of total points. So 20 for Sentinels will lead the lobby in terms of moving up the ladder, which is what they certainly are hoping to do. Native Gaming, drug-free, XSET as well. It's been 4 games. They've been on match point 4 games. They have not been able to close out. Is that the story? Will they change it? Still got another chance in game 8. Let's take a look, I believe, at the backside of this with Luminosity, Dark Zero rounding that out. And I have to say, EA, although they kind of stormed into match point, been a little quiet since then, Vicky.
Yeah, struggling out here. They did find that fight versus Luminosity, who cleaned up the points. 7 KP,
Can we
but the
please end
positioning
it right
and the
here?
rotations, unfortunately, were cut off by TSM there
I feel
too,
so
and by
bad for
Knock
these
by himself
casters.
when he was hiding right behind the rocks there. So Luminosity of being one of those squads that are on the cusp, right behind Complexity with 83 points, and Complexity holding 84 points is scary.
Yeah.
But it's great when they have another opportunity to shine for this next game. Seeing also CLG all the way at the bottom, it's
I'm
that
pretty sure it's a
tension that we
flat
keep
rate because
seeing.
if I
If it isn't
remember,
happening in Harvester,
there was a
it's traveling
controversy
all around downtown to
about the way EA pays these
That's
people.
frustrating. It certainly is. I know. If you're
And
a
some
CLG
casters
fan,
had to
you
leave because they
hope
said
it'll be
like
a
the way
little
that EA
easier
was
as
paying them
well.
screwing
I
them
mean, when
over.
you're in the 18s, it's not looking like a good day so far. There's still time. 100 Thieves.
Oh,
Optic Gaming,
Complexity
Animals,
barely
Meat
made it.
Lovers, they've all still got time. Even Furia, but they've obviously gotten themselves in a good spot to head to land. As
Glitch
far
is
as the 6
choking, bro.
teams who can end it all in game 8, it's XSET, NRG, Dark
Glitch
Zero,
Energy's gonna throw.
E8, TSM. Boy, that's a scary thought for a lot of teams in this lobby. And Complexity. I cannot wait to see what ends up happening. Guess what? We don't have to wait too much longer. Match 8 about to begin. And of course, let's send it over to Mark and Vicky to take us through it.
Let's go. They're starting the matches quick now.
You ready, Vicky?
I'm glad because they need to get these casters back to sleep.
You're ready. That's what I want to hear. All right, okay. Let's talk about this game.
I know
then, 'cause
these
we've now
casters are
got
gonna be
6
so happy
teams
that they
on
can
match
take a
point, and
break.
I've got a funny feeling that it's not going to end here. I think we're going to
Allie, I'm good. How are you?
This one. I think
Eating
we're
a
going to
brownie. I'm starving,
join
bro.
in. I've got to be honest. I feel like we're going to be here for some time. The lobby cannot decide on what's going to happen at the moment, except, like you mentioned quite rightly, 3 games. They're probably thinking, hey, we're in a great position here. We're playing amazing Apex Legends.
Not cosmic. It's not a cosmic brownie. It's not a Debbie, but it's not a homemade either. It's like she, you know, it's something that we made here, but it's like a box.
Nah, you don't. You like more Apex, and you know what? I don't disagree. I know you're feeling the type of way after that, but if you guys could carry on the legend,
what's the longest match point has ever gone to?
You could say the deed has been done. The script has been written after what we witnessed already in EMEA, and NA has to try to contest that. But here we go. We have game number 8, and we still have those 6 teams sitting at match point, all on the table here. And then what do you call it? It's the contest that we keep seeing from
apparently like 12 or 13
games.
games.
Not sure if this is a contest or a nightmare at this
point. Oh, CLG is piecing.
Once again here.
Well, never mind. They were piecing,
not enough damage,
but he got called out.
CLG versus Native. At least we're back at Harvester this time around.
Oh, I know CLG is. Oh my. This is tough.
They were looking like Mr. Worldwide. They literally
they're not happy with this, bro. CLG is probably so ticked off.
Here. And Native Gaming,
and they know they're weak too, bro. At this point, just push these guys.
A little scary here as Bullet is just going to be able to try to restabilize with high ground here.
What position are they in?
The 50-50 that we keep
26?
seeing that is never going to end. Don't expect anything to change out here for either of these teams.
It does give us a chance while this battle continues to talk about where we find ourselves, though, and the teams that we do.
I wonder why these teams are so committed upon each other.
In position to maybe win
I know why CLG is because they've won all these contests.
The list is as follows: Exit, they are on match point.
I gotta say, I doubted Native being able to win this. I'm kind of
also on match
taking
point.
back. I think this is pretty cool.
TSM and Complexity both join that match point collective, we'll call them for now. Teams who could win if they win
CLG's
this next
actually
game.
in a point where they could.
I mean, the amount of wins that have been picked up by those teams across the lobby, we probably are getting into the stage now where you can expect to at least find 1 or 2 of those teams in endgame.
I'd be so nervous if I was CLG to like know that
more of these teams feel
I'm on the cusp and I have this team that's most likely not going to make it, and they will not stop nagging me.
They're feasting. You talk about the teams sitting at match point that could take advantage of this. Look at this. They're going to be able to take care of.
I would be so aggravated.
Like usual, as Lanimals are also making the rotation inside of that circle, wasting no time.
Very interesting zone. This one could end up on the bridge. Native versus CLG still going
Native
on,
takes out CLG again, bro.
Who are enjoying the consistent battle
this is so sad.
Talking about where that zone might
be
ending, Vicky.
CLG's out.
That's a nice way to end things. Okay, we get a little bit of a long. We get at least a little bit of a
how does Native suck this much, and then all of a sudden they're like 5-2 on the contest tonight?
Market and maybe even a little bit further north in towards the backside of Fragment.
Because one of them never ended. One of the matches they just kind of split off.
Where it becomes.
But how has Native lost all these contests, and then all of a sudden we get to the games, and you know they're just popping off now?
Inside of buildings, and it's going to be one where you know it's not a clear area to hold down to put yourself in the best position for an end game. It's more who can navigate the traffic best.
Seeing that the contest keep going is like watching a little mini game, honestly. Just gathering my thoughts after CLG go down again. NRG now with the redeploy already making the rotation, and
honestly, that's not
landing on the other side of this train track.
That's not a bad idea to purposely throw the contest, though. Honestly,
there was that other team that had the high ground right beside them, probably being
kind of get some information while not taking it too serious, and that way,
some more squads now making their
appearance. You know, if CLG's taking it serious, then it makes it kind of where you get to
soon be joining the action.
I absolutely.
It's that late night high, yeah, where they just lose brain cells and it's just like go.
Watch just for like mechanics and like wild stuff that they do is Nathan and fun. They just seem like you could put them on any legend in the game in any situation, and they would just be a joy to watch. It's something about the way they move, the way they just snap onto people. I love my controller players.
So I'm pretty sure chat more than likely.
You know what I mean?
I totally understand.
TSM is pretty much locked in.
He's just been on another level here today.
Pretty sure NRG is somewhat. I think they're pretty much locked in.
I also feel the type of way about that charge rifle. I know that's probably your favorite, but I feel like knowing you, that just fits your play style, doesn't it?
I don't know how to take
when you think about statistically speaking, you've never had match point go to an insane number.
Apex Legends, all right? That's what I'm saying.
Therefore, more than likely, it's safe to say it's over. Because if you get match point, you're what's the worst it could get is probably 10. So they're pretty much guaranteed top 10. I would feel like.
I mean, that's another problem out here. That weapon's insane. E8 One of those squads that we got to highlight out here, one of the teams that are also at
From what
match
it
point
looks like right
currently.
now, I
ALGS
think
has been having
if
an
things
amazing
just
day
go
so far. Finding a team
horribly
inside
wrong,
of this building,
TSM
over
and
on the southern
NRG
side
looks
in
like they've kind of
Thermal
solidified a
Station.
top
A bit of a trek for this
6
team to go
tonight.
eventually, but trying to cover
And
their
all they
back end
needed
here
was like a
is
top
Zynful
8
is
and
gonna
a
be able to
top
call it
14, I
back player
think.
with
So pretty sure they're good.
Use the
Pretty sure they're good to go.
Reset for a second. The alternator is so good.
Glitch Energy wins match 14.
Absolutely
Bro,
sends people
if
into
Glitch Energy
orbit.
somehow wins this
EA seem to
game,
come out the
and
best
then
side
like
of
you
it for
know
now. Should be able to
some
finish
other
this
team
one
wins
off
and it
do
keeps it
Wildcard
going, and
have
Glitch
been
Energy comes
eliminated,
back
but
for
a second
game
that got a little
14
bit hairy.
and wins.
I was a little scared. That
If that actually happened, I'm telling you right now, no one would take Battle Royale seriously again. That's why that's the one problem with match point. I will say is like
trying to continue that forward here. They need to.
Like I understand, yes, a part of being good is being able to ice up and win the game.
18 squads left in this lobby as they're going to be able to take that
But
jump tower to reposition here. They
at
don't
the end of
have
the
a Valkyrie
day,
here,
some of these
so it's
teams are
about
just
getting to that
all
next
so
circle into a
good,
better
and you
position
can't blame.
Sentinel's kind of creeping up on match point as well.
I don't think TSM is to blame for not winning a single match today. I think it speaks volumes that they have got second place twice, and you know that's the name of Battle Royale. I think the only way to stay fair is to just do average points, but average points are so boring to watch.
That roster has been through. They were
The
involved
match
in the
point
drama. They were
makes it possible to where
you would say, but if they could come back from
a team that has sucked all night
complete and utter
just slips through,
despair to qualify
gets
for LAN.
blessed with the
What a story
RNG
that
zone
would
at
be.
the end, gets an easy dub.
Somebody's storyline
Imagine
is
you
to
have
highlight
that
out here,
wide
too.
open zone like Exit had in game 1 or whatever,
Before the day
or
started
2,
here
whenever it
today,
was.
and to be out
It was
here,
wide open.
putting in the
Game
work
2.
so close to reaching match
And they're just
point.
Sheila
As we take a look at the
mowing
teams
down
that
the
are
entire
still
lobby.
hanging out over here at Skyhook.
Sometimes
They're inside
RNG
that
just
circle,
happens
but
like
they're gonna
that.
start moving soon if they don't have that next set of information.
And if
the
a
circle's
team that
traveling south,
slips
so that
through
choke
and
point,
you know game
exiting
match
out of
point
Skyhook, and
game
the teams
10,
that are gonna be exiting out of the western
like no
side,
disrespect
like by countdown, are gonna
to
inevitably
Anmu
these teams
and
when they are in the
Vayne and
middle
all
of that
them, but like
rotation.
Kungarna didn't. In my opinion, they did not.
Looking at a team right now, I'm like, you need to do
They
something.
did not
You need to do
win
something.
year
Like,
1 as
complexity.
a
little bit of weight on what
world-class team.
What they did and what that match in that win in the last
They
game.
did
meant to
not
them.
look
That win has
good
put them
in their
10th
wins,
place
in my
overall,
opinion.
in the overall standings for the split.
You know,
they would qualify
they kind
for
of
LAN
slacked
if it was to
and
finish
slacked
right
and
here,
slacked.
right now. So
Thankfully,
complexity.
every other team
What a
was kind of
story
trucking
that is
along,
in
slacking
itself. For
too.
them to be
So
so
therefore,
close to
after
qualification, I mentioned at the top of
4
the show, they were
games,
my
5
team to watch
games,
because they had a 3-point day,
after everybody else
which
on match
really put
point,
their backs against the
Kungarna
wall
slides
heading
their
into
way
regional
through,
finals, but backs
gets
against the wall is one thing,
nice
but
little third
performing
party
when you
to
are under pressure and need
end
to
the
is
game,
another, and
and
that's exactly what Complexity did in that last game.
ended it off.
It's
I
all
mean,
about that mentality reset.
but if you
too.
watched
We
it that
keep
year, you
highlighting it, and
know
as the games
Kungarna
get
never felt
longer
like a
and
dominant
they get drawn out
team.
here for this regional final. You have to
You know, it was
imagine
all Cloud9
the
and
momentum
all
that these
whatever.
teams need to
So
carry into each game with a freshened mind. Complexity have been able to do that constantly too throughout different game days. As Luda is already going to make the rotation with the rest of the squad here, wasting no time exiting out of Skyhook, getting out of the curve.
That's what I'm saying though. Like that's kind of how I feel like the 100 Thieves team is now. Like they make a lot of late games, but you'll never really see them like asserting dominance. Like
your other favorite weapon to work with.
like this game right here. Are all these teams good? Does does TSM make late games? Sure, but you can't tell me that XZ is not the best team right now. There's just no way. XZ is the best team. I feel like it's very obvious.
And Fury will certainly will have
like
the
even if
advantage in this
XZ
fight,
doesn't
Fury
win
gonna be
this,
feeling confident with it
I
in this
still feel
man's
like
hands.
XZ has been the best team tonight. Still.
And any moves being made out here. See the pings going down, calling out that team that wanted to disengage from them. But while they are disengaging and all this noise is happening, I can only imagine the teams that are rotating from north side, exiting out of survey camp. Furia trying to take control over this high ground right here. Nobody to their south right now. As Sentinel's just going to be able to call this and just try to disengage, approach from a different angle if they can. On the other side of Epi, on that high ground that overlooks Fragment.
Just to give you an idea of how close it is, by the way, and I'm talking about LAN qualification right now. FaZe are currently sat 93 points. I'm going to go down just one by one as we see His Watson just lining up a shot, decides to hold the trigger there. FaZe 93, 5th. NRG 92, 6th. TSM 91, 7th. 100 Thieves, they're in a sketchy position right now. They're 8th with 86. Glitch 84. Complexity 84. Luminosity 83. Wildcard 81. Meat Lovers 80. It is like 1 point or 2 points separating all these teams at the moment on that qualification bubble.
Dang, bro. Did you guys hear that?
It could not be closer.
This is actually insane.
It's actually so
Literally
close
by
with the
a single
points.
to 2 points, That's literally not a gap.
Glitch and complexity tied on 84.
Glitch and complexity are tied right now on 84
The only
points.
slight gap there is really between TSM and 100 Thieves out here too. That's crazy.
So that just goes to show you how much of a cushion Glitch has.
Animals is another one too.
Yeah, it's stressful for me to read, let alone play the game right now. So, I mean,
Glitch better hope and pray that
teams,
E8.
and that is why you are seeing lobbies being played out with such trepidation. Every time you see a knock in the kill feed like we do right now, as NRG lose Nathan for just a few moments, it has an impact not just on that team, but the entire lobby and the entire lineup of North American teams who are going to make it through to the Split 2 playoffs. XSET's still in the position, though, that they found themselves in after 3 matches.
The thing is that every team is trying to win pretty much every game, right?
For them to navigate.
So in the whole match point system,
See how they approach this too. We did see
really
TSM
just
originally on the high ground of Epi have already
like look
rotated
at how
out
many
in theory of
different
taking
teams
their
have
spot.
won a game here.
See
That just goes to show you that it's not consistent. There's no dominance really being asserted like
but I like this position
consistently because it's BR. It's hard to do.
50-50 approach for this rotation.
So
They get to
match
look behind
point,
them
you
on
know,
the high
eventually
ground
after some
safely
playing,
at the
everybody's
teams
gonna
that
get
are
some
be right
kills.
below
Everybody's
their
gonna get
feet
some
in fragment,
placement throughout some
while also
games, and
looking
everybody, you
behind
know, a
them
lot
to
of people are gonna
ensure
get on
this
match
circle is
point.
safe behind their backs and to
So,
deny the
you
teams
know,
that are going to be
do you
rotating
really
from the
say
north
that
side the opportunity
XYZ team
to
is the
rotate
best
safely and maybe
tonight,
clean up that KP
and they're the winners?
Yeah, I agree. TSM in a really smart
Or
position at the
because
moment, especially
you know
for a lot
good
of
and
it's gonna
well,
be
like
really
don't
stacked up on top
you know
of each
don't
other,
fool
like we
yourself.
mentioned a
You know
little bit
you know
earlier.
good and well
Inside
that
of
if they ran another
fragments,
match, more than likely that
avoids a
team's not
little
going to win
maze
again.
moment as he slips
Because it's like
and slides
impossible to be that
towards the
consistent
lava,
almost.
Manages to keep his footing for just a few seconds. Designed for
If
that ball
E8
to
won
try
this
and take
game
it
and they
off
win the
angle.
night,
Might
were
give
they the
E8
best
an
team
advantage
tonight?
in this fight, but with
I doubt
2
it.
minutes left, they've
Because
got a
they've only
decision
won
to
one
make
game.
here. E8, do they try
So
and
they're
bully their way
and
through
more
this
than
team
likely
up
if they
on
ran
light?
the
Do they
game
try and
again,
take the choke away and force their way into a fragment?
TSM would have
Or
won,
do they have
and
to
then
try a
next
different
game
rotation,
somebody else
maybe
would have
taking
won.
a bit of
Or
zone
it's
damage,
just-
but with zone 3 closing,
I don't know.
it's gonna burn.
It's gonna be so hard too, especially since they're also already used up the Wraith portal from design.
It's
so they won't
interesting,
really
don't get me
have
wrong,
that
I
rotation
like to
tool.
watch
Not
it.
that it would even be easy for them with the position that Drug
And
Free
you
is already
see some
holding
consistent teams
and with the
here.
weapons
I'm
that
not
they're
saying there's
also
no
using,
consistency
I
at
do
all.
like the split positioning
But
that we're seeing
amongst
from
the
E8,
best
so that
of
way
the
Chaos
best
can be in a
teams,
better spot. And
you
it's
know,
actually
XSET,
Wander Drug Free
FaZe,
up. They're forced away from this choke point, and they're
TSM.
giving the space over to E8.
You know, there's some
Give them some
consistency
space.
there, and that's why I
Well,
like
they're
the
just
World
backing up to hold the
Championship.
zone.
But,
They wanna
like,
be safe for
when you get
themselves.
to the
E8 kind of
final
third forward,
teams,
like you say.
that is some good gameplay.
But no damage being done.
But in
quite
each
right, the third
region,
party from across
there's
the way
a
is
big
a
skill
worry for
gap
both
still,
teams right now.
which I think is
That's
pretty
gonna
good,
help.
though.
Zach Mazer kind of saying, okay, you kind of let us move up a little bit here, Drug Free. Maybe we'll put a few shots into LG as a thank you.
LG's like, hold on, wait a minute.
Okay.
We gave you that space. We came in the third party.
Oh,
off
with the
in
thumbnail?
left field, but E8's like, don't think you could get away with this right now. Because it's still a difficult rotation. Because now
Okay.
E8 is going to rotate in between two teams if Drug Free hold this position. But it doesn't look like they can because they're getting beamed from a distance with another charge rifle.
Charge rifle for you, charge rifle for you. Everybody has a charge rifle in this lobby right now. And everybody can't poke. Everybody's finding it tough to move across the open ground due to the lasers that are flying through the air towards them. And if it's not a laser, it's a Sheila. But Drug Free are in a pretty good spot right now. I always feel like if you can play the outside of Fragment, when it is a fragment zone, you can kind of watch the chaos as people try and leave buildings.
Yeah, I've always wondered, chat, if like
opportunities to move in and kind of navigate your way into
if
zone that way.
is the
If you're stacked
ALGS
up
system
inside too
point
early,
system.
then it can be a problem. Speaking of problems, TSM have got a
Big
big
E
one
goes
right now. They
down.
had to leave that epicenter
I've always wondered,
area.
you know,
Verhol's got taken
is the
down from the
ALGS
skies
point
as well.
system
Cyril's gonna go down. This
at
team's
its
just
best
raining
right
down
now?
nades from above
I don't
them.
know.
There's also some Nox gas
I
coming
think we should
in.
give a maybe.
And
This is
Remzi's
just a
gonna
random
survive.
thought.
Does manage
I
to
think we
just
should give a
about
little
get
bit more
across to his
love to
long-time
top
duo
5 in general.
Imperial Hal, but Verholst, he's done for.
They have a better duel in the Valkyrie redeploy into
I think you should get
repositioning
punished
into
a little bit
death here
harder for
TSM. You hate
sucking,
to see
like,
it as they're playing for their
you know,
lives.
bottom
XSET doing
15
the same.
consistently.
They did lose out
But I
on
think you
fun
should get a little
earlier.
bit more
Nocturnal
rewarded
trying
for
to
top 5
reposition right behind
consistently.
this truck. They also traded because they were able to get Yanya, but let's not forget what's happening on the other side of LG. This is going to probably be the re-engage from E8 now that they have that opportunity to get involved in this fight.
Question is, can they get Fun back up? Where is Fun's body? Is he down in a resible position? Can Nocturnal just do enough damage to force teams back? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do exactly that. Sykes is going to be taken down as well. Nocturnal pops the bat and now has to cross to where those knocks are going to be. Has the knockdown shield to play between, but he's also got
XSET
the
is
entire
out.
E8 roster up on top
Here
of
we
them.
go.
And
XSET's
will
not
be
gonna win.
eliminated, and E8 are making a run at this. They are on match point. point, and they are clearing
Yeah,
out this
that's
side of the map.
huge.
after being pinched in between LG and Drug Free, made their way past a choke point when the fourth party then got involved that is called Except.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Balancing an ALGS system is so hard. I'm not saying that I could do a better job. My system would probably suck. I'd probably be a horrible person to do.
The crypto drone flying right around TSM, but then on the mosquito swatter, just information for that team to know while they're playing off this low ground.
I don't know how TSM have got out of this situation, but they have. Reps is going to have some players on his heartbeat sensor as well. Might be able to hit a good Q that's going to give him a few seconds just to get out. But also the Alt XL could be important here for TSM. Not only as an offensive tool, but also as a defensive one. If a push comes in, they can throw that down.
What I will say is what I really like from Apex is that they have acknowledged that there's a lot of randomness in a Battle Royale. And they've tried to add things that really help teams become more consistent. I love that they've added, you know, the evac towers, like, you know, so teams that understand rotations properly are going to have more opportunities to rotate properly.
That's why
I like that. I really like that.
If they gave up this building, they gave up the high ground to Native that are playing right underneath. Design now making the rotation off of the Wraith portal. You heard Native and you heard that they were able to catch them in the middle of that rotation. They said, nope, we are out of there. Never mind, just ignore exactly what we did. It's back to square one for them in their rotation approach if they have the opportunity to make their way past that railroad track.
Well, Clay's job is to re-watch that portal. They've also got a Sheila trained on it. That's maybe his Bullets job, because I feel like the Sheila would do a better job. Difficulty here for E8 is, like you said previously, they've used that rotational tool. This could be...
Bro, if they come through that portal, it is
Meat Lovers are a team here, but this could be a meat grinder if somebody comes through this portal right now.
Serving that up medium rare maybe for the meats, but Native Gaming. Some nice shots coming in. Just trying to press oxygen. We're going to get dove on from the only rotation approach that EA is going to have to do, which is force their way inside
round 4, 14 squads. This is going to get absolutely hectic, bro. And don't forget, Dark Zero still in it as well. TSM is out. TSM is not going to win this. Complexity is out as well. That's 3 teams that are on match point gone. TSM, Xset, Complexity. E8's done. Oh my gosh, chat. Are we going to go?
They are right in front of oxygen.
Are we going to go to?
These are all our match point teams falling one after another as well.
We're going to go to map 9 if NRG don't win here. Optic Gaming out as well. NRG is the only team that can win along with Dark Zero here.
To hit match point. They've got some KP, and with the lobby starting to fall apart.
Dark Zero and NRG are the only teams that can win right here.
Fragment West was where they dropped here. Fragment West is where they find themselves. They are on match point. One of the only teams still in this lobby on match point. They loot the bodies of Complexity. You will not be winning this game. And Dark Zero.
Take a look at NRG's perspective. You know what? Dark Zero is actually really close to NRG as well, too. They're right next to each other.
Creeper, 0 bullets, not taking. My Prowler's already golden. I'm grabbing a gold knock. To you, it may just be
what the heck?
But for a young homeowner,
okay, get ready, boys. These guys have to move it
through that bridge. They have to hold this down, but they're splitting their attention in 2 different directions, and that is with Dark Zero being on the other side.
If Lanimals wins, I'm gonna cry, bro.
They get a knock.
I don't want to see another game.
It would be absolutely huge for them, and you can see the low roll.
I want NRG to win it, honestly.
Did have a Kraber.
I'd be pretty happy for him.
Are almost as good as a Kraber in this situation in the hands of this man. The Nemesis trying to line up a few
Sentinels
shots
out.
onto the head of
NRG piecing them up.
Kraber, it's going to be
what's different about this though is that NRG knows they don't need anything. They just want to wreak havoc on other teams. Oh, here's a listen in.
Okay, Valk 150, Valk 150. Go up top.
Careful, careful.
Be able to get up here with the
Sweet's got to stay alive.
I hit the back and medkit.
Close.
Lanimals with another 2 down the kill feed.
Nice. It's a solo blow thing.
Yeah, I don't know where he is exactly.
Look towards market, Guild. Look towards market for me.
Yep. I'm smoked off right now.
I'm getting rampart walls down. Blood and 4, okay?
Rampart in the open. Right here. Look right here. The knock
right here. Look market, Guild. Kill everybody, market.
They're not. Are they in zone? I can't tell if Guild's in zone or not. He's close.
Yes.
I think he is.
Bro, he died of gas.
Yeah, they're Guild is in.
Market big fight.
NRG's in a weird spot. I'm nervous about this positioning here.
Chill in the building. Guild, you can play there. Guild. Nope.
Oh my gosh, this is tough.
They're playing the middle of the street right there.
Just slow down. Just slow down.
Okay.
I'm moving back.
Guild's gonna go down.
Here. I got
I'm resing him. I have gold. I don't think they push. I don't think they push.
Guild has got chill.
I'll have walls after.
They're getting grief too. I don't know if they know. Oh, he's got gold res though. That's huge. I'm a little bit behind you.
Nade the corner if you have it. I'm popping it back.
Oh, zone's coming in. 22.
Break that. Token.
They're getting shot this side.
They're gonna have to fend off the team.
Light. No, they're back in market. Just chill.
Coming back. Looting the low bolt.
Okay, we need to go back up top. Can everybody go up top real quick? We gotta go up top. We gotta go up.
Up top.
Okay. They're in market. Can you climb up on me, please, so we can late Valkyl? Please.
Oh yes, they need a late Valkyl. That's huge. Go.
Valkyl on me now. Go now.
They're gonna die.
We gotta oob the top of market, okay?
Right here.
Oh my gosh.
They left the street.
Wait, how did
Oh, his Q got canceled. No.
Oh man. Yeah.
Oh, his Q got canceled. Dark Zero's got it.
Unfortunate
it might end right here, chat.
They will be eliminated. Dark
Zero might end the game right here.
This could be it, Vicky. This could be it, everybody. Dark Zero have control of the high ground of market.
The casters are praying this is it.
In this corner right now, Lano staring at them
what
from
happened to his Loba ult? That
on the
was so
other
weird.
Side, Oxygen and the other corner for this final fight. Meanwhile, Phony is somehow still alive and unseen in between the trucks.
Phony's dead.
Look at him right now from underneath the wall. But this
Lanimals are out. Chat, this is Dark Zero. I think it's in chat.
Dark Zero's shop just got
We've got a 3v1, I think.
Oxygen.
Yeah, 3v1. Phony's down low by himself.
Still alive, and does he know this is
Dark Zero's game, chat. I think it's over.
And maybe he can still influence this lobby here for FaZe. He needs to do damage to them. If FaZe want a chance
if Dark Zero
chokes
this,
finals,
Zainu.
Then he needs to damage Dark Zero on this cross.
Okay, they're gonna swing the solo. This is it. Dark Zero's got it.
Let's see what Phony's gonna be able to do here.
Dark Zero's got this for sure. That's gotta be it.
He needs to time this amazingly right now.
Dark Zero, they've got to knock. It's a 3v2. It's over. It's over, chat.
Dark Zero.
It is all over. Dark Zero are your regional finals champions.
See this one out, and they do.
Chalk it up. Chalk it up. It is over. It is done.
Oh, Dark Zero.
Dark Zero, your North American champions.
82 points to their name to even things out between themselves.
Your North American champions. GG's.
At the very end. The pressuring team, by the way, against NRG when they had nowhere to go. The Lobos said, unfortunately, NRG were met back in the lobby. But what a finale out here, Mark.
Yeah, crazy endgame, and that's why Dark Zero are so good. Like, in those endgames, every decision they made was the perfect one. I mean, they swung onto Phony, but they also realized there's no point in overextending for this kill. Zero did damage, hoping Oxygen would capitalize on that damage. They did.
We need to look at the overall standings.
They take some amazing angles on the fence line, get that damage done, and Dark Zero,
so they haven't updated it quite yet as Dark Zero being the winner.
Two-time LAN champions. The surprise package
but once
in Sweden,
they do, this will end.
To the ALGS champions.
Overall standings will update.
Unbelievable. They moved to North America, and now they're the regional champions.
Quite yet.
Vicky, amazing stuff. I mean, we're gonna have to say goodbye to you, but final words before you leave us.
Zainu is cooking on this team. I could not have seen a better player to join this list of heavy fraggers, and I know
they're feeling good about dropping Rambo now. Rambo's probably feeling like crap, bro. He's hating
Thank
life.
You guys so much. You guys got to conclude this. Wrap this show up with a pretty bow because we got a lot to look forward to for LAN.
Probably not happy.
Awesome stuff. Can't wait to see you there, Vicky. See you very, very soon. We're going to bring in Rain Day, though, to close out the show. Dark Zero are our champions, Rain, but we still have some things to get sorted here and find out who's going to LAN.
That's right. There's still more drama left to unfold, but a massive congratulations from the ALGS.
Y'all pray for Glitch Energy, man. They did absolutely horrible tonight, and I don't know if they did enough to make it. It's going to be tough.
Team that has won a playoff
it is going to be tough.
Europe, while also being a representative of APAC South, now also winning a regional finals in North America. Dark Zero has gone over every position you could go to almost in the world except South America and APAC North right now, and won championships representing each of those regions. It's an incredible feat, and to do it not just
TSM and NRG are going.
Dark Zero guys, but with a new teammate this weekend. I mean, to be able to bring in Zainu and to have Rambo have been trying out, there's so many words to say. I don't know if I have enough of them, Dan, But we got to figure something out here because Dark Zero are doing something incredible yet again.
Well, the good news is for those teams who are around 10th place is that one of the teams that were in the top 11 has taken a LAN spot via match point. So that means the team that's in 11th place will also go to LAN. The teams that were close with the likes of Complexity, Luminosity. This is going to be a very nervy moment for those teams.
Every team pretty much did good besides
total up those points and see who is going to be going to London to
I think Meat Lovers may
but what a final
have not made it.
Was. I mean,
I think Meat Lovers may have missed it.
Maybe it was going to be NRG's opportunity as they go up into the skies, but then they're quickly shot down. But when you see Dark Zero in a spot like this,
may have missed
having the ability to look down on everyone,
may have missed it. I know NRG's in, TSM's in.
It was written in the stars that Dark Zero would again win in match point.
I don't know.
I'm not so sure Dark Zero didn't know they were fighting NRG on that left side as well. I mean, the Loba Rampart.
Yeah, this is going to be a very close one. I don't know, bro.
A couple of teams that it could be, and knowing the situation here, Dark Zero did a good job just holding that middle side of market.
I don't think the Lanimals made it.
Difficult for that team to push out.
I don't think Lanimals made it.
And then of course,
here we go.
They do. They show up big when it counts.
So finals has been updated on Liquipedia.
Cannibalize each other, and they show up for the dub. That is what has gotten
so
them
Dark
here.
Zero, XSET, NRG,
maybe set
E8
the
and 4
for what we're going to be seeing at
TSM made it
from North America,
for sure. NRG definitely made it.
To our final
the overall standings has
here in our final game before we get our final standings.
The overall standings have not updated quite yet.
Well. They're also going to say thank you to Phony because I think he got a knock.
But the final standings have updated.
Solo, so just crazy stuff to see.
Glitch Energy actually didn't get last, surprisingly. They got 19
moments, but FaZe, I mean, they
I'm
crossed
surprised
match
by
point.
that.
Doesn't matter at this point. They didn't even get to play and have a chance to become the champion, but enough points.
Furia did not do good either, but obviously they didn't need it. You know what? I don't know if 100 Thieves made it.
I tell you what, I kind of looking through here and I see points for Lanimals. They're on the cusp. Glitch were on the cusp.
Lanimals did good in that last game, but I don't know if they. Lanimals got 9th. They didn't do enough.
It's a sweet moment.
Sentinels didn't make it for sure.
You know and love. They've got players who
I don't know.
battled
6th place. They
to just get to this point. It's not easy.
Nah, they were in 17th. They definitely
didn't make it.
It's not easy
to get into the split. Just ask everyone in the
I don't even know if
circuit,
they made it. They got 4th place and they were in 18th.
Just trying to get and stay into the Pro League. The 10 teams that weren't even in this regional final that participated in the Pro League. None of this goes without saying that this is a very hard thing to accomplish, and whether they got the job done should not be a measure of whether they are quality and should be back and representing our league. We certainly know everyone here can't get the job done, but it is a matter of who got the job done.
XSET and Dark Zero tied on points. Dark Zero won the game.
XSET obviously number 1 in terms of points. Dark Zero as well, 82 because of the win. They'll take that spot, guys.
Wait, why did they put XSET number 1 in points if they tied in points?
Complexity, Dan, they do enough, you think, these teams that you've been thinking about on the bubble?
If XSET tied in points with...
There's going to be 2 teams who are going to miss out on 2 points of getting to last.
Show us the scores, man. Show us. We don't want to see this. We want to see who made it.
And there's going to be 2 teams who scrape through on 10th and 11th, just 2 points ahead. And
show us.
I'll wait until we get the admin's totals and we guarantee it. But what a day! Just incredible action. Both regions that we've covered, how close it's been. That in fact we went to match 8 and match 9 across the 2. Dark Zero back to Dark Zero things by making sure that they win on match point, but still XSET technically in first.
Show us the scores.
Well. Unbelievable stuff. Well.
I'm updating Liquipedia like crazy,
Dan,
bro.
Now we've got to see what's up. Who is going
here we go. They're
to
showing
land
it. About to show
North America? It's XSET, Dark Zero.
XSET, Dark Zero, Optic Gaming. Glitch still made it. Glitch still made it. Thank God.
They make it in. FaZe
Glitch barely made it. FaZe made it. TSM made it. Everybody made it. Let's go. Complexity, 10th place. Now, don't forget, North America got 1 extra spot, so 11 places are going to get it. One more team made it. Who's it going to be?
Thanks to
Luminosity barely made it by 2 points. Wild Card and Meat Lovers missed it by 2 points. Lanimals missed it by 3 points, chat.
Wild Card, Meat Lovers, Lanimals specifically, just 3 points.
So tough.
Separating them from a spot at the big show.
That is tough.
3 points. But I think if you looked
So
across
sad.
the performances in general from the season, you would say that's
I don't-
probably
honestly-
probably the 11 teams who deserve it
I gotta
most.
be honest with you though,
I think
chat.
the meat lovers probably feel the hardest done by because they were inside of that top 10, top 11 for so long.
Man.
But you've got to be consistent. Losing Zainu as well, it's got to hurt even more, right? You
Dude,
know,
I feel so bad for meat lovers.
It's tough for them, for
I
sure.
feel
It's
so
been
bad for them.
You know, a real breakout season for them initially,
Because
but
they literally had Zainu on their team, the guy who just won regional finals, and he got picked up by Dark Zero. And then meat lovers was qualified. They were in it. So now they didn't qualify. They lost their teammate, and their teammate won. That's got to be the worst feeling ever. I literally feel so bad for them. Glitch barely made it. Thank goodness. That was close after a bad night. So they're going to go. Lanimals barely missed it. Honestly, though, I would say as far as organizations go, and as far as like, you know, getting the most hype and most viewers possible, this is literally the best it could have possibly gone, I think. Maybe you could argue taking... I don't even know who you would take out. Honestly, if you want to really argue, as much as I love Glitch, I think if you want to argue Lanimals for Glitch, for the whole, like, you know, viewer perspective, whatever. But I still think Glitch deserves it. I mean, you got former world champions there, but man, Lanimals barely missing it. That's it. I really worry that Albert Lely might quit. I worry because, you know, he's done a lot of team changes, a lot of. I wonder if if they're gonna hang it up. I don't know. Regardless, chat, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out. It has been a pleasure and an honor. Our very first ALGS news stream. I was surprised we had this many viewers show up. Was not expecting that at all. Appreciate you guys doing that. And I will see you all in the next one. Later, Gators.